Chapter 101, Choices appearing again and the champion has already been decided. Goku, you've grown so tall. Turtle Hermit said in surprise. Goku rubbed his head and grinned, yeah, I've grown tall without realizing it in the past 3 years. The first time I noticed it was when I saw Krillin getting shorter. Goku, I'm going to get angry if you mention that again. Ha ha ha. Hey, Bulma, your lips are so red, are you sick? That's lipstick. Bulma rolled her eyes and said helplessly. Sure enough, although he has grown tall, he has remained the same. He is still too simple. But... Bulma suddenly blinked as she realized that the grown-up Goku looks like that person. No, it should be said that he looks exactly the same. Brother Lin Chen, long time no see. At this time, Goku noticed Lin Chen and gave him a deep bow. Go, perform well. I will definitely defend my championship. Goku was full of confidence. Goku, I won't lose to you this time. Tien Shinyan said confidently while clenching his fists. Goku, everyone has received the same training, you had better be careful. Yamcha also said confidently. After greeting everyone, Goku and his group went to the registration office to sign up, and then prepare to participate in the preliminaries. Watching them leave, Turtle Hermit sighed with emotion, they have become so strong. My era is really coming to an end. Old man, your era is over, okay? My sister is already much more powerful than you. Bulma laughed. Turtle Hermit shrugged, Tights has Lin Chen's help, so how can it be compared? Haha, good that you know. On the other side, Tights looked at Goku and others receding back and asked Lin Chen, Goku should be winning the tournament again, right? It seems so. Lin Chen nodded. He had sensed Piccolo's aura just now. Unfortunately, his aura turned out to be far inferior to Goku, and was even inferior to Krillin and others. According to his guess, this may be because Krillin and the others went to look out to train much earlier. The training time of Goku and his group was much earlier than in the original work. On the contrary, the newly born Piccolo is the same as in the original work, still training by himself, so he has fallen behind in strength. Maybe it is precisely because of knowing the disparity between Piccolo and Goku that Kami did not participate in the tournament while possessing an ordinary person's body like in the original work. This time, whether it is Krillin or Tien Shinyan, or even Yamcha, they have the ability to defeat Piccolo. And unlike Goku, they won't be soft-hearted when facing Piccolo, so Kami doesn't need to personally take action. Aware of Kami's thoughts, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel sorry for Piccolo. Great Demon King Piccolo, who was rushing over with a delusion of sweeping through Earth, will suffer a crushing defeat this time too. It's just that without the fateful confrontation between Piccolo and Goku, I wonder what will be the highlight of this tournament? Should I register too? At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly heard a voice. Ding! Congratulations host for triggering the strongest choices. Choice 1, participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament and win the championship. Reward, power level 100,000. Choice 2, let contestant Mark win the championship. Reward, Kami's magic. Choice 3, do nothing. Reward, 1 time point. Hearing the choices which he hadn't heard in a long time, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Although the rewards this time were not the best. But it's quite interesting. There have been a total of 3 tournaments. Lin Chen missed one and watched 2 of them. It is rare that the system has given choices for this tournament. I should just forget about the first choice as he is not so shameless to participate in the tournament and bully the weak for a mere 10,000 power level. Choice 3 is also very boring. It is rare to receive a selection mission and he has to do nothing. What is the difference between that and salted fish? But this choice 2 contestant Mark? Who is it? Just when Lin Chen was feeling puzzled, a hubbub suddenly erupted out from the crowd next to him. He saw a group of people in karate uniforms push the crowd away and walk towards the registration office. The one in the lead was a young man with long hair. Hey, we're here to register. The young man slammed the table and said. The person at the registration office immediately said, Okay, what's your name, mister? My name is Mark. The man who is going to become the world champion. Remember it. It's him? Knowing the target whom he has to help according to the system, Lin Chen took a look at his power level. Mark. Power level, 12. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Chen choked on his own saliva. And couldn't help but say in his heart, what the heck? I just knew that the system didn't have any good intentions. After a long time, the reward that seemed to be the best was really the hardest. 12 power level. How can this person compete against Goku and others, whose power level has exceeded 500, for the championship? Fortunately, someone else might not be able to complete this mission, but Lin Chen can. Who made him have many tricks? System, I choose to. Ding, the host has selected their choice, please complete the mission as soon as possible. Then, Lin Chen said to Tights and the others, you two and Bulma go to the venue, I'm going out for a while. Oh? Lin Chen, where are you going? Your Majesty, should I come with you? Tights and Hanasia asked curiously. Lin Chen shook his head and refused, no need, I'll just be strolling around, that's all. Bye-bye. After saying that, Lin Chen directly used instant transmission and disappeared in front of everyone. Like the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, this time the preliminaries were held in the arena to determine the final 8 contestants. At this time, Goku and the others were changing into their martial art uniforms, preparing to start their matches. Look, this is a custom-made dress I specially ordered from the mortal world. I knew Master Roshi would not prepare it for us this time. Krillin said proudly while putting on a martial art uniform with the word turtle printed on it. So, everyone had the same thought, ah. Yamcha and Goku also took out their martial art uniform and put them on. They exercised their limbs, their eyes full of confidence. After 3 years of hard work on Lookout, almost everyone has made ample progress. They couldn't help it, because in addition to Kami, there is also an extraordinary expert on Lookout. Because of him, even Chitsu has improved a lot compared to the original work. Just then, Goku's expression suddenly froze as if sensing something, and he became completely vigilant. Not only him, but Tien Shinyan also looked solemn. Goku, do you feel it? Hey? A very powerful aura flashed past us just now. Krillin pointed at the strange man draped in a cloak in the distance, could it be him? No, that aura was much stronger than his. Goku said, it's weird, I can't feel it anymore. Just as Goku and the others were looking for the whereabouts of the aura, Lin Chen hid and covered his mouth. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that Goku and the others were not looking for him anymore. These guys' perception towards Ki is really sharp. They almost discovered me. If there is no interference from outside, the few of them will most likely be competing against each other in the finals. Lin Chen smiled as he looked at Goku and the others in the distance, but it's a pity that this time the champion of the martial arts tournament has already been decided. It's going to be my contestant Mark. Chapter 102, Dark Horse Contestant Mark. Soon everyone's attention was diverted because of Shishi's appearance and her conflict with Goku. Taking this opportunity, Lin Chen called Mark out. Hey! Is it really true? Is there really a female contestant who wants my autograph? Mark crossed his arms as he followed behind Lin Chen. Yes, she is very shy, so she is hiding in the toilet. Lin Chen held back from smiling and said. This Mark's personality is really simple and is easily fooled. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the toilet. Mark looked around and asked in confusion, Hey? Where is she? Where's the beautiful contestant you mentioned? Whoosh! After a crack sound, Mark fell to the ground, with Lin Chen standing behind him with his palm turned into a knife shape. Lin Chen smiled, then bent down and grabbed Mark's shoulder. Now, I just have to stimulate his potential. Dr. Gero can have more than 900 power level when his potential was stimulated. So, this guy should be able to break through 1000, right? Then it should be easy for him to deal with Goku and others. While pondering, Lin Chen first used instant transmission and took Mark to an uninhabited wasteland since when unlocking Mark's potential, it may be discovered by Goku and the others, so he must change the place first. After everything was ready, Lin Chen grabbed Mark, who had still not woken up yet and directly used the unlock potential technique on him. A golden aura immediately emerged from Mark's body. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, the potential in contestant Mark's body turned out to be. Who the hell is this guy? His potential is only this much? When Lin Chen was done using the unlock potential technique, he was surprised to find that Mark's power level had only increased to 50. The unlock potential technique that can stimulate the human body's potential and has outstanding effects only increased this guy's power level by dozens of points? Bastard! System, you fraud! 50 power level, How can he defeat Goku and the others with just this? That's it. Fortunately, I have another treasure. Then, he took out a tree of might's fruit. Although he is not lacking them now, it is still an extremely valuable treasure in the universe. So, he was really anguished on using it on a stranger. But in order to complete the mission, he can only do so. Lin Chen floated up Mark, who was still unconscious, and stuffed the fruit into his mouth. It's just that he didn't expect that, after stuffing a few bites of Tree of Might's fruit into Mark's mouth, he suddenly woke up by himself. Ah! Who are you? Mark stood up in alarm, and at the same time discovered the fruit's residue in his mouth. Damn it! Who sent you to poison me? Ah! Lin Chen was dumbfounded. I gave you something that only gods can enjoy, but you actually said it is poison? But it wasn't just these things that greatly surprised him. Mark suddenly lowered his head and spat out everything from his mouth. Not only that, he even squeezed his throat to induce vomiting, and spat out the pieces of fruit that he had just eaten. Seeing that his Tree of Might's fruit was wasted, the veins on Lin Chen's forehead bulged. This idiot! Do you know what you are doing? Immediately eat everything you spat out. Otherwise you will end up like this. Lin Chen raised an energy ball on his hand, flicked his hand, and threw it towards a boulder beside him. Boom! A mushroom cloud appeared not far away. Looking at the mushroom cloud, Mark's legs softened, his eyes rolled over and he passed out. Lin Chen covered his face, completely speechless. What should I do? His power level is only 50 after unlocking potential, and he spat out the Tree of Might's fruit fed to him. This Mark is simply hopeless. How can a guy like this win the championship? System, can I reselect the choice? Ding! Host has already confirmed the choice and cannot back out, otherwise he will be obliterated. Shit! Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. I have been ripped off really hard by this Mark. Is there no other way? Looking at Mark who was unconscious, Lin Chen suddenly had an epiphany. Got it! Contestants, I've made you wait. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament preliminaries are about to start. Please gather in the middle. Hearing the voice of the staff on the speaker, all the contestants gathered one after another, and after the host introduced the rules of the tournament, the drawing of the lots began. At this time, the contestants who registered together with Mark were feeling troubled. How is it? Did you find Mark? No. That guy, he couldn't have escaped, right? Just when they were running around, Mark, who they were looking for everywhere but couldn't find, finally came back. Mark! Where have you been? If you didn't come for drawing lots, you would have been disqualified, you know? Mark touched his head and said with a confused expression, two seem to have been to hell just now, and a demon wanted to kill me with poison. His companions stared blankly for a moment before breaking out into laughter. Fortunately, at this time, the drawing of lots finally started, and they did not continue to laugh at Mark. During the lot drawing process, Goku and his group were not drawn to the same zone under Tiaozu's manipulation, and Mark was also lucky to avoid Goku and others, replacing Kama's position. Humph! Fortunately, I know telekinesis, otherwise he would have been finished. Lin Chen, who was hiding on the roof, muttered inwardly. No one knew that Mark's lottery was actually manipulated. Soon, the matches in various zones were in full swing. After the training on Lookout, everyone easily reached the main tournament, and even Tietsu, who should have been eliminated, easily defeated his opponents and entered the final 8 smoothly. Your favorite ovals at n/OVL/bin.com. Then on to contestant Mark's match, because Lin Chen unlocked his potential, although he only has 50 power level, Mark's level had already greatly surpassed that of ordinary people. So, there was practically no one who was his match. Even Mark's teammates were a little surprised. Why does Mark, who is usually stupid, seem to have gotten so much powerful all of a sudden? Ha ha ha! It seems that I didn't dream, I really came back from hell. Look at my power. This is the power of rebirth from ashes after returning from hell. Hey, uncle, quickly come and fight. At this moment, a sharp voice sounded beside Mark. Yajirobe, dressed like a masked Superman, said impatiently. Hearing this, Mark snorted coldly, shouted at Yajirobe and rushed over. Ah, yay, yay. This guy, he's just an ordinary person. Yajirobe was about to knock Mark off the arena, but suddenly found that his body couldn't move. The next moment, Mark's fist also approached him. Bang! Ha ha ha! Do you feel it? I call this hell punch! Mark shouted. You! Yajirobe tried hard to get his body to move, but there was nothing he could do. Immediately afterwards, a powerful force suddenly came over and Yajirobe immediately flew out of the arena. Wow! The people at the scene looked at Yajirobe who had flown out of the arena and exclaimed. The referee was stunned, and he took a long time to react before announcing, the winner is Mr. Mark from Satan City. Goku and the others were all surprised. I can't see, is this guy very powerful? That person just now, from his aura, it should be Yajirobe, right? I didn't expect this Mark to be able to defeat him. Just like this, the morning passed and the final 8 finally emerged. The top 8 were, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Shishi, Mark, Tien Shinyan, Tietsu. Seeing this result, Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Phew! Fortunately, my telekinesis works. Let's hope the next one, too, will go well. Chapter 103, Miserable Piccolo. And do you want to get strong? How can a guy with only 50 power level become champion? Lin Chen thought about it, and finally arrived at only one answer, that is cheating. It just so happened that Earth's Kami once gave Lin Chen a perfect demonstration. In the original work, in order to deal with the reborn Piccolo, Kami used magic to possess an Earthling, and then defeated the experts one after another and entered the semifinals. Although Lin Chen doesn't know Kami's magic for the time being, he knows telekinesis. In order to achieve the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation, Lin Chen had to hone his mental power. Although his telekinesis was only a beginner-level telekinesis, in terms of strength, a group of guys with power level of less than 1000 were not his match at all. When Mark challenged Yajirobe before, it was Lin Chen who helped him from behind the scenes, allowing Mark, a trash with a power level of less than 50, to defeat Yajirobe, whose power level had already reached almost 200. The preliminaries are over, and the final 8's match table will be released soon. The first match, Krillin vs Piccolo. The second match, Goku vs Shishi. The third match, Yamcha vs Tien Shinyan. The fourth match, Tietsu vs Mark. Soon, the first match began. As soon as the two came on stage, under the lead of the host, the atmosphere of the audience became extremely heated. Seeing that his opponent was a little baldy, Piccolo, who went by the alias Ma Jr., sneered, "Boy, get down and surrender, my target is Goku, you are not worthy of wasting my time." Krillin suppressed the belly full of fire in his heart. Back then, he had died at the hands of the great Demon King Piccolo's child. This confrontation with Piccolo can be said to be his revenge battle. I'm not what I used to be before. For the past 2 years, I've been fighting a monster. You're basically nothing at all in comparison. Monster? Hehe, in front of me, what other monster can there be? Piccolo said with an amused look on his face. Under the arena, seeing that Krillin's opponent turned out to be the great Demon King Piccolo, Bulma couldn't help but say, I wonder if Krillin will be fine? He will be fine. Turtle Hermit smiled confidently, I can feel that Krillin has undergone earth-shaking changes. I wonder how he has trained in the past few years. Really amazing. Really? At this moment, the host shouted loudly, the match starts. As soon the host's voice fell, Krillin in the arena instantly moved. His speed was so fast that the ordinary people in the audience couldn't see him at all, and even Piccolo failed to catch his tracks for a moment. How is this possible? Boom! Krillin raised his hand and sent Piccolo flying out of the arena. Piccolo, who had flown out, managed to stabilize in midair with great difficulty. Looking at the purple blood around his mouth, his eyes turned red. How is it possible? My opponent is Goku, how can I not even beat a weakling like him? In a fit of rage, Piccolo took off his cloak, and all the power he had intended to use when he challenged Goku surged out. Too weak. Lin Chen, who had returned to the audience seats, muttered. After Piccolo exploded with his full strength, his power level was only 350. But the power level of Krillin opposite him had already exceeded 400. Sure enough, although Piccolo's potential is very good, he lacks systematic guidance, and his potential has not been unlocked at all such that he can't even be compared to Krillin. Too weak. Goku and the others backstage also couldn't help but say this word. Too weak. Even Krillin in the arena couldn't help but say. What? Hearing Krillin's words, Piccolo's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that back then I couldn't even beat a subordinate of Great Demon King Piccolo? But, now I feel that you are too weak. Lookout's training was really amazing. And that Broly, he is even more of a monster. Krillin said with emotion. Lookout? Piccolo was stunned, and finally understood, so you guys went to Lookout for training. But so what? I'm Piccolo. The Demon King who is going to rule this world. Whoosh! Just as Piccolo's voice fell, Krillin suddenly disappeared and before he could react, he punched Piccolo in the stomach. After one punch, Piccolo passed out and fell to the ground. What? Seeing this scene, the host who was about to start his commentary was stunned. In the audience seats, the audience who had been moved by Piccolo's words were also stunned. Hey, what did that guy just say his name was? Pringles? Piccolo? I don't know, this guy is too weak. I thought he was very powerful, but he lost so quickly. The audience was doubtful. At the same time, the host ran over and started the countdown for Piccolo who had fallen to the ground. Piccolo didn't get up even till it reached 0. The host then declared Krillin's victory. Haha! I won! Krillin jumped up happily, and hugged Goku and the others who had rushed to the arena. Turtle Hermit was relieved on seeing Krillin's changes. It seems that my era is really over. The medical staff soon arrived, put Piccolo on a stretcher and left. Lin Chen thought for a bit, and once again teleported to the backstage area. In the backstage area, Piccolo had already woken up. Knowing that he had lost the match, he naturally flew into rage. The current Piccolo has still not completely turned over a new leaf. Furious, he immediately wanted to destroy the entire venue. I don't care about any tournament anymore. I'm Piccolo. I'm going to kill all humans. At this moment, a voice entered Piccolo's ears. Piccolo, why don't you admit defeat? At your current level, you are too far behind Goku and the others. Who? Piccolo was startled, he quickly turned around his head. But when he turned around his head, he saw no one. Just as Piccolo was stunned, a person's head suddenly emerged from the side. I'm here. What? Piccolo turned around his head and looked at the human beside him in surprise. Just now, he couldn't keep up with this person's movements at all. You, who the hell are you? If you want to become stronger, go to a place with me obediently. After saying that, Lin Chen grabbed Piccolo with one hand and used instant transmission in front of everyone. The medical staff at the scene did not understand what was going on from the beginning to the end, and how did they suddenly disappear. This place is haunted. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Piccolo appeared on the lookout's square. Broly! Lin Chen shouted. After a while, Broly appeared. Brother Lynx! Lin Chen threw Piccolo in front of him. Broly, from today onwards, let this guy train here. Watch him and don't let him escape. Okay. Chapter 104, Unstoppable Contestant Mark. What? Isn't this Lookout? Why did you bring me here? At this time, Piccolo finally recognized this place and turned to question Lin Chen, but Lin Chen ignored him and teleported to Kami and Popo. Looking at Kami, without waiting for him to question, Lin Chen smiled and said, I know what you are going to ask. In fact, you have been attentively watching him for so long, you should have noticed that this Piccolo is different from the previous Piccolo. He is no longer a pure demon. With a little guidance, he may be able to turn over a new leaf. But why did you bring him here? Kami wondered. Isn't Piccolo your counterpart? So, it's naturally your responsibility to guide him. Well, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Lin Chen was about to return to the mortal world. But he suddenly thought of something and stopped. By the way, if Piccolo doesn't listen to you, call Broly over. When dealing with an arrogant guy like him, fists are the most convincing. Then, Lin Chen disappeared in front of Kami and Popo. Kami heaved a sigh and said to Popo, Mr. Popo, what do you think I should do? Popo said, Kami, what Lin Chen is right. This Piccolo is indeed different from the great Demon King Piccolo. Maybe you can really make him turn over a new leaf. Okay, then I'll give it a try. After all, it's all because of my sins. Then, Kami walked towards Piccolo. And over there, at this moment, he could hear Piccolo's furious voice. Damn it, who the hell are you? Why are you both so strong? I'll not take it lying down. When Lin Chen returned to the mortal world, the second match of the final 8 had long started. But Lin Chen had arrived just in time. Because when he returned, it was when Gaku knocked Shishi out of the arena and Shishi was disclosing her identity. When Shishi reveals that she has left home and told Gaku that she was the little girl Gaku met when he was looking for the 7 Dragon Balls, Gaku finally remembered. Ah! So it's you. When I was young, you said you wanted to give something to me and I'd like it. You finally remembered. Gaku thought to himself in embarrassment, I thought wife was some delicious food at that time. Fine, let's get married. Immediately, cheers erupted out all around him. Lin Chen, who had returned, sighed as he watched Gaku and Shishi sprinkle dog food. He had seen this plot countless times, and he was already tired of it. But Tights and Hanasia on the side were watching with great interest. Hanasia also said to Lin Chen, Kakarot is going to marry an earthling. I wonder if Bardock will agree? How could he disagree? And let me tell you, the mixed blood child born from a Saiyan and human will have a higher power level than a pure blood Saiyan. Really? Hanasia was skeptical. By the way, how did you know? Could it be that you and Tights have? I haven't. Tights shook her head in panic. Then the two of them glared at Lin Chen at the same time, so he could only laugh it perfunctorily. Then, Tian Xinyan and Yam Sha were the next to fight. Both of them had trained on lookout, and their strengths have grown by leaps and bounds just like Krillin. Unfortunately, in terms of foundation and talent, Tian Xinyan is much better than Yam Sha, so in the end, it is no surprise that Tian Xinyan won. Then, it was time for Tetsuo and Mark to fight. Yam Sha looked envious when he saw Mark, who was laughing in the arena, posing in many karate poses and blowing kisses at the beauties in the audience. Alas, why is my opponent not him? Yam Sha didn't know that when he was feeling that Tetsuo is lucky, Yajirobe in the audience however thought, this little guy is so pitiful, he is unlucky to meet such a strong opponent. Haha, what a weak guy, let me deal with you in 2 or 3 moves. Tetsuo looked at Mark, whose aura was weak and was about to use his mental powers to push Mark away. However, to his surprise, he discovered that his mental power was sealed. Ah? What's going on? Just when Tetsuo was looking dazed, Mark rushed over quickly. An opportunity. Look at this technique. Dynamite kick. Mark did a flying kick, sending Tetsuo flying, who then slammed into the wall. I actually lost. Tetsuo let out a mournful cry and passed out. Seeing that Tetsuo was practically defeated in seconds, Gaku and Tian Xinyan were both shocked. They didn't expect Tetsuo to lose. What made them even more puzzled was that they didn't even understand how Tetsuo lost. Because Mark's kick just now was completely ordinary. Tetsuo, wait, I will avenge you. Tian Xinyan clenched his fists. The semi-final was Gaku vs Krillin and Tian Xinyan vs Mark. Soon the outcome of the fight between Gaku and Krillin was decided, and then it was Tian Xinyan and Mark's turn to enter the arena. However, Tian Xinyan, who vowed to avenge Tetsuo, was also instantly defeated by Mark not long after he entered the arena. Why? This guy's aura is so weak, why is he so strong? After getting defeated in an instant, Tian Xinyan was shocked. While Gaku was fired up. Great! I thought that apart from Broly and brother Lin Chen, there are no other exciting opponents on Earth. It turns out that there are still many powerful experts in the world. Gaku's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he hurriedly jumped onto the arena. Mr. Mark, let's start the finals quickly. Humph! Mark sneered and walked onto the arena. The referee on the side was about to announce the start of the match, but Mark shouted and stopped him, wait. Ah? Mr. Mark, is something the matter? Wait a minute. I've painstakingly prepared for today's final. Preparations? Just when everyone was wondering, Mark took out a hoi poi capsule and threw it to the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! Everyone's eyes widened, wanting to see what was in the capsule. Immediately afterwards, they saw that Mark had taken out 4 wooden planks. Mr. Mark, you are? Gaku asked hesitatingly, but Mark immediately shouted, don't disturb me. Sorry. Mark held the 4 planks and his eyes suddenly widened, then he threw the planks into the sky. Oh, yay, yay, yay. The 4 planks in midair were hit by Mark in succession before they fell to the ground, each of them broken in half. Ha ha ha. Did you see it? Gaku, this will be your fate in a moment. Mark laughed and pointed to the planks on the ground. Perfect. My performance just now was simply impeccable. Although Mark himself thought so, the audience, including Gaku and others, were absolutely silent. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that compared to the previous shocking fights of Goku and the others, Mark's performance seems to be just so-so. Chapter 105, Unexpected Champion, my name is. Is he serious? Tietsu, why did we lose to such a guy? Tien Shinyan, I also don't understand. In the backstage area, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and others who had already lost, were speechless. Even the sunglasses-wearing referee standing at the boundary of the arena couldn't help but say, Contestant Mark, you just now. What? Isn't my performance perfect? Mark turned his head and frowned. No, the referee's forehead broke out into beads of sweat. It's just that you saw contestant Goku's previous matches, there. Oh. Mark said disapprovingly, those are just special effects, they can't fool my eyes. Special effects? Hey? Goku was also stunned. When Mark saw this, he pointed at Goku and said, how is it? Did I hit the mark? You pretentious guy, if you have guts, just fight me fair and square. But I'm not acting pretentious. Goku said aggrievedly. Stop talking nonsense. Referee, let's start the match. Mark said loudly. Oh. Hearing this, the referee had no choice but to shout, then, the final of the 23rd World Martial Art Tournament will begin now. Just as the referee's voice fell, Goku suddenly brought his hands together. Mr. Mark, I will show you if I'm acting pretentious or not. Kamehameha. What? Why did Goku use this technique right at the start? Isn't he afraid of depleting his energy? Seeing Goku's choice, Krillin and the others were greatly surprised. It wasn't just them who were surprised, Lin Chen also didn't expect it at all. Because of what Mark said just now, Goku used Kamehameha right at the start. He didn't have the time to use telekinesis and could only helplessly watch Mark being swept away by Kamehameha. Boom! A mushroom cloud appeared in the arena. Heavens! Lin Chen couldn't help but cover his face and sigh. Damn that Mark, why did you say those words just now? With his power level of less than 50, being swept by Goku's Kamehameha, isn't that a sure death? My god! Who would have thought that the decisive battle of the World Martial Arts Tournament would begin with such a fierce opening? I wonder if contestant Mark was able to withstand the attack of contestant Goku? Withstanding it? I reckon he has already been torn to pieces? Lin Chen shook his head. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard the referee exclaim, my god! Audience, can you see it? Contestant Mark is still standing tenaciously. He didn't fall. Amazing! Ah! Lin Chen hurriedly raised his head and sure enough, Mark really didn't fall down. Although he seemed to have turned into a black man and his long flowing hair had turned into an afro, Mark was still standing tenaciously in the same place. How is that possible? Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of a possibility. Could it be because of the Tree of Might's fruit? This Mark has really escaped a calamity. Although Mark had spat out most of the Tree of Might's fruit, it is clear that he should have at least swallowed some juice. And it was precisely the juice of the Tree of Might's fruit that caused Mark's body toughness to become different from ordinary people that he was able to survive under Goku's Kamehameha. This guy is a bit too lucky, right? Lin Chen couldn't help sighing. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Mark, whose hair had turned into an afro, looked a little familiar. Hey? Why does he look like? Mark, whose hair had turned into an afro, touched his body with a pain on his face while he kept taking deep cold breaths. Referee. This guy used a bomb, shouldn't he be disqualified? Boo bomb? The referee didn't understand what Mark was talking about. Of course. He must have planted a bomb in the arena just now. Mark shouted. Sorry, Mr. Mark, but it is impossible. Bastard. Mark glared at Goku, even if everyone is deceived by you, it can't fool my eyes. Goku, look at my counterattack next. Here I come. Rolling attack. Mark bent down and actually began to roll in the arena. Goku stared blankly at Mark who was rolling over, not knowing what the technique was. A chance. Look at my move. This is my strongest miracle special ultra super megaton punch. This punch doesn't seem to be that powerful. Mark thought he had grasped an opportunity, but Goku was already in a stance to counter the punch. Just then, Lin Chen stared at him. An opportunity. Then, everyone at the scene saw Goku get sent flying into the sky like a piece of paper and fall outside the arena. Hey? But my punch didn't hit him yet? Seeing that Goku was sent flying, Mark blinked his eyes stupidly. But at this moment, the host, who had recovered his senses, raised the microphone and excitedly announced, "Unbelievable! Dear audience, contestant Goku has fallen out of the arena, so the champion of the martial arts tournament has been born. Let us warmly applaud and congratulate contestant Mark." Oh! Although they couldn't understand it, the audience immediately burst into fierce applause and cheers. Ding! In Lin Chen's ears, a system prompt finally sounded, "Congratulation host for completing the mission. Obtained reward, Camus magic." Strange knowledge poured into Lin Chen's mind, causing him to be in a daze for a while, but soon, Lin Chen found that there was a lot of wonderful knowledge of magic in his mind. Such as mind reading, possession technique, magic materialization technique, and other wonderful magic. Although it may not necessarily improve his combat ability, they have many magical effects. Finally, I didn't waste my time for nothing. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Cough, cough. At this moment, Mark's voice suddenly resounded in the arena. He took the microphone from the referee's hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. "Everyone! Please don't call me Mark again. I just made a decision, starting today, I will change my name to Satan. I am the man who returned from hell. Satan! 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 Satan!" Immediately after a brief moment of silence, cheers erupted out in the audience. Everyone shouted the new champion's name and clapped. Mark, who has changed his name to Satan, put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly in the arena. Wa ha ha ha. Black lines appeared on Lin Chen's face. No wonder he thought Mark looked familiar. So, he is really that Satan? Mr. Satan, who kept cracking eggs and accidentally took the credit of Goku and the others' work during the Cell games in the original work. No wonder this guy is so lucky. Chapter 106, Goku's Wedding and Lin Chan's Z-Warrior Development Plan. 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament finally came to an end, and the final result was unexpected to everyone. After the tournament, Goku, Turtle Hermit and others gathered together. Although Goku lost the match and his championship, his friends still came over to congratulate him. After all, the opponent this time was too unexpected. He doesn't seem very strong, but was actually terrifyingly powerful. He was really powerful, that Mark no, it should be Mr. Satan now. Goku scratched his head. Yeah, that guy is either pretending to be a wolf in sheep's clothing or he's actually more powerful than all of us. Tien Xinyan said with gritted teeth. I'm going to continue to train, and when I get stronger, I'll have a fight with Mr. Satan. Goku clenched his fists and made up his mind. Forget it, if you go look for him next time, he might die. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Goku. He turned around, only to find that the person was Lin Chen. Ah! Brother Lin Chen. By the way, what do you mean by that? He has already obtained the reward, so Lin Chen did not hide it anymore and told the truth. When they learned that Mark's victory was all thanks to Lin Chen's help, everyone's eyes widened. What? So, Brother Lin Chen, you helped Mr. Satan? Goku suddenly understood something. I was surprised why that guy's aura was so weak, but he was still so powerful. Tien Xinyan gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. Tien Xinyan, this guy's superpower is much better than mine. Tietzo looked distressed as he didn't expect there to be such a big disparity when using the same superpower. Brother Lin Chen, you've gone too far this time. Why did you help an outsider defeat Goku and the others? Bulma said with hands on her hips, a little dissatisfied. This Lin Chen smiled embarrassedly, thinking of a reasonable explanation. I just didn't want them to get too arrogant, that's all. After all, when they fought against Great Demon King Piccolo, they had so much difficulty. But, look at them now, even Krillin can easily defeat Piccolo. If I didn't intervene, they would probably stop making progress because of arrogance. Krillin said speechlessly, Ah? Why are you calling me out specifically? Am I too weak? Ha ha ha. After everyone had a laugh, Goku changed back to a serious expression. Brother Lin Chen is right. Not to mention Brother Lin Chen, there are still many strong people in this world that we can't deal with. Either we keep making progress or fall behind, and I won't stop. Me too. Me too. Krillin, Tien Xinyan, Yamcha and Tietzu echoed his words. Very well, in that case, I will point you to a new path, and then... Before Lin Chen could finish speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Wait! Gaku, don't forget we're getting married. He turned around and discovered that it was Shishi. After hearing Shishi's words, everyone remembered that Gaku was about to get married. Lin Chen smiled and said, That's right, Gaku, the world is vast, but marriage is the biggest thing. Let's talk about the training later. You should marry Shishi first. Gaku didn't understand for a while, and Turtle Hermit and the others also said, Yes, yes, we almost forgot. Gaku, Shishi is a good child, you can't let her down. Let's have a grand wedding. Tights suddenly suggested. Her words immediately received the approval of many people. A few days later, a grand wedding was held on Mount Baozu. Although Gaku's house was empty, Lin Chen lent him a hand and handled it. On the day of the wedding, it was naturally very lively. Gaku's parents, Bardock and Jin, also arrived at Lin Chen's request. Lin Chen felt that now that Gaku and others' futures were going to be very different, there was no need for Bardock and Jin to keep watching from behind the scenes. It was time for them to get acquainted with each other. When he heard that the two people who helped him during Great Demon King Piccolo's time were actually his parents, the eyes on Gaku's always innocent-looking face turned red for the first time. You are my parents? Yes, Kakarot. We are your parents, my name is Bardock and she is your mother Jin. Dad. Mom. Gaku hugged them tightly, and began to cry loudly for the first time in front of everyone. As Gaku and his parents got acquainted with each other, Tian Xinyan and the others were also feeling very emotional. I've always wondered why Gaku looked familiar when he grew up. It turns out that during Great Demon King Piccolo's time, we had seen that face. I didn't expect Gaku to turn out to be an alien. Krillin was stunned. Hey? You didn't know? Yamcha asked in surprise. Krillin also said in surprise, Yamcha, you knew? Then why didn't you say it earlier? Didn't I tell you? The wedding was lively until the early hours of the morning. After that, time flew fast and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the news that Shishi was pregnant reached Lin Chen's ears. Hearing that Shishi should be pregnant with the future son Gohan, Lin Chen knew that it was time for Gaku and the others to leave. After the World Martial Arts Tournament ended, Lin Chen had promised to point Gaku and the others to a new training path. In the past, Lin Chen adhered to the principle of not wanting to disturb everyone on Earth, and never interfered with Gaku and others' training. But now, as the whole world has changed, Lin Chen's previous insistence was meaningless. Especially when Gaku's eternal arch-rival Vegeta from the original work, now has power level exceeding 500,000. The disparity between Gaku and him has grown very large. If this goes on, maybe in the future, Gaku and the others will become dispensable. For the former Dragon Ball fan, this is definitely not interesting at all. Therefore, Lin Chen formulated a Z-Warrior development plan by himself. However, because he did not want to delay the birth of Son Gohan, Lin Chen did not implement this plan immediately, but waited until now. And now, it is finally time to implement the plan. After arranging for the pregnant Shishi to settle down in West City and letting Tights and Bulma take care of her, Lin Chen brought Gaku, who was free from worry, to look out. Krillin, Tian Xinyan, Yamcha and Tietsu were already waiting there. Also waiting on the side was Piccolo, who was wearing a cloak and had a cold look on his face. They were all gathered here by Lin Chen. Yo! Gaku! Krillin, Tian Xinyan, Yamcha, Tietsu. Long time no see. Hey, is that Piccolo over there? He seems to have gotten stronger? Gaku suddenly said in surprise. Up TED chapters NN.com. Krillin laughed, yeah, I heard that this guy was brought to look out by Lin Chen after the martial arts tournament. It's only been less than a year, but this guy has improved rapidly. I don't feel too confident in winning if I fight him right now. At this moment, Lin Chen clapped his hands, gather up everyone. And Piccolo. Why are you standing so far away? Chapter 107, Going to North Kai's planet and Lin Chen's training. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Piccolo didn't dare disobey and could only fly over. But he still kept a distance from Gaku and the others. Brother Lin Chen, can you explain it now? What exactly is the new training path you mentioned? Gaku was getting impatient. Lin Chen smiled and said, I gathered you all today because I want to take you to a new place for training. Everyone present, with the exception of Piccolo, have trained on Korin Tower and Camus Place. Although you are already very strong, I must tell you that outside Earth, there are countless people who are stronger than you. so, I plan to introduce you to North Kai's place for training. North Kai? Who is that? Hearing the unfamiliar name, Gaku wondered. Lin Chen was about to explain when an old man's voice came, Mr. Lin Chen, let me explain. Then, Kami walked over and said with admiration on his face, North Kai-sama is a mighty god in charge of the entire North area. He has outstanding strength and is the most supreme god in the entire North area. Sorry to interrupt. Lin Chen interjected, Kami, you're actually wrong. In fact, there is Grand Kai above North Kai, Supreme Kai above Grand Kai, and there are also higher level gods above Supreme Kai. Your knowledge is incomplete. What? Kami's green face turned red, so, there are more powerful gods? Cough, cough. He coughed and said, anyway, Mr. Lin Chen wants to bring you all to the place of such a mighty person. Then, is he powerful? Gaku asked impatiently. At least, he is currently more powerful than you all. Lin Chen explained, the most important thing is that North Kai is proficient in a lot of unfathomable techniques and has training methods that are far more advanced than Earth. You can learn a lot of things when you go there. Really, then let's hurry up. Gaku couldn't wait. To go to North Kai-sama's place, we must first obtain consent of the other world's King Yema, and if we want to go to the other world alive, we must rely on Kami's power. That's why I asked everyone to gather here today. Then, Lin Chen said to Kami, Kami, please. Okay, everyone, please put your hands on me. Everyone nodded and put their hands on Kami. After a while, Kami's thoughts moved and everyone disappeared from lookout, and when they reappeared, they were already in the other world. The scenery of the other world was completely different from the living world. The surroundings were full of golden colors everywhere. When they looked up, they could only see a wide expanse of golden magical clouds. So this is the other world. Except for Piccolo, everyone shouted and looked surprised. Lin Chen has also come to this place for the first time, so he looked all around and also noted down this place's location, so that he could teleport over without relying on Kami in the future. In the past, because he didn't know the location of the other world, he couldn't get here even if he could use instant transmission. Now, it won't be so troublesome in the future. Soon after, with Kami's recommendation, everyone met the giant King Yema and were given permission to head for the Snake Way. However, when Lin Chen and the others were about to follow an ogre to Snake Way, King Yema suddenly glanced at Lin Chen and said in surprise, "Wait, human. What's your name?" Everyone stopped. Lin Chen looked up at King Yema and smiled, "My name is Lin Chen, you can also call me Lynx." "What's the matter, King Yema?" "Lynx, are you a Saiyan?" "Yes." Oh, King Yema frowned, then shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Just get going, Snake Way is not easy to traverse." "Yes." Saying that, Lin Chen and the others once again began to walk. When they all disappeared from King Yema's palace, an ogre asked curiously, "King Yema, was there anything special about that human just now?" King Yema said with a solemn expression, "You don't know, I just saw this man's lifespan, he should have died more than 10 years ago." "What? Is he a living dead?" "No, he is a living person. It's really strange, how did he escape his fate and live to this day?" King Yema shook his head, puzzled. At this time, following the ogre, everyone bypassed the check-in station of the other world, quickly walked all the way and soon reached the entrance of Snake Way. It was a huge snake head with its mouth wide open, followed by golden clouds whose end could not be seen, and an endless zigzagging snake body floating above the golden clouds. Lin Chen stood on the snake's head and said to everyone, "Everyone, at the end of Snake Way is North Kai's planet. North Kai lives there and it is also your destination. There are dozens of senzu beans here, which can be used as food on the journey. You should eat them slowly, and if you run out, you can think of a way for yourself." Taking the senzu beans thrown by Lin Chen, Krillin asked in surprise, "Mr. Lin Chen, aren't you coming to North Kai's planet?" "No, of course I'm going. But it won't be with you," Lin Chen said. "Why?" "Because you guys are too slow, I don't have time to go with you." Lin Chen smiled and a powerful aura instantly erupted out from his body, then he turned around and flew towards the end of the Snake Way, turning into a black spot in the blink of an eye, and then disappearing. Leaving Gaku and the others behind, Lin Chen flew straight towards North Kai's planet. In the original work, Gaku with the power level of around 500 took almost half a year to walk the million-kilometer Snake Way, but for Lin Chen, the million-kilometer was only fleeting. Soon, he arrived near North Kai's planet. When Lin Chen landed on North Kai's planet, which has 10 times the gravity, North Kai, who looked similar to a cockroach, had his hands behind his back and was waiting. "Hello, King of Saiyans." North Kai looked at Lin Chen with a smile. Beside him, North Kai's pet gorilla Bubbles and Cricket Gregory also looked at Lin Chen curiously. "Hello, North Kai." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Being able to know who I am, it seems that you have been paying attention to me, North Kai." A light flashed through North Kai's sunglasses. "Of course, you are a popular person who led Saiyans to turn over a new leaf and defeated Frieza. I have been paying attention to you these days. By the way, tell me, what are you doing at my place? I know there is a group of people behind you who are coming here to train. But, what about you? I don't think I have anything to teach a legendary Super Saiyan." "No, I know you know a lot of magical techniques, North Kai. Can you teach them to me?" Chapter 108, Learning Kaioken. Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. In Dragon Ball, when North Kai is mentioned, these two ultimate techniques cannot be ignored. Before Goku learned to transform into Super Saiyan, Kaioken was used by Goku to make counterattack and bounce back, and had the role of helping him challenge opponents by passing ranks. While Spirit Bomb was the ultimate trump card that Goku used to eliminate powerful enemies even until the end of the story. This rare opportunity to come to North Kai's planet, Lin Chen's biggest purpose is to learn these two techniques. In the past, Lin Chen had received several tasks that offered Kaioken as reward. He missed it, but this time he won't miss it again. "You want to learn my techniques?" "Yes, I've heard that Kai-sama has been observing the mortal world's martial arts for years, and you have spent your whole life researching a few techniques. I am very interested in them. I wonder if you can teach me?" North Kai pondered for a while and said, "Aren't you well informed? To be honest, you eliminated the great demon Frieza for me, so there is no problem in teaching you the ultimate techniques. Well, as long as you can tell me a joke that can make me laugh. But let me tell you in advance, my sense of humor is very high, and ordinary jokes are useless to me." Lin Chen knew that something like this would happen. "It's simple, listen carefully. 3 little rabbits poop, the first is a long one, the second is a ball, and the third one is actually a triangle." When asked how did it do it, the third rabbit replied, "I kneaded it using my hands." "Nen kneaded it with its hands." North Kai's face stiffened before he burst into laughter while holding his stomach. North Kai laughed for more than 10 minutes, so much so that Bubbles and Gregory thought he had broken down, and shouted worriedly. After a long time, North Kai came back to his senses and wiped the corner of his eyes behind the black glasses. "Fine, King of Saiyans, I am satisfied with your joke. I will teach you properly, but how much you can learn is up to you." "Then what are you going to teach me, Kai-sama?" Lin Chen pretended not to know. North Kai proudly said, "I have a technique, which I've spent my whole life to develop by observing the martial arts of the mortal world for countless years. I call this technique Kaioken. Kaioken is used to forcibly increase your power level. In theory, as long as the body can withstand it, you can continuously improve your strength." After introducing this, North Kai suddenly frowned. "By the way, speaking of which, this technique is very similar to your Super Saiyan. It's all about multiplying your power level. Lin Chen, do you still want to learn it?" Lin Chen actually want to learn Spirit Bomb, but in the spirit of seizing every opportunity, he didn't want to miss out on Kaioken. After all, in Dragon Ball Super, Goku later used the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken, which further improved his Super Saiyan Blue's base power level. Although Lin Chen doesn't know if this technique can be used in this world, at least he should learn it, right? "North Kai-sama, please teach me this technique." Okay, since you are so sincere, I will teach you, but I should remind you in advance that I have researched this technique for a long time before I created it. If you can learn it within a month, you can be called a genius." North Kai laughed loudly, the fat on his face trembling violently, and then he explained to Lin Chen how to use Kaioken. Lin Chen listened carefully, and couldn't help but sigh. Although North Kai looks like a funny character, his knowledge of martial arts is definitely at the master level. But to say that this Kaioken is difficult to learn, it is only for ordinary people. For Lin Chen, a man with a gold finger, it is completely different. After quietly listening to North Kai's explanation, Lin Chen said, "Kai-sama, I generally understand it. Can you demonstrate your Kaioken again?" "Okay." After saying that, North Kai hopped over to an open space, and immediately used Kaioken. Kaioken. Ding. Beginner martial arts talent is activated, acquired the technique Kaioken. Bingo. My luck is really good. Kaioken. Lin Chen took a deep breath and shouted, and a dark red radiance burst out from his body, which was the dark red aura that erupts out after using Kaioken. Hey? North Kai became dumbfounded and his sunglasses almost fell down. A month later, Lin Chen had fully grasped the principles of Kaioken. In fact, relying on his beginner martial arts talent, Lin Chen had learned Kaioken as early as the first day. After that, he spent all his time studying the principles of Kaioken. As a technique which was comprehended when North Kai observed the mortal world, Kaioken can directly improve the user's speed, strength, and aura in a short period of time, which is reflected in the power level as it doubles. But the price for using this technique is huge negative impact on the body. To describe it graphically, when you use Kaioken, it seems to give you a negative effect of blood loss. During use, the user's blood volume will continue to drop, and once the blood volume gets zero, the body will immediately break down. Knowing all aspects of Kaioken, Lin Chen began to constantly test his limits. From 20x Kaioken at the beginning, in this month, Lin Chen finally found that the limit that his body can withstand is 100x Kaioken. Almost the same increase as when he transforms into legendary Super Saiyan 2. This multiplier once again shocked North Kai. He didn't expect that Lin Chen could actually bear 100 times Kaioken. Finally, after looking around, North Kai could only admit that Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is really the best for using Kaioken. Because of the influence of legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, Lin Chen could be said to have the sturdiest physical body North Kai has ever seen, and what's more, he also has a super recovery ability. As if his body has its own health regeneration effect, when Kaioken is less than 50x, it will hardly cause Lin Chen to lose blood. Only after it surpasses 50x, the damage of Kaioken to the body will greatly delay Lin Chen's body recovery. However, even so, in Lin Chen's opinion, Kaioken is still not as good as the Super Saiyan transformation. Although the two are very similar in effect, the characteristic of Kaioken is that it puts a burden on the body, while the Super Saiyan transformation is the consumption of ki, and the two side effects are not the same. If it is a protracted battle, you can rest and replenish your ki if it gets exhausted, but if you don't have any blood, you will really die. It's for this reason that in the original work, when Goku mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan, he almost never used Kaioken again. I say almost because in the anime, Goku once used Kaioken after mastering Super Saiyan transformation in Other World. Because the amplification of Super Saiyan Kaioken is still only a few times, after thoroughly mastering the principles of Kaioken, Lin Chen also wanted to give it a try to see if he could perform Kaioken in Super Saiyan state. Otherwise, Kaioken is utterly useless to Lin Chen. Because Lin Chen has legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Compared with ordinary Super Saiyans, this transformation has a higher increase in strength and it will also not consume ki, rather it will continue to replenish his aura. Similarly, using the gaming analogy, it seems that there are multiple layers of mana and health regeneration effects. Therefore, even though it is also 100x increase, the effect of Super Saiyan is far better than Kaioken. Chapter 109, The Limits of Kaioken. Ha! With a loud shout, a golden light erupted out from Lin Chen's body. North Kai was sitting on a reclining chair as he leisurely watched Lin Chen transform into Super Saiyan and said in astonishment, "Is this Super Saiyan? His strength is really terrifying, no wonder he could even kill Frieza. Tisk tisk, this Lin Chen. With such strength, why does he still want to learn my Kaioken?" Just when North Kai was wondering, he heard Lin Chen suddenly shout. "Kaioken? What?" North Kai was greatly shocked. He saw a violent aura instantly soar into the sky, blowing up a huge whirlwind. The ground around Lin Chen instantly turned to powder and disappeared. It was as if a hurricane was blowing on the tiny North Kai's planet, blowing everything around into chaos. "Wah! Lin Chen! That's enough! Quickly stop it, or my planet will be destroyed by you." Just as North Kai's voice fell, he saw that the storm had subsided, and Lin Chen, who was previously fine, fell to the ground with a loud bang and blood was oozing out from his body, which was truly frightening. "Sai! What are you doing? Look at you!" North Kai came to Lin Chen's side and looked at him lying on the ground. It was clearly Lin Chen who was seriously injured, but he was the one who was frightened. At this moment, North Kai suddenly heard Lin Chen's feeble voice, North Kai senzu bean bean. What? Senzu bean? You have senzu beans? As North Kai lowered his head, sure enough, he saw that a bean was lying on the ground beside Lin Chen's hand. As North Kai, he naturally knew what senzu bean was, and immediately picked it up and stuffed it into Lin Chen's mouth. After a while, Lin Chen finally recovered. Sigh. I almost thought I was going to die. It was the first time that Lin Chen had come so close to death ever since he fused with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Just now, Lin Chen tried to use Kaioken in Super Saiyan form for the first time. He had thought that, based on his previous research on Kaioken, when he used it in Super Saiyan state, at most, the Kaioken state would not last too long, but he never expected that it was not the case at all. Using Kaioken in Super Saiyan state is more than just increasing the burden on the body. Recalling the feeling just now, it was like being suffering a health debuff. Even a body as strong as the legendary Super Saiyan would have its HP be reduced to 0 instantly. He had only used Kaioken for a few seconds, but his whole body was on the verge of collapse. If he hadn't eaten the senzu bean in time, he might have even died. Seeing that Lin Chen was fine, North Kai took out a cloth and wiped the sweat from his forehead, still having lingering fear. Although I don't know what happened, it is clear that Super Saiyan transformation has caused a great burden on the body. Coupled with Kaioken, this burden can no longer be supported by a human's body. In the future, these two moves can no longer be used at the same time. You had better remember that. Kai-sama, can you improve it? Lin Chen couldn't help asking. North Kai thought for a while before spreading out his hands and saying with a shake of his head, there is nothing I can do, I'm not a Saiyan, I can't even understand your transformation, how can I think of a way? Lin Chen, who was not reconciled, relied on senzu beans and tried it several times, and even tried it once in legendary Super Saiyan form, but apart from torturing himself, there was no progress. At this point, he has no choice but to recognize that Kaioken really can't be used in Super Saiyan form. After that, Lin Chen turned his attention to Spirit Bomb, another unique skill of North Kai. Unfortunately, this technique is also a bit special. According to North Kai, Spirit Bomb can only be used by people with a pure heart, and even North Kai himself could barely use it because he does not meet the requirements. And although Lin Chen cannot be considered evil, his thinking is complicated, which has nothing to do with pureness, so he has no hope for it. After Lin Chen heard it, he didn't believe it, so he asked North Kai to demonstrate it when he found a chance. After another month of pestering, Lin Chen could see that he had let North Kai demonstrate Spirit Bomb no less than 30 times in front of him by relying on those corny jokes he had read in his previous life, but he still hadn't triggered the beginner martial arts talent. So, he had no choice but to grudgingly admit that what North Kai said was apparently true, that Spirit Bomb was really not something he could grasp, even if he has a system. North Kai also felt somewhat regretful about it. It's just a pity for my Spirit Bomb. I thought if you could learn Kaioken in one day, maybe you can create miracle for Spirit Bomb. Seeing North Kai's regret for Spirit Bomb not seeing the limelight, Lin Chen smiled and said, Kai-sama, there will be a few more people coming over, maybe someone among them can learn Spirit Bomb. North Kai waved his hand and didn't take it to heart, I hope so. At this time, Lin Chen was also about to leave and said, Kai-sama, thank you for your guidance during this period, I'll be leaving now. Well, Lin Chen, I hope you continue to lead the Saiyans on the right track in the future, instead of becoming the second Frieza. I will. After saying that, Lin Chen waved his hand and performed instant transmission. Seeing Lin Chen suddenly disappearing, North Kai was stunned for a moment, was that Yardration's instant transmission? This guy Lin Chen is really a martial arts prodigy. After leaving North Kai's planet, Lin Chen did not return to the human world immediately, instead he arrived midway on the Snake Way. Below him, Goku and his group were still working their way up Snake Way. In the past 2 months, they had just traveled half of the Snake Way. Lin Chen looked below him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly before he landed in front of everyone. Hey? Brother Lin Chen? Lin Chen? Why are you here? Facing everyone, Lin Chen smiled faintly, I'm done with my training, so I'm going back. Ah? Hearing that Lin Chen was already done with his training while they were still on the way, everyone felt disheartened. But at this moment, Lin Chen gave each of them a strangely shaped fruit. Brother Lin Chen, what's this? Goku asked curiously. Tree of Might's fruit, your strength will soar after you eat it. Lin Chen replied lightly. What? Hearing this, they immediately swallowed the fruit. They were not afraid of getting tricked, because there is no need for it at all. To deal with them, Lin Chen doesn't even need a finger. After finishing the fruit in 2 or 3 bites, everyone immediately felt a huge change happening in their body as abundant energy appeared in their body. After just a few seconds, everyone felt that their strength had increased by several times. But it wasn't over yet. Immediately, Lin Chen used the unlock potential technique on them one by one. In a single operation, even Tietsu with the worst strength, has his power level surpass 15,000. They were at a completely different level from their past selves. He heavens! Haha, such powerful strength! Even Piccolo, who never smiles, couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. However, he also suddenly realized a problem and asked, Lin Chen, why are you helping us improve our power level? Because I think you are too weak. Lin Chen told them straight to their face, don't think that you are invincible. If your current level was compared with the people of Planet Vegeta, you are at the level of low-class warriors. That's all I can help you with. Hurry up and go to North Kai's planet to improve and stabilize your strength. If you can't keep up with the pace of the times, you will eventually be eliminated by the times. After saying that, Lin Chen disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 110, Saiyans Martial Arts Tournament. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 years have passed. On this day, Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, no matter where they were before, all returned to Planet Vegeta. For the first time ever since the ban on entering the universe was lifted, nearly all the Saiyans were gathered on their home planet. And the reason they came back was to participate in the first Saiyan martial arts tournament which will be held on Planet Vegeta soon. Speaking of the origin of this martial arts tournament, it must be traced back to 2 years ago. After he was done with his training on North Kai's planet and returned to Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen received the suggestion from Bardock. Having watched Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament 3 times in a row, he felt that a similar tournament could be held on Planet Vegeta. The love for fighting is deeply etched into Saiyans' bones and this kind of martial arts tournament just hits the soft spot of Saiyans, so it may cause a sensation on Planet Vegeta. So Bardock suggested that he hoped to hold the World Martial Arts Tournament on Planet Vegeta. One is to give all Saiyans a chance to vent. Second, it is also an inspection of Saiyans' current strength. On Lin Chen's side, since returning to Planet Vegeta, he has resumed his boring training and worked hard to reach higher levels. In order to kill time, he naturally gladly agreed to Bardock's suggestion. Finally, the two of them thought over it and decided on many rules for the tournament. For example, Planet Vegeta's World Martial Arts Tournament, if it is to be ever again held in the future, then the interval between each tournament would be 10 years. The rules of Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament were used as a reference to frame the rules. They cannot kill people. If they fall out of the arena or fall into a coma, they will lose. The only troublesome thing is the reward. Earth's Martial Arts Tournament uses money as a reward, but Saiyans are not interested in money, so after discussing it, they finally decided to use Tree of Might's fruit as a reward. In addition, the winner will have a chance to challenge the current 3 Super Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. Originally, Lin Chen thought that it would be difficult to attract Saiyans to register for the tournament with this kind of reward. But he still underestimated the Saiyans' desire for a tournament like this. Even if there is no reward, just fighting alone is enough to attract Saiyans' interest. What's more, although the 3 Super Saiyans including Lin Chen will not participate in the tournament, the final ranking in the tournament can be regarded as a ranking of Saiyans' strength. So when the news of the tournament was announced, in just a few days, more than half of Saiyans on the planet had registered, and those Saiyans who had gone out to perform missions were eager to find the registration place after returning. In the end, almost all adult Saiyans registered. Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament has only 100 or 200 people registering each time, while the scale of the martial arts tournament on Planet Vegeta has reached thousands of people. Because of this reason, it took a year just to prepare for the tournament alone. The preparations for the entire tournament were done by Bardock, who used everything he saw and heard on Earth on Planet Vegeta. They also contacted the people of the Trade Alliance and asked them to help build large-scale arenas on the planet. Each arena was also equipped with a high-power energy shield system. For this, quite a lot of the capital of Planet Vegeta was consumed. But no one objected to this, even King Vegeta and Paragus, were very much in favor of this kind of tournament. And as the day of the tournament was approaching, the training craze on Planet Vegeta had almost reached the peak. During this period, there were a lot less Saiyans on Planet Vegeta who went out to carry out missions, and most of the Saiyans were gathered in large and small training facilities on the planet. Those families with a wealthy financial situation even directly purchased private training facilities for their own use. For example, King Vegeta. He purchased a gravity chamber with maximum adjustable 50x gravity, and used it for his son Vegeta to train. Finally, on the day when the martial arts tournament was about to begin, Tights teleported in front of Lin Chen. When Tights arrived, Lin Chen and Bardock were confirming the final details of the martial arts tournament. Seeing her arrive, he said, "You are here? You seems to be quite early?" "Well, I didn't want to miss such an interesting thing. I'm going to use what happens today in my novel." Tights laughed. These days, although Tights would mainly stay on Earth, she also comes to Planet Vegeta to look for Lin Chen from time to time, so she knows that the martial arts tournament is going to be held on Planet Vegeta. "Then let's go and have a look together. In a while, the battle royale will start." Lin Chen led Tights out of the palace. As soon as they went out, Tights felt the Saiyans aura on the planet. "Oh, it's so powerful. Although I've been here many times before, this is the first time I've felt so many powerful auras. Well, although those people on Earth are very hardworking, you're right, they're still very weak compared to the rest of the universe." Lin Chen chuckled and led Tights to the tournament venue. This time, a total of 65 large-scale arenas have been set up on Planet Vegeta. Except for the largest arena that is the venue for the final round, the remaining 64 arenas were all for preliminaries. Drawing on the experience from Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament and combining it with the situation of Planet Vegeta, the tournament on Planet Vegeta, in the preliminaries, is using Battle Royale rules. Thousands of registered contestants will be divided into 64 groups and will compete in 64 primary arenas. Every contestant who lasts to the end in the arena will enter the final 64. Hearing this rule, Tights immediately became interested. "Wow! A battle royale? This is more exciting than Earth's martial arts tournament." "Lin Chen, do you know? I heard that the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth has been stopped because of funding issues. Each of the venues of the Battle Royale is 500 meters long and wide, which is much larger than the World Martial Arts Tournament. Considering that Saiyan can fly in the sky, and the battle may infinitely extend to the sky, an energy coil visible to the naked eye has also been added to the venue. According to the rules, if you leave the tournament space demarcated by the energy coil for more than 3 seconds, it will be regarded as a loss. Out of the arena and disqualified from the tournament." The 64 rounds of the first Planet Vegeta's martial arts tournament is about to begin. The 64 rounds will be held at the same time on a total of 64 arenas. Only those who remain standing at the end will be eligible to participate in the final round. Saiyans don't like to waste time like Earthlings. Following the host's voice, the battle royale began immediately. On the 64 arenas, a flash of light erupted out at the same time. In every arena, people can be seen all over the sky, as well as a crowd flying outside the arena. Chapter 111, The Younger Generation, Vegeta and Raditz. "Wow! It's really different from Earth, the level is too high." In mid-air, Tights was looking down at the arena under her feet with a look of excitement. Because the number of Saiyans who were participating in the Battle Royale was nearly more than half of the population on the planet, it was even more than the audience. Therefore, there are no spectator seats for the Battle Royale, and those who did not participate in the tournament like Tights were floating in the sky to watch the tournament. While watching the matches, Lin Chen nodded to Bardock, King Vegeta and others who were accompanying him and said, "I haven't asked for a long time, it seems that our Saiyans level has gotten much higher than before." King Vegeta smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this is also the result of your years of hard work. Since you introduced the gravity training method as well as the teaching material of Ki Sense a few years ago, Planet Vegeta is now full of talents, especially the younger generation. There are a lot of outstanding talents emerging." Hanasia smiled and said, "King Vegeta, you aren't praising your son Vegeta again, are you?" "Ha ha ha." King Vegeta said a little proudly, "I don't dare to praise him, but this kid is a bit capable. I heard him boast that this time his goal is to become the champion. I wonder if he can achieve it." "Champion? That kid spoke such big words?" Hearing this, Hanasia swept her eyes towards the arenas below, and soon found Vegeta. "I want to see what ability he has to say this." Lin Chen, who was listening on the side, also turned his attention to Vegeta. He was also very interested in the forever number 2 protagonist of Dragon Ball. Oh! His power level as expected of Vegeta. In the second arena, Vegeta, who has already grown up, was standing proudly in the center of the arena with his arms crossed while hundreds of Saiyans were surrounding him. It seemed that they wanted to gang up on Vegeta. Seeing that they wanted to gang up on him, Vegeta didn't show any signs of fear, instead he snorted coldly. Want to gang up on? Then hurry up and attack. A bunch of trash. Hearing Vegeta's words, the other Saiyans were not reconciled. Damn it! Vegeta, this guy is acting like a pretentious prick again. This guy always likes to pretend. I can't stand it. Let's go. Beat him up together, there are so many of us, there is no reason to lose to him. Immediately after someone took the lead, the remaining Saiyans' aura erupted out and they also rushed towards Vegeta. However, Vegeta thought nothing of them and sneered. He clenched his fists and a terrifying aura erupted out from him which instantly exploded throughout the arena. Boom! The terrifying aura explosion sent the group of Saiyans who were surrounding him and wanted to rush over flying out of the arena. Some people fell on the ground and were disqualified while some were able to control themselves in time and went back into the arena. Because some people were sent flying too far away outside the energy coil, they didn't have enough time to return and were thus disqualified. In short, after one move, only a few dozen people remained in the second arena without being eliminated. But he could eliminate most of the people with just the eruption of his aura. Vegeta indeed has the capital to be proud of. Beep. When Lin Chen saw the reading displayed by the scouter, he couldn't help but ask, 530,000 power level. King Vegeta, you must have given Vegeta a lot of Tree of Might's fruit that were rewarded to you, right? King Vegeta smiled embarrassedly, Your Majesty, I'm not like Bardock. I can reach this level with my aptitude, it's already the limit. Vegeta's talent far exceeds mine. Lin Chen waved his hand and interrupted him, Don't worry, it's up to you who you give the Tree of Might's fruit which were awarded to you. However, Tree of Might's fruits shouldn't be of much use anymore to the current Vegeta. He will have to rely on his own hard work from now on. Yes. Your Majesty is right. King Vegeta nodded. With a power level of 530,000, among the contestants who registered, it is already the best. Among the rest of the people with power level exceeding 500,000, there were also many just like King Vegeta who chose to not participate in the tournament. Many of these Saiyans with power level exceeding 500,000 were people whose power level was forcibly raised by Lin Chen in order to complete his system mission. Because they made their breakthroughs early on, these people are considered to have high status on Planet Vegeta. First of all, they did not want to bully the youngsters, and secondly, they were afraid of losing face in the tournament, so most of them chose to give up on the tournament. And only a few chose to participate in the tournament. They were all Vegeta's opponents on his path to the championship. Looking at Vegeta, whose power level far exceeds compared to in the original work, Lin Chen couldn't help but think of Goku still on Earth. He heard from Tights that they have returned from North Kai's place. They trained on North Kai's planet for more than a year. I wonder how strong Goku and the others have become? The match is over, go down. Vegeta snorted and then no longer wasting time, he took the initiative to attack and knocked all the rest of them out of the arena. The match in the second arena is over, winner, Vegeta. When he heard the result announced by the referee, Vegeta snorted again. None of them can fight properly. Sure enough, I shouldn't have any hope for a worthy opponent in the preliminaries. Vegeta was about to leave the arena when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura from the side. In the third arena, he saw a long-haired Saiyan, who was being besieged by a group of Saiyans, scurrying around in the arena in an extremely sorry situation. Raditz! Vegeta yelled. Raditz, who was running away, turned around and waved to Vegeta, Lord Vegeta. What are you doing? Get rid of them quickly. Vegeta frowned. Lord Vegeta, I want to hurry too. But these guys are targeting me. Raditz yelled. Then deal with them at the same time. You are following me, how can you not even make it to the final round? After saying that, Vegeta turned around and just walked away. Ah! Damn it! It's all your fault, I again made Lord Vegeta angry. Raditz shouted loudly and stopped. No longer running, he took the initiative to counterattack the Saiyans who were chasing him. During the hand-to-hand combat, people kept getting beaten up by Raditz and fell off the arena, or fell to the ground. But Raditz wasn't feeling at ease either. He wasn't as strong as Vegeta, and under the siege of others, he was continuously being hit hard, and he could only move while fighting. His battle also caught Lin Chen's eyes, making him surprised, 360,000 power level Bardock, did you also give the Tree of Might's fruit to Raditz? Bardock shook his head and said, no. It is thanks to Vegeta that Raditz is where he is today. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then understood. He knew that Bardock's son Raditz had been playing with Vegeta since he was a child, because unlike in the original work, Vegeta's lackey Nappa died early during the Tull's rebellion, so Bardock's eldest son Raditz has been following by Vegeta's side. Speaking of which, Raditz actually has outstanding talent. It was set up in the original work that Raditz' talent is of an upper-level warrior. But because he was too lazy, his power level has always been so low. Now he is following Vegeta, and he is often used as a sparring partner by Vegeta. With such training added with Saiyans traits where they become stronger after being seriously injured and on the verge of dying, his power level has surpassed 300,000. Chapter 112, Dr. Gero's Alien Android. Although the contestants in the tournament were limited to the people of Planet Vegeta, there were still some unexpected contestants. When Lin Chen and the others were watching the various arenas from the sky, a commotion suddenly occurred in one of the arena below. Near the 52nd arena, they saw many Saiyans surrounding the tournament staff and shouting something. Bardock, what's going on over there? Lin Chen asked. Bardock glanced over, but he also didn't know what was going on. Seeing this, Lin Chen simply led Bardock and the group down towards the 52nd arena. What's going on here? Why are you quarreling? Seeing that Lin Chen was here, the Saiyans who were excited and red-faced just now, immediately lowered their heads, knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Chen and shouted, Your Majesty Lynx! Get up, what happened? What were you quarreling about? A Saiyan said immediately, Your Majesty, we feel that the match just now was unfair. We cannot agree with such a result. Unfair? Lin Chen frowned and turned to look at the staff beside him. Is the match in the 52nd arena over? Yes, Your Majesty. The winner of 52nd arena is Dr. Gero's Alien Android 7. Alien Android? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment before he turned to look towards the arena. It was only then that he realized that the person standing on 52nd arena was not a Saiyan, but a purple-skinned, frog-mouthed alien. Isn't that guy Kui from Frieza Force? How did he become an android? Wait a minute. Lin Chen immediately discovered that he indeed couldn't sense the aura of a living person from Kui. Is he really an android? Your Majesty! Look, that guy is not a Saiyan. That's right, he's not even an alien, he's just an android. Androids shouldn't be allowed to participate in the martial arts tournament. A group of contestants, who were in the 52nd arena, shouted. However, Lin Chen ignored them, and instead asked Bardock about Dr. Gero's whereabouts. After a while, Dr. Gero in an anti-gravity suit came over. Your Majesty Lynx! Dr. Gero, is that your new android? Lin Chen asked, pointing to Kui in the arena. Yes, Your Majesty. This is the first Alien Android 7 I've developed. Compared with the previous ones that failed, 7 is the first alien android with actual combat capability. I wanted to test its performance, so I let it register. Dr. Gero said with a look of panic. I see. In fact, ever since he arrived on Planet Vegeta, Dr. Gero has rapidly made achievements. His Alien Android 1 is the first all-metal android successfully produced by Dr. Gero after he came to Planet Vegeta. Alien Android 1 is an android made completely without any base, and its combat capability can reach up to 100,000 power level. And because human's body is not used for modification, it can be mass-produced according to the blueprint. Therefore, after the birth of Alien Android 1, it was quickly mass-produced by Saiyans and renamed as Artificial Saibaman. As a substitute for Saibaman who could not keep up with the times, it is now being widely used and has been well received by many people. Due to the success of the Artificial Saibaman, the restrictions on Dr. Gero were also relaxed, and the research on Alien Android that he had always wanted to carry out was finally approved. However, as far as Lin Chen knows, the 5 alien androids made by Dr. Gero before were not successful and were soon destroyed, probably because they were aliens and their body structures were different from the human bodies Dr. Gero was familiar with. Unexpectedly, the 7th one turned out to be a success. How much is his power level? Lin Chen asked. Dr. Gero said proudly, Your Majesty, the power level of Alien Android 7, after calculation, can reach a maximum of 600,000. 600,000? Suddenly, loud gasps were heard from the surroundings. 600,000 power level, even on planet Vegeta, can already be considered peak power level. Such a top-notch warrior, who would have thought that it is transformed by a human through scientific means? Your Majesty! It's not fair. Please disqualify this alien android. One Saiyan yelled immediately. His words also echoed with many people. But Lin Chen shook his head. Why? Bardock, let me ask you, are there any restrictions to register for the martial arts tournament? No, in fact, as long as people registered for the tournament, we accepted them, Bardock said. Lin Chen nodded, then looked at those people and said, did you hear that? Since the rules do not prohibit it, there is no problem for Dr. Gero's alien android to participate in the tournament. If you are not convinced, beat him in the arena. Now that you lost to the opponent, you want to ask the referee to disqualify the opponent. Don't you feel ashamed for that? Lin Chen's words made them lower their heads. Seeing that Lin Chen had spoken, the matter of Alien Android 7 qualifying for the final round was settled. Although some among the eliminated contestants were unwilling, they had no choice but to accept it. However, after Lin Chen left, Bardock asked him, Your Majesty, in just 2 years, Dr. Gero's alien android already has 600,000 power level. Do you think he will create an alien android that can match the power of Super Saiyan in the future? Probably. Bardock was startled. What? What? Are you scared? Lin Chen turned around to look at Bardock. The corners of his mouth rose as he said, Bardock, Dr. Gero's androids may indeed be a threat in the future, but in turn, you can also use it as a driving force for us to continue to get stronger. Remember, Dr. Gero's android will not be a threat to us as long as Saiyans keep getting stronger. Your Majesty is right. Bardock nodded. Time slowly passed, and when noon approached, the top 64 of the tournament were finally decided. Read the latest stories and novelbin.com. Most of the contestants who reached top 64 weren't unexpected, they were all famous experts on the planet. It also includes Vegeta and Raditz, the two names that Lin Chen was most familiar with. And the biggest dark horse among them, which attracted the hostility from Saiyans of almost the entire planet, was none other than Dr. Gero's alien android 7. When other people in the arena knew that an alien android actually qualified from the 52nd arena, those Saiyans who were eliminated suddenly became the object of ridicule. While the other contestants who entered the final round also vowed in their heart that they will definitely defeat alien android 7 to prove Saiyan's glory. Chapter 113, Vegeta vs Alien Android Kui. After lunch, all the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta walked towards the 65th arena, the venue for the final round of Planet Vegeta's martial arts tournament. The venue for the 65th arena is huge with a length and width of 1,000 meters, which is bigger than the venue for the preliminaries. Moreover, it's different from the arenas in the preliminaries as the venue for the final round has audience seats. Like a Roman Colosseum, the audience seats were like an orderly flight of stairs, and in the middle, there is a special stone-paved martial arts arena, each 600 meters long and wide. The final round will be held here. As the king of Saiyans, Lin Chen naturally has his own VIP seat. Besides Lin Chen's two wives, there were only old officials like King Vegeta, Bardock, and their families who were fortunate enough to sit with him. Now I announce that the final round of the first Planet Vegeta's martial arts tournament will begin now. With Lin Chen giving his permission with a nod, the temporary host Paragus announced the start of the round in a loud voice. After a round of cheers, the first match began. Those who can enter the final round through Battle Royale are all the elites on Planet Vegeta. The one-on-one showdown between them, although not as large-scale as the previous Battle Royale, was much more intense and exciting, which caused every spectator's blood to race when they watched them. As for Lin Chen, although they were like chickens pecking at each other in his eyes, but it didn't prevent him from treating it as watching a movie. Especially when among the contestants, there was Vegeta, who he is very interested in. As the child of the former Saiyan king, Vegeta is truly gifted. Among Saiyans of the same age, there is hardly anyone stronger than him. After entering the top 64, there was not much difference in strength between them since every contestant had passed through the tough battle royale. Therefore, during the fights, many people had a closely fought contest. Only on Vegeta's side, no matter who his opponent was, he insta-killed them overwhelmingly. Even when facing an elite warrior with a power level surpassing 500,000, Vegeta had an overwhelming advantage. With just a few moves, the elite warrior with a power level of over 500,000 fell under Vegeta's hands. His performance immediately attracted a burst of cheers from the spectators. It is no longer simply the difference in power level. In terms of fighting talent and techniques, Vegeta has completely won against all opponents. Come on, brother Vegeta. Win the championship. You are the strongest. In the venue, a Saiyan who looked somewhat similar to Vegeta shouted from below. Vegeta, who had just won the match, glanced at him and walked off the arena with a look of disdain, not responding to anyone's cheers. Is that Tarbal? Lin Chen asked King Vegeta, pointing to that Saiyan. Yes. King Vegeta said with an embarrassed look, this kid is stupid. If it was in the past, he would have been sent to a remote planet by me. Thanks to your majesty's kindness, he was able to live on planet Vegeta. But, until now, his power level is still less than 10,000. I don't think there is any hope for him. Not necessarily. Lin Chen touched his chin. As far as he knew, Tarbal was a rare kind-hearted Saiyan who was born with a righteous heart. Counting Goku and Son Gohan, there are now 3 Saiyans who he can be sure of having a righteous heart. The legendary Super Saiyan God can be achieved by gathering 6 Saiyans with a righteous heart. So maybe in the future, Tarbal's strength can come in handy. Compared with Vegeta's smooth sailing, the others had to struggle arduously. Raditz, who was lucky enough to pass through the battle royale, lost later on and was eliminated. TCH. Raditz, if you had spent more time in the gravity chamber, that guy just now would have been no match for you. When Raditz left the arena with an embarrassed look on his face, Vegeta down below said disdainfully. I'm sorry, Vegeta. Raditz looked embarrassed, and at the same time was a little afraid of Vegeta's expression, but luckily at this time, Tarbal's arrival eased the atmosphere at the scene. Brother Raditz, don't be discouraged. It's already quite amazing that you can reach the final round. Not counting our father and his majesty links, your strength can already enter the top 100 of Planet Vegeta. Ha ha ha, it seems like that. When Raditz heard this, a look of joy appeared on his face. Only Vegeta still looked unhappy. Tarbal, you talk too much. I'm sorry, bro. Wah. Just then, an exclamation suddenly sounded from the spectators. Vegeta and the others turned around and saw a Saiyan warrior, whose neck was being clutched with one hand by alien android 7, struggling in pain. In order to break free from 7's hands, the Saiyan kept releasing energy bullets at him with both hands, but when they hit 7, it had no effect other than creating some smoke and dust. In the end, after exhausting his remaining strength, the Saiyan passed out completely and was easily thrown off the arena by 7. After winning, 7 didn't go down immediately for some reason. Instead, he sneered at Vegeta down below before leaving. Brother Vegeta, that alien android Tarbal looked at Vegeta in confusion. However, Vegeta crossed his arms and didn't explain. In the end, Raditz revealed the reason. Tarbal, that 7 was originally called Kui, an elite warrior under the Frieza force. Before we Saiyans rebelled against Frieza, your brother and I used to be in the same squad as him. That guy didn't like Saiyans and often quarreled with us. Raditz. Vegeta suddenly shouted, causing Raditz to immediately shut up. He is just a trash. If he thinks that after being transformed into a puppet, he can defeat the great Saiyans, I'll show him the reality with my own hands. Vegeta clenched his fists and sneered. But as much as he disdains Kui that was transformed into android, it doesn't change the fact that Kui, who is now alien android 7, reached the final round in just as overwhelming manner as he did. In the end, the final of Planet Vegeta's martial arts tournament turned out to be Vegeta challenging alien android 7. When Vegeta stepped into the arena, all the Saiyans shouted his name loudly. Everyone was looking forward to Vegeta winning the final. Otherwise, it would be a great shame for all Saiyans on Planet Vegeta if an android really became the champion of the martial arts tournament. Vegeta! 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 As Saiyans shouted, the final match for the championship was about to begin. Chapter 114, I will defend Saiyan's glory. Your Majesty, do you want me to talk to Dr. Gero? He should be able to give orders to alien android? Before the match began, Paragus sneaked over and whispered in Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen frowned. Why, you want Dr. Gero to throw the match? Your Majesty, this is the first martial arts tournament of Planet Vegeta. If an android becomes the champion. So what? Lin Chen said disdainfully, if Dr. Gero's android really becomes the champion, it can only mean that Saiyans on Planet Vegeta are too weak, and their training is far from enough. Okay, I understand. Paragus withdrew with an embarrassed look on his face. After he left, Tights, who was sitting next to him, asked, actually, he was right. If an android becomes the champion of the first martial arts tournament, will you have any reputation as a king? Lin Chen shook his head, it seems that none of you are optimistic about Vegeta? Don't worry, I don't think he will lose. Lin Chen was very confident about Lin Chen. At this moment, the two people in the arena had already started a pre-match conversation. Humph, aren't you King Vegeta's son? I didn't expect my last opponent to be you. Kui smiled happily. Oh? Vegeta sneered, it looks like you still have your memories. I thought that after being transformed into a puppet, you would have no consciousness of your own. Dr. Gero's technical skills are far beyond your imagination, Vegeta. Kui sneered back. Vegeta looked disdainful, in the end, you are just a puppet. Come, Kui, let me beat you into scrap metal again. Cui's face became ugly, arrogant guy, do you know that your power level is much lower than mine? You are not my opponent. Is that so? Suddenly, without any hesitation, Vegeta threw an energy wave at Kui. Kui didn't expect that Vegeta would immediately attack as soon as he said it. He waved his hand in order to block Vegeta's energy wave. But at this moment, an alarm suddenly rang out in Cui's mind, and he discovered that there was something amiss with the scouter reading of the energy wave thrown by Vegeta. Kui immediately stopped and hurriedly dodged. Immediately afterwards, he saw the energy wave collide against the energy barrier around the arena. The astonishing energy caused the barrier to turn red all of a sudden. This is a sign that the defensive power of the barrier was approaching its limit. What? Seeing this scene, Kui turned pale with fright. Isn't Vegeta's power level only 530,000? How could the energy wave he casually threw out have so much power? Bastard! This is impossible. In terms of power level, I am far ahead of him. Kui was incensed. Dr. Gero's magical body modification technology is that the modified person will still retain his original memories and emotions, and not directly be transformed into another person like in science fiction novels. So despite being modified, Cui's personality is still as short-tempered as before. The next moment, he waved his hand and a ball of light that was also full of energy rushed towards Vegeta. Idiot! But, Vegeta was long prepared and easily dodged it by flying away. However, Kui was also prepared. Almost at the same time as Vegeta jumped up, he flew over, chasing after Vegeta in the sky to start a close-range fight. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of two fists colliding constantly resounded in the air. Everyone's eyes widened, attentively watching their fight. Some also clenched their fists, fearing that Saiyan's last hope, Vegeta, would lose against him. But with a bang sound, the final result of their close-range fight was that Kui was punched into the arena, smashing a deep pit in the hardened arena. How is this possible? It's clear that my power level is stronger. Kui, who had fallen to the ground, was puzzled. Idiot! Vegeta sneered, use your scouter again properly to see my strength. What? Hearing this, Kui again turned on the scouter and immediately became dumbfounded. Not only Kui, the audience in the spectators' seats also turned on their scouter after hearing Vegeta's words. As a result, they found through the scouter that Vegeta's power level was gradually increasing. 540,000,550,000,000,000,630,000,000,000. In the end, his power level increased to 650,000 before it stopped. This is impossible. This is impossible. Although it has been modified into an android, cold sweat still rolled down Cui's purple face. Humph! A puppet like you of course wouldn't understand. This is a skill I comprehended after learning Ki sense. Vegeta said. Ki sense? Kui knows what it is. It should be the teaching material spread by Lin Chen on Planet Vegeta a few years ago to teach Saiyans how to sense Ki, but what does this have to do with Vegeta's current power level increase? Seeing his puzzled expression, Vegeta sneered, it seems you don't understand. In fact, besides sensing Ki, you can also manipulate Ki. I usually conserve a portion of Ki to reduce the burden on my body. Then, when fighting, I can instantly erupt out these conserved Ki and improve my power level. So, my real power level is actually 650,000. Not 530,000 as you thought. 650,000? Cui's face turned pale, and he took a step back involuntarily. At this time, Vegeta suddenly adopted a special posture. And then, it is this technique, which can further improve my power level. An astonishing amount of energy condensed between Vegeta's hands. Everyone around was surprised to find that Vegeta's power level had really increased again. 650,000,660,000,000,000,000,720,000,000. Vegeta has actually condensed his energy and raised the power level. Someone in the audience exclaimed. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. He is indeed Vegeta. I only recently spread Ki sense throughout Planet Vegeta, but he was able to figure out so many things from it. Seeing that the energy in Vegeta's hands was continuing to increase, Kui completely panicked and shouted, Vegeta, stop, stop. I sir. Before he could finish speaking, his voice was swallowed by Vegeta's sudden loud shout. A mere puppet wants to become champion on Planet Vegeta? I, Vegeta, will defend Saiyan's glory. Galit gun. Vegeta's hands condensed a mass of white radiance which shot directly towards Kui like a long dragon. Kui couldn't dodge the wildly rushing energy, so he could only raise his hands to try to block the move. Boom! However, how could such a violent power be blocked by Kui? With a loud sound that shook the entire planet, Kui was completely drowned in the turbulent flow of light. Chapter 115, Challenging Lin Chen and Vegeta's Pride. After engulfing Kui, Vegeta's Galit gun did not stop, instead it continued forward before hitting the energy barrier. Not good. Seeing the energy barrier quickly turn red, Vegeta was startled and stopped his technique. But the destructive power of the Galit gun didn't stop because he stopped the technique. Like glass shattering, the Galit gun's energy shattered the strongest energy barrier system that Bardock purchased for this final round from Trade Alliance, and continued towards the spectators' seats outside the barrier. Oh no! The Saiyans in the spectators' seat exclaimed and their auras erupted out one after another, wanting to hurriedly dodge, but seeing that the energy wave was about to arrive, it seemed that a disaster was about to happen. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Galit gun and stretched out his hand in front of the blue energy wave. Then pinched it easily. Boom! The arena turned completely white, and the special skill that Vegeta used with all his strength turned into nothing in an instant. This. Vegeta was relieved and shocked when he saw that his full strength attack was easily neutralized like this, and his whole body turned numb. And after being in a daze for a moment, the Saiyans behind the figure shouted maniacally and excitedly. Long live His Majesty Lynx! Long live His Majesty Lynx! Long live His Majesty Lynx! The figure who easily prevented a disaster was none other than the King of Saiyans, Lin Chen. When everyone present at the scene came back to their senses, Paragus, who was the temporary host, shouted immediately. I announce that the champion of the first Planet Vegeta's martial arts tournament is, Vegeta. The cheers sounded again, but this time the protagonist changed from Lin Chen to Vegeta. In the midst of these cheers, Paragus asked, Vegeta, now you can choose to exercise the power of champion and challenge anyone from the current 3 Super Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. Bardock, Hanasia, and the strongest king of Saiyans, His Majesty Lynx. Vegeta, who will you choose? At this moment, the place fell silent for a moment, and everyone was wondering who Vegeta would choose. In most people's minds, Vegeta might challenge Bardock. After all, among the 3 Super Saiyans, Hanasia is the queen and a woman, so it is not appropriate to challenge her. And there is nothing to say about Lynx. Vegeta's all-out attack just now couldn't even wound the skin on Lynx's body. What's the point of challenging him? It is much more appropriate to challenge the new Super Saiyan Bardock. Originally, the challenge reward was to give the champion of the martial arts tournament a rare experience. Because normally, neither Bardock nor Hanasia would spar with others. So, it is a rare opportunity to experience the power of Super Saiyan for yourself. However, to everyone's surprise, Vegeta pointed at Lin Chen. Your Majesty Lynx, I want to challenge you. The place immediately fell silent. Many people were dumbfounded, and even King Vegeta looked at his son with a puzzled expression. Challenge Lin Chen? Didn't you see how easily your special skill was neutralized by Lin Chen? So, what is there to challenge? It's just humiliating yourself. Vegeta, are you sure you want to challenge me? Lin Chen looked at Vegeta and said indifferently. Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists and said, of course. Your Majesty Lynx, I've always been aiming to defeat you. This thought had long been brewing in Vegeta's mind. Back then, when Lin Chen had merged with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline and returned to Planet Vegeta, and he insta-killed Tulls and his group while in pseudo Super Saiyan form, the young Vegeta was also there. Lin Chen's extraordinary strength gave the young Vegeta a powerful shock. Since then, he has been aiming for Lin Chen as his target and constantly training hard. Hearing Vegeta's words, Lin Chen's face flashed with a smile, then he took out a senzu bean from his pocket and threw it to him. I accept your challenge, eat it. Vegeta took over the senzu bean and instantly recovered. At the same time, Lin Chen also landed in the arena. Vegeta, I'll just stand here, as long as you can make me move one step, you win. Lin Chen's words sounded arrogant, but no one felt that there was anything wrong. After all, Lin Chen's strength is obvious to all. Only Vegeta looked unwilling. Your Majesty Lynx, don't look down on me. Then prove yourself. Okay. Vegeta let out an unwilling shot and instantly closed distance with Lin Chen and then went into a hand-to-hand fight with him. Bang, bang, bang. Fierce explosions kept shaking the spectators' eardrums. Every punch and every kick of Vegeta erupted out with violent power, which seemed almost unblockable. However, Lin Chen, who was opposite him, had a calm expression on his face, and he didn't even move his body. He just relied on one finger and easily blocked all of Vegeta's attacks. Vegeta, is this your full strength? Ah! Vegeta's palms condensed ki and like a machine gun, he shot out energy balls at Lin Chen. But even these explosive energy balls were easily pierced with just one finger by Lin Chen. None of them could hit Lin Chen's body. After a while, Vegeta was already exhausted, but Lin Chen still looked relaxed. The huge disparity caused Vegeta to become dissatisfied. Your Majesty! Can you transform into Super Saiyan? I want to know how far apart we are. Vegeta said unwillingly. Lin Chen smiled, okay, you are the champion, so I can satisfy your requirement. Hearing this, Vegeta jumped back and looked at Lin Chen with full attention. The atmosphere of the venue suddenly became tense. All the people present could feel an enormous amount of energy erupting out in the arena. After a golden light flashed, Lin Chen transformed into Super Saiyan exuding a golden aura. The endless power caused Vegeta to tremble involuntarily. In the audience, the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. After so many years, many people have almost forgotten how powerful Lin Chen is after his transformation. But since he promised Vegeta, Lin Chen never thought of just showing people his Super Saiyan state. The next moment, he suddenly shouted and a yellow-green energy aura flashed past everyone before the huge arena shattered because of the astonishing power. Lin Chen transformed into legendary Super Saiyan looking like a demon god and appeared in front of everyone. Vegeta, it was just a normal transformation just now, this is my true Super Saiyan form. I call it legendary Super Saiyan. All the Saiyans present at the scene were stunned, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Many people stood up from their seats and knelt down to Lin Chen. It was the fear of legendary Super Saiyan that came from the bottom of their hearts. And Vegeta, who was closest to Lin Chen, suddenly burst into tears of unwillingness. So the disparity between him and Lin Chen was so huge? Not reconciled? There is no need for that, I can have this transformation because of bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan is a special bloodline that only appears in 1,000 years. But even without the help of the bloodline, as long as you train diligently, you can still surpass me. Surpass your Majesty? Vegeta clenched his fists and made a decision in his heart. Okay, then let's end it like this. Lin Chen said lightly, and then flicked a finger towards Vegeta. Immediately afterwards, as if his body was hit by a huge force, Vegeta's body shot out like a piece of paper and landed outside the arena before passing out. Chapter 116, The Power of Creating Dragon Balls. The venue of the final round of Planet Vegeta's martial arts tournament. Everyone looked at the man in the arena with a shocked look. It was the King of Saiyans. It can be said that since the fight with Tulls, there have been many people who have forgotten the terror of being suppressed by Lin Chen's aura. There were also some people from the younger generation who had never seen Lin Chen's true strength. Today, at Vegeta's request, Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan form, which erupted out with all its strength, finally allowed them to recall their memories. Powerful, invincible, domineering. This is their King of Saiyans. Dr. Gero blinked his eyes and gulped. He didn't know Ki sense and didn't know the terror of Lin Chen, but the scouter on his face clearly showed him the power of Lin Chen. Power level 360 million. Compared to Lin Chen, the latest alien Android 7 built by him with painstaking effort is a joke. Too strong. Such powerful energy. Retracting his aura, Lin Chen turned around and flew towards his seat. Behind him, Bardock stood up and announced in a loud voice, "The first Planet Vegeta's martial arts tournament ends here. Next, the rewards will be presented by His Majesty Lynx. Will all the contestants who have won the award please come forward?" Next, it was the time for the award ceremony of the martial arts tournament. In addition to rewarding the top 3 Tree of Might's fruits, as long as a contestant entered the final round, they can get a chance to have their potential unlocked by Lin Chen. Of course, there are actually already many people whose potential has been improved by Lin Chen, such as Vegeta, who was recommended because of his outstanding performance when he went out to perform missions, so Lin Chen unlocked his potential. But for those whose potential hasn't been unlocked, Lin Chen's award is undoubtedly a great honor. When these people's power level was boosted under the guidance of Lin Chen, everyone revealed an envious look. After that, Lin Chen personally gave Tree of Might's fruits to the top 3. Although Kui, who was in second place, died, it did not prevent Lin Chen from handing over the reward directly to Dr. Gero. And just like that, the first Planet Vegeta's martial arts tournament came to an end. Although the young Vegeta suffered a crushing defeat to Lin Chen, his performance still won everyone's respect. Now on Planet Vegeta, some people have begun to regard him as the future second expert of Planet Vegeta under Lin Chen. While they still wanted more of the tournament, many people also began to look forward to the second martial arts tournament 10 years later. They hoped that 10 years later, they would also be able to stand in the final round in front of everyone. So, after the martial arts tournament ended, many people started a new wave of training. At this time, Lin Chen was feeling a little troubled. According to how this martial arts tournament went, in the future, I am afraid that the Tree of Might's fruits can no longer be used as a reward for the tournament. In order to motivate everyone, it seems that he needs to find a better prize to replace it. What prizes are available? After the martial arts tournament was over, he sent the perfectly satisfied Tights away, then called Bardock and the others over to discuss. Hearing Lin Chen's question, King Vegeta said, "Your Majesty, in terms of prize, what could be a better prize than fulfilling a wish?" "Wish? Yes, did you forget Planet Nameke's Dragon Balls?" King Vegeta laughed. Lin Chen shook his head, "That's not appropriate. Since the Great Elder left, our partnership with Planet Namek has basically ended." At that time, Lin Chen was able to borrow Planet Nameke's Dragon Balls many times because of his reputation with the Great Elder. This friendship already ended after Lin Chen fulfilled Great Elder's last wish. The relationship between the new Great Elder Slug and Lin Chen is far less warm than the previous Great Elder. Moreover, it was the Great Elder who requested for a favor from Lin Chen before, so Lin Chen borrowed the Dragon Balls when needed. It wouldn't work with the current Slug as he has 5 million power level, which is enough to ensure the safety of Planet Namek, so the relationship between the two sides have greatly weakened. Although Lin Chen can use force to coerce them, unless necessary, there is no need to do so. Even so, King Vegeta's idea reminded Lin Chen something. If only I could create Dragon Balls. If he can create Dragon Balls, although he may not use them, there is no doubt that when he encounters a problem that he cannot solve by himself, he can give himself or the people around him more choices. Moreover, as a Dragon Ball fan, who hasn't had a dream of holding Dragon Balls in their hand and making whatever wishes they want? Right. Create Dragon Balls. Thinking of this, Lin Chen stood up and said to the others, "Everyone, that's all for today. I've thought of something, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Lin Chen performed instant transmission, leaving behind the others looking at each other helplessly, not knowing what was going on. A moment later, Zuno's planet. Lin Chen was once again meeting Master Zuno, who he hadn't seen in a long time. "Long time no see, Zuno." Seeing Lin Chen, Zuno's face suddenly turned panicked, and the samurai servants below him were too nervous to speak. Seeing their frightened faces, Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand, "Don't be nervous, I'm just here to ask questions. By the way, I've prepared a tribute this time." Then, he took out 2 Tree of Might's fruits. Zuno was surprised when he saw them. "You actually have Tree of Might's fruits? Such a good thing." After taking the Tree of Might's fruit, Zuno didn't let anyone bring it away, instead he just ate it directly. "It really is something that can only be enjoyed by gods, it's delicious." "Okay, Lin Chen, what question do you want to ask this time?" "I want to obtain the ability to create Dragon Balls. Is it possible?" Lin Chen asked. Create Dragon Balls? Zuno was stunned for a moment, and after swallowing the remaining fruit in his hand, he cleared his throat and said, the manufacturing technology of Dragon Balls is the unique ability given to Namekians by the great dragon god Zalama. If you want to obtain the manufacturing ability of Dragon Balls, you need to obtain the permission of the dragon god Zalama-sama, or use the Super Dragon Balls created by dragon god Zalama-sama to make a wish. Get the consent of the dragon god Zalama, or find the Super Dragon Balls. Hearing Zuno's words, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. But he immediately frowned. Dragon god Zalama, that is a mysterious character whose name was the only thing that was heard in the original work, but no one saw him. How could he find him? And even if he can find him, Dragon God would not necessarily agree to his request. As for the Super Dragon Balls, according to Lin Chen's understanding of the original work, after the Super Dragon Balls were created by the Dragon God Zalama, they scattered throughout Universe 6 and Universe 7. If he is going to gather them, he needs to travel to another universe, but traveling back and forth between universes is the ability of gods and angels. How can he easily go over? And even if he could go there, according to the description in the original work, Angel of Universe 6 would find his trace immediately. When the time comes, how should he deal with that angel? That was an existence whose strength exceeds God of Destruction. With his current strength, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist when facing an angel. So, what exactly should he do? Chapter 117, Divine Language and the Hidden Dangers of Dragon Balls. Forget it. Lin Chen shook his head. Instead of letting his imagination run wild, it is better to take one step at a time. Thinking of this, Lin Chen asked Zuno, Zuno, I want to know how to learn the divine language? Zuno replied, divine language is something that only gods can grasp. It is impossible for mortals to learn. Unless they rely on the power of gods. What about Dragon Balls? Lin Chen asked. Porunga of Planet Namek might be able to. That's it. Lin Chen then asked, Zuno, do you know how to travel to other universes? Zuno replied, going to other universes requires the use of divine power, or the skills taught by the gods. Skills taught by gods? In order to facilitate movement, gods are usually bestowed with instant transmission ability. God's instant transmission ability is different from Yardration's instant transmission. As long as you know the destination, you can teleport. With this ability, Supreme Kai and his attendant can freely travel between different universes. Hearing Zuno's explanation, Lin Chen was overjoyed. It turns out that he already knows the way to go to other universes. Isn't instant transmission that Zuno is talking about Kibito's instant transmission? And he just happens to possess this technique. The only problem is that he doesn't know the position of Universe 6. However, he already has a solution for this. Thank you, Zuno, that's all for now, goodbye. Overjoyed, after Lin Chen said goodbye to Zuno, he performed instant transmission and went directly to Planet Namek. After arriving on Planet Namek once again, Lin Chen could feel that a lot of things has changed. After not seeing Planet Namek for 3 years, its population has gotten much larger than before. Lin Chen could clearly feel that there were many new auras on the planet, and there were even a few auras that were not inferior to nails. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen realized that it should be the children birthed by the new Great Elder Slug. In the past, Planet Namek's population has not grown much, possibly due to the Great Elder being advanced in years. But Slug is different from the Great Elder. Relying on the power of the Dragon Balls, he regained his youth and now he is in the prime of his life, so naturally, he is much better than the Great Elder in terms of increasing population. After sensing the auras on the planet, Lin Chen teleported and arrived at the former residence of the Great Elder. Much has changed here compared to other places. What used to be only one house has now become a new village, where at least dozens of Namekians were building houses and planting trees. When Lin Chen appeared, several warrior-type Namekians in the village immediately sensed Lin Chen's aura and flew over into the sky. Who are you? Lin Chen glanced at them and found that their power level ranged between 10 to 20,000. They were much more powerful than the previous warrior-type Namekians who used to have a power level in the range of several thousand. Plus they didn't recognize him, so it's clear that they must be the new Namekians who were born in these 3 years. Just when Lin Chen was about to answer, another person flew up from below. It's okay, he is not an enemy. He is a guest of the Great Elder. The person who arrived was his old acquaintance Nail. He flew over in front of Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, long time no see. It's been 3 years since you last came here. Well, Nail, I'm here this time as usual to ask a favor. Are you here for Dragon Balls? But let me remind you in advance that the attitude of the new Great Elder towards Dragon Balls is different from that of the old Elder. Under the lead of Nail, Lin Chen arrived in the village and not the house on the cliff in the distance. When he saw Slug, he was instructing a few little Namekians on how to plant trees. Saiyan, are you here to borrow the Dragon Balls? Stopping what he was doing, Slug raised his head. Yes, I have 2 wishes that I want to make, so I would like to ask the Great Elder for help. I see. Slug nodded. But Saiyan, I can help you this time, but I won't be able to do it the next time. Although not unexpected, Lin Chen still couldn't help but ask, may I ask, why? Slug said, in the past, I have never understood why even though Namekian had Dragon Balls, they went through so much hardship. But, ever since I merged with the previous Great Elder, I finally understood. The power of the Dragon Balls is something that defies the natural order. This power cannot be used indiscriminately, otherwise, it will cause an unimaginable catastrophe. The extinction of planet Namek in the past was caused by Namekian's indiscriminate use of the power of Dragon Balls. So Saiyan, this is the last time we can allow you to use the Dragon Balls. Hearing Slug's explanation, Lin Chen's eyes could not help but become solemn. When he heard Slug's words just now, the first thing that came to his mind was the setting of the negative energy of Dragon Balls in Dragon Ball GT. According to this setting, the role of Dragon Balls is mainly to use the power of miracles to smooth out the negative energy and chaotic forces generated in the process of universe functioning, as well fulfilling personal wishes. If they are used indiscriminately, Dragon Balls will be contaminated with negative energy. The accumulation of these negative energies will lead to huge disasters. Could it be that the disaster of planet Namek was because of Namekian's indiscriminate use of Dragon Balls? So in the future, if he creates his own Dragon Balls, will he also encounter such a danger? There is indeed such a possibility. But even so, it can't shake Lin Chen's determination to find a way to create Dragon Balls. As for negative energy, he is someone who has a system. When that time comes, he can always find a solution, right? Soon after, Slug made arrangements and Porunga was summoned again. Facing Porunga, Lin Chen made 2 wishes. Porunga, I hope to learn divine language at Supreme Kai level. Porunga, I wish to know Universe 6 No, the star coordinates of all the universes which can allow me to use instant transmission to go to these universes. The first wish is very simple. But the second wish cannot be fulfilled. I can only give you random coordinates of other universes. As for the specific star coordinates of each universe, it is beyond my ability. Random coordinates are fine. As long as I can use instant transmission. As Porunga's eyes lit up with red light, Lin Chen's mind shook, and soon, a whole new language appeared in his mind. In addition, there were also coordinates of the 11 universes in his mind. Now if he wants to go to other universes, it is only a matter of thought. After making 2 wishes, Namekians didn't want to use the remaining 3rd wish, so he just let Porunga withdraw. As the Porunga ascended into the sky, the 7 Dragon Balls immediately scattered all over planet Namek, and the entire sky became bright again. Slug turned around and said, Okay Saiyan, your wish has been fulfilled. From now on, we, planet Namek and you, will no longer owe each other. I understand, but Great Elder, if you encounter any crisis in the future, you can still contact Planet Vegeta. Lin Chen said. Slug shook his head and said, no need, the peace of planet Namek will be protected by the Namekians themselves. Chapter 118, Journey to Find Super Dragon Balls. Having grasped the divine language and the method to go to other universes, Lin Chen was lacking just one last crucial thing to look for Super Dragon Balls. The last thing left is to get the Dragon Ball radar that can find the Dragon Balls. For that, it is natural to go look for Bulma's help. Therefore, Lin Chen's next stop was on Earth. Super Dragon Ball is just the enlarged version of Dragon Ball, so the ordinary Dragon Ball radar only needs to be improved and upgraded, expanding the detection range and modifying the map of the radar. It's not a difficult job, so after learning Lin Chen's requirements, Bulma quickly got busy. When Bulma was busy with her work, Tights was pestering Lin Chen. Lin Chen, are you going to look for Dragon Balls? Lin Chen, is there really a Dragon Ball the size of a planet in this world? Lin Chen, take me with you, okay? Knowing that Lin Chen was going to look for the Super Dragon Balls, Tights' curiosity couldn't be suppressed, and she also wanted to go with him. In fact, it was not just her, Bulma was also clearly very interested. After all, Bulma had also once looked for the Dragon Balls. But seeing Tights' request, Bulma didn't want to be a third wheel. Lin Chen could do nothing about the pestering Tights, but looking for the Dragon Balls is not that simple, especially going to the unfamiliar Universe 6, the danger is unpredictable. So Lin Chen refused. But who would have thought that after not being able to persuade him, Tights would go look for Han Asia, and the two of them begged Lin Chen together. In the end, it was Tights' one sentence that moved Lin Chen. Lin Chen, do you know that Goku's child is already 2 years old? This sentence finally destroyed Lin Chen's psychological defense. Indeed, Goku got Shishi pregnant just a few months after getting married. In contrast, Lin Chen has been married to Han Asia and Tights for a few years and still hasn't had a child with either of them. I wonder what the problem could be? Lin Chen even suspect that it might be because he had merged with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. But no matter what, he felt a little sorry for the two of them. As he is going to search for the Super Dragon Balls, maybe it will also take a long time, and the time with the two of them may naturally be less. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's heart softened, and he had to agree to their request of traveling together. 3 months later, Lin Chen brought Han Asia and Tights on a spaceship modified by Dr. Brief himself and refitted with Galactic Patrol's latest high-speed technology, and embarked on a journey to find the Super Dragon Balls. The group's first stop was the center of the universe. Earth is located at the periphery of the universe, and the search range of the Super Dragon Ball's radar is too narrow here. Only at the center of the universe, the radar is useful for searching the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. However, in order to go to the center of the universe, it is not necessary for Lin Chen and the others to fly over in a spaceship. After the spaceship flew out of Earth, Lin Chen put Tights and Han Asia in space suits, while he opened the protective cover and the three of them left the spaceship together. After putting the spaceship into the Hoi Poi capsule, Lin Chen pulled the two of them and used instant transmission and went directly to the center of the universe. There, Lin Chen used the Dragon Ball radar, and then quickly locked the whereabouts of the first Super Dragon Ball. After using instant transmission to get near the Dragon Ball, the three of them got on the spaceship again and flew towards the Dragon Ball. Lin Chen could not teleport over there directly by relying on the approximate direction displayed by the radar. At this time, it is more convenient to use the spaceship. For this trip to find the Dragon Balls, Lin Chen asked Dr. Brief to help modify the spaceship, which not only ranks among the best in speed, but also combines comfort and functionality. In addition to the living space, there is even a gravity training room with its own 300x gravity adjustment, and there are also 10 experimental artificial Saibamen too, provided by Drive Gero. These artificial Saibamen are the new type of pure mechanical androids created by Dr. Gero based on the data of Alien Android 7, which was destroyed by Vegeta in the martial arts tournament. Their outward appearance looks like Kui with a layer of metallic paint, but each has a power level of up to 400,000, which is 4 times more than the previous number 1. When Tights was in the bedroom writing the travel notes of this trip to find the Dragon Balls, Lin Chen and Han Asia would train with these artificial Saibamen in the gravity chamber. After flying for another 3 days, the spaceship, which was sailing silent, suddenly triggered the alarm. The next moment, Lin Chen, who was sweating in the gravity chamber, ran out and rushed towards the pilot's cabin. Inside the pilot's cabin, Han Asia and Tights had already arrived. Lin Chen, according to the position displayed by the Dragon Ball radar, the first Super Dragon Ball should be nearby. In the pilot's cabin, Tights looked at the Super Dragon Ball radar mounted on the dashboard and said. Hearing this, Lin Chen turned to look towards the deep universe outside the porthole, searching for signs of the Super Dragon Ball. From what Lin Chen saw in the Dragon Ball, the size of the Super Dragon Ball is nearly much larger than many planets. The diameter of a Super Dragon Ball is almost 37,000 kilometers. Compared with it, Earth is just a small marble. With such an enormous size, it should be very conspicuous. At this time, found it. Hearing Lin Chen's exclamation, Tights and Han Asia immediately came over and looked out the porthole. They could see an orange-red giant planet like Jupiter not far away from them. That's the Dragon Ball? It isn't a planet? Tights exclaimed. Although Tights had never seen Planet Namek's Dragon Balls, but having seen Earth ones, she really couldn't associate the object in front of her, which is larger than an average planet, with the Dragon Ball in her impression. But Han Asia pointed to the surface of the planet and said, "It's a Dragon Ball. Look, there are symbols of star on it. This is a 4-star bead?" Looking at the Super Dragon Ball that was bigger than an average planet, Lin Chen also revealed shock on his face. Although he had seen them in the anime, after seeing one with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be startled by its astonishing size. Lin Chen, how are you going to move such a big Dragon Ball? Hanasia asked. With the size of the Dragon Ball, I'm afraid it would require at least several hundred battleship-level spaceships just to move it. In fact, in the original work, only by relying on the powers of Whis and Vados, the Super Dragon Balls could be moved in one place. Fortunately, compared with the Aborigines in this world, Lin Chen has one more method in his hands. You guys wait here, I'm going to collect the Dragon Balls. After saying that, Lin Chen teleported near the Dragon Ball. Looking at the huge Dragon Ball whose end couldn't be seen, Lin Chen took a deep breath. To put such a huge thing into the system space, I wonder if it will work. Rise! Lin Chen shouted and his thoughts moved, and the next moment, the Dragon Ball in front of him really disappeared. He turned to check his system space, and there really was a Super Dragon Ball in it. Chapter 119, 4 Super Dragon Balls. One day, on a huge barren planet, flashes from explosions continued to erupt out with flames soaring into the sky on the surface of the planet. A figure, like a demon from hell, was unrestrainedly massacring the people on the planet. Monster, monster! Can no one stop him? What about King Cooler's reinforcements? Is he going to abandon us? Boom! Boom! After green energy balls fell down like a torrential rain from the sky, all the wailing on the planet completely disappeared. The green energy balls exploded like fireworks, destroying all the man-made buildings on the planet, leaving nothing behind. In the end, when the entire planet became dead silent, Lin Chen paused for a while. After making sure that he could not sense any aura, he flew high into the sky, rushed out of the planet's thin atmosphere, looked down below and a powerful telekinesis was exerted on the planet. Telekinesis caused the entire planet to suddenly tremble. The ground began to crack and collapse. And higher above the planet, a spaceship was suspended in the sky. Hanasia and Tights, who were looking at the changes on the planet under them, suddenly shouted. What is that? There's something under the ground. The two of them watched nervously as the colony planet that used to be called Planet Cooler 89 suddenly revealed its true face that had been hidden for tens of millions of years. It's a Dragon Ball. This planet is indeed a Super Dragon Ball. Tights shouted. It turns out that when the ground cracked, there was another layer of golden land underneath the surface. And the true face of this land is the Super Dragon Ball. It's a 6-star bead. Now, we have found 3 Super Dragon Balls. Hanasia said after confirming the number of stars on the Dragon Ball. Following her shout, Lin Chen flew to the planet again, waved his hand, and put the 6-star bead into his system space. Meanwhile, somewhere in the universe, Cooler Force headquarters. A soldier was hurriedly rushing towards a room, but was soon blocked by 3 people of Cooler Armored Squadron. Halt! What happened? Asked Salza, the leader of the Cooler Armored Squadron. Lord Salza. We just received news from Planet Cooler 89 that they suspect that they are being attacked by a Super Saiyan. The soldier said in panic. Super Saiyan? Cooler 89 and Saiyans' sphere of influence doesn't border? Why did they attack there? Could it be a mistake? Salza wondered. But the soldier said, it isn't a mistake, the people on Planet 89 also sent photos, and the computer has confirmed that the other party is a Super Saiyan. Salza frowned and waved his hand, okay, I will report this to the king, you can go. But Lord is training at the moment. Do you want to be his punching bag? No, please excuse me. After the soldier left, Niaz, who looked like a lizard, asked, Salza, do we really not need to inform the Lord? Of course. Lord has reached the most critical moment in his training. And he told before that unless the Super Saiyan comes, he can't be disturbed no matter what happens. Or do you want to try? Salza said. Niaz quickly shook his head, no, I don't dare. Not far from them, in a specially reinforced training room, Cooler's body was constantly changing. I must surpass the limits of the frost demons. I want to master a new form that even my father has never mastered. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. After relying on instant transmission and spaceship, Lin Chen finally collected 4 Super Dragon Balls after traveling almost half of the universe. These 4 Dragon Balls were scattered in almost every corner of the universe. Even with Dragon Ball radar and instant transmission, they were not easy to find. One of the main reasons is that they may have not been used for at least 10 million years, so except for the first Super Dragon Ball that Lin Chen found, The other two Super Dragon Balls didn't look like Dragon Balls at all from outside, instead they looked like ordinary planets. And the 6-star bead that Lin Chen finally found, not only looks very similar to ordinary terrestrial planets from outside, but it also has colonies with people living in them. If it weren't for Lin Chen's repeated confirmation, it would be really hard to believe that this planet is the Dragon Ball itself. After successfully obtaining the 6-star bead, all the Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7 have fallen into his hands. According to Lin Chen's memory, Super Dragon Balls were scattered in Universe 6 and Universe 7. The universe he is in now should be Universe 7, but he doesn't remember how many of them were in Universe 7 in the original work. However, after wandering around most of the universe, he did not find any signal for new Dragon Balls. There are only 3 Dragon Balls in Universe 7? So the remaining 4 are in Universe 6? Lin Chen muttered softly. In comparison, Tights and Hanasia were both excited. We are finally going to Universe 6? Haha, I wonder what it's like over there? Hannah, will there be Saiyans over there? There should be. Didn't Lin Chen say that Universe 6 and Universe 7 are twin universes? Not only Saiyan, but Earthlings should be there too, right? Compared to the two excited women, Lin Chen was not so happy. Unknown Universe 6, if it wasn't for Dragon Balls, he really didn't want to go there. Because unlike the lazy god of destruction Beerus in Universe 7, Universe Six's god of destruction Kampa is always awake. Although the twin brother of Beerus is also not a hard-working god of destruction, if Kampa knew that he is going to Universe 6 to gather the Dragon Balls, it is very likely that something dangerous would happen. Lin Chen glanced at his system space, and there was a special Hoi Poi capsule in it. If the worst happens, what's in the capsule is his last trump card. I hope a time doesn't come where I have to use it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen left the spaceship with the two of them. After preparing everything, he started his first instant transmission across the universe. After a brief flash of light, the silhouettes of the 3 people suddenly became blurred, and they soon disappeared from the outer space. When they reappeared, the 3 of them appeared on an uninhabited planet. Quickly bringing out of the spaceship, the 3 of them returned to the spaceship and then, they immediately used the galaxy observer on the ship to confirm their position. When she saw the prompt on the screen that they couldn't check the star map, Tights said excitedly, Lin Chen, we really came to a different universe. This is Universe 6. Chapter 120, Going to Universe 6. While Tights and Hanasia were excitedly looking outside, Lin Chen raised his guard and used his aura to sense the surroundings. He even teleported directly out of the spaceship and looked around. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Hanasia asked using the communicator. Lin Chen didn't answer, instead continued to be on guard. But after a while, Lin Chen returned to the spaceship. Hey, it seems that I was overly paranoid. Lin Chen, what's the matter? I've never seen you so cautious before. Tights asked in surprise. You can't be too careful. You may not know, but it is normally troublesome to travel between different universes. I'm worried that our arrival may attract the attention of some strong people. Lin Chen explained. Strong people? How strong can they be? Are they stronger than you, Your Majesty? Hanasia laughed. With my current strength, if I meet those people, I'm afraid they can kill me with just one thought. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. What? Tights and Hanasia's eyes widened. Especially the latter, she found it quite incredulous. Lin Chen continued to explain, the strong people I am talking about are called God of Destruction and Angel. They should be considered as deities. You already know that there are 12 universes in the world, and each universe has a God of Destruction and Angel. God of Destruction is a god whose sole duty is destruction. Destroying a galaxy is just a matter of snapping their fingers. And angels are God of Destruction's attendants, but in fact, they are teachers of God of Destruction and are more powerful than God of Destruction. Our Universe 7's God of Destruction likes to sleep, so he rarely appears in front of common people. The last time he appeared was before I became Saiyans king. But Universe Six's God of Destruction is different. We crossed through the universe this time. If the other party notices it, maybe they will appear in front of us. Tell me, if they don't like us, or don't want us to touch their universe Dragon Balls, what could we do? Tights and Hanasia's eyes were full of shock, they didn't expect such a powerful existence in this world. As for Lin Chen's question, they didn't know how to answer it. Okay, I just said it was possible. It seems that the other party should not have noticed us. The universe is so big and there are so many things happening, it is normal for them to not notice us. Let's go quickly. When Lin Chen and the others left quickly in the spaceship, they didn't know that in the higher level world of Universe 6, a woman with long silver grey hair and a halo floating around her neck was observing their every move through the crystal ball above the scepter in her hand. Oh, I can't believe that someone would come from another universe. How many years has it been since this happened? And did he just use Supreme Kai's instant transmission? But he doesn't look like a Supreme Kai or an attendant of a god. Interesting. The woman chuckled, turned around and looked at the fat figure lying on a reclining chair beside her, who was snoring and scratching his buttocks. Since Kompasama is resting, I'll let you pass time. Afterwards, the woman observed with interest as if she was watching a movie. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. But Lin Chen and the others still haven't found the whereabouts of a single Dragon Ball in Universe 6. Because Porunga only gave Lin Chen a single coordinate of Universe 6, he doesn't know the specific locations of the galaxies, which made Lin Chen unable to teleport there. Lin Chen's instant transmission can only be carried out after knowing the specific location, so for a while, they could only rely on the spaceship to find the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls in the universe. However, because of this, the supplies on their spaceship were also being consumed rapidly. Lin Chen, our energy supply is running out. It is best to find a planet to replenish it. One day, seeing the prompt on the dashboard, Tights reminded Lin Chen. Isn't there any in Hoi Poi capsule? Lin Chen said. It's all used up, don't forget that we've been out for almost half a year. Not just energy, but also food. Tights frowned, holding several empty Hoi Poi capsules in her hands. Saiyans' appetite is well known. Although Lin Chen prepared a lot of food and water, it wasn't enough for his and Hanasai's consumption. And the energy of the spaceship is also a big consumption. This is also due to the fact that in Universe 7, Lin Chen often only used instant transmission and they were able to fly continuously for half a year without any need for replenishing supplies. But in Universe 6, the situation is very different. Okay, then let's find a planet to replenish it. It would be best if it is a planet with advanced civilization, so that we can obtain a star map. Tights reminded. Okay. After Lin Chen said that, he sensed the surroundings, and soon, he found a planet full of signs of life not far from them. Found it. The three of them immediately put away the spaceship, and then relied on Lin Chen's instant transmission to arrive directly near the planet. It was a water blue planet, about the size of Earth, and on the surface of the planet, they could see many spaceships arriving and leaving. Wow! Great! This should be a civilized planet. Tights said excitedly. Come, let's go down and take a look. Lin Chen grabbed the two women, and then teleported on the surface of the planet. Most of the surface of the planet was covered in seawater, and there were only a few lands on the planet. Most of the inhabitants of the planet live on huge ships that surround the land. Looking at the ships, the technology level of this planet should be good, at least much more advanced than that of Earth. But what made Lin Chen and the others baffled was that the atmosphere on the planet was not right. Whether on land or on ships in the nearby sea, you can see spaceships taking off from time to time and heading towards outer space. An enormous spaceship that was several kilometers long was also rising from the sea and was flying towards outer space. Lin Chen, why does it look like they are fleeing? Tights asked. I feel like they are moving, Hanasia said. Seeing this, Lin Chen walked towards a few hurrying pedestrians nearby. This planet is inhabited by a kind of demi-human race, whose physique is similar to that of humans, but their skin is blue, and under the ears, fish gills can be seen, just like the legendary mermaid, but with feet. Lin Chen stopped a few passers-by who were carrying a lot of luggage and asked, Excuse me, can you tell me what happened here? Chapter 121, Universe Real Estate Developer. What happened here? Lin Chen walked over. Without even opening his mouth, the other party understood what he meant. In the last World Martial Arts Tournament, Lin Chen was rewarded with Camus magic, which included telepathy magic. It was much more convenient than looking for some translation machine. After some understanding, Lin Chen realized that this planet covered by a large area of ocean is called Planet Demmer, and it is a well-known tourist destination in Universe 6. However, not long ago, because the king of this planet owed a lot of money, this planet was purchased by an alien called Plant. Now the actual ruler of this planet has changed from the original King Demmer to Plant, and this Plant is a well-known big businessman in Universe 6, who specializes in running planetary real estate. Currently, Plant is driving all the Demers out of their homes, because he plans to transform the planet into a tourist attraction. The lands on the entire planet will be transformed into a super hotel, and the Demers who originally lived on that was asked by Plant to leave the planet within a time limit. The bustling scenes that Lin Chen and the others are seeing now is the scene of the Demers, who have lost their homes, preparing to migrate with their families. Those huge spaceships above the sea are the colony spaceships of Demers. After knowing the situation of this planet, Lin Chen was speechless. He didn't expect that there would be such a nation in the world. Even though they have lost their homeland, and now they are being driven out of their homeland, they accepted it calmly. Didn't any of you want to resist? This is your homeland, right? The Demer shook his head helplessly. It's not that no one wants to resist, but Plant is a famous businessman in the whole universe and he is surrounded by many expert bodyguards. All those who want to resist have already been killed by his people. Hearing his words, Lin Chen used his scouter to check. Indeed, Demers are all very weak, only a few dozen power level, but on one of the lands, there are many people with a power level of several thousand and one of them even has a power level of over 5 million. There is such a huge disparity in strength, no wonder no one dares to resist. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He didn't intend to meddle in others' business, after all, it was Demers themselves who lost the planet first. Therefore, Lin Chen just inquired about the location of the local market, and after confirming that he could purchase supplies there, he left with Tights and the others. On the way, listening to Lin Chen talk about the planet's situation, Tights and Hanasia both exclaimed in disbelief. The former was surprised that someone can directly purchase a planet, and the latter found the cowardice of Demers incredulous. But like Lin Chen, neither of them thought about meddling in other people's business. After a while, the three people came to the market. Although the people on the entire planet were busy moving, since they are moving, naturally many people will need to prepare supplies for their migration journey. So the market was still very lively. Soon, Lin Chen found a store that could provide energy supplies and negotiated an energy purchase deal. In exchange, Lin Chen just used 3 hoi poi capsules to get enough energy for the spaceship to travel for a year. Just like in Universe 7, hoi poi capsule from Earth is a very rare spatial technology in Universe 6, and it was invaluable to those Demers. Lin Chen exchanged a lot of energy for 3 hoi poi capsules, and with 10 hoi poi capsules, he bought a lot of food. Hoi poi capsule was simply a magical tool for the Demers who are going to migrate. Therefore, although they have already got what they need, many people still come looking for Lin Chen to buy 1 or 2 hoi poi capsules. When Lin Chen and others were completely surrounded by a group of Demers, suddenly, 3 aircrafts rushed over. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Ah! It's Plant's aircraft! The Demers surrounding them instantly went silent before they stepped aside to create a path. I heard that someone here is selling a capsule that can store things? Who is it? The 3 aircrafts landed in front of Lin Chen, then a chubby, blonde-haired alien with slicked-back hairstyle walked down, followed by a group of alien bodyguards of various appearances but powerful aura. This blonde-haired alien is Plant, the universe real estate developer who controls Planet Demer. Hearing his words, all the Demers at the scene pointed towards Lin Chen. It's you? You're not a Demer? Plant looked at Lin Chen and asked. That's right. Lin Chen nodded. Hearing this, Plant immediately smiled maliciously. If that's the case, then hand over all your capsules. Planet Demer is already my private territory, and I have already enacted a law. Except for the Demers who haven't migrated yet, it is forbidden for others to enter this planet without permission. Give me your capsules, and I'll spare you for trespassing, otherwise, I don't mind having my people throw you all into the sea. Hearing his words, Lin Chen picked his ears and looked at him with an amused look on his face. Lin Chen had already used his magic on Hanasia and Tights, so they could understand Plant's words, and they couldn't help but laugh when they heard him. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and obediently hand them over. Furious, Plant waved behind him, intending to have his subordinates use force. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head again. They had planned to ignore the matters of this planet, and they were ready to leave as soon as the purchase was completed. Now since this real estate developer is courting death, he can't blame them. Your Majesty! Let me! Hanasia clenched her fists with an eager look on her face. Then, without waiting for Lin Chen's approval, she exploded out with an astonishing aura. The people on the whole street were immediately blown away. Go! Kill her! Plant exclaimed, but before his guards could react, as if a wolf had entered a flock of sheep, Han-Asia killed them all with ease. At this moment, Plant was already badly frightened, and he hurriedly fled to his aircraft in panic and was about to run away. Don't run away. It was a rare opportunity for Han-Asia to show off, and she didn't want to miss it. Just as she was about to catch up, a huge golden spaceship suddenly flew from a distance and hovered above her head, causing Han-Asia to pause and watch. Because she could sense that a guy with an enormous power level was glaring at her from the golden spaceship. Chapter 122, Hit dispatched, the next target is Lin Chen. Taking advantage of the moment when Han-Asia stopped, Plant's aircraft entered the golden spaceship. Immediately afterwards, his rage-filled voice sounded from the golden spaceship. You fools! How dare you cause trouble on my territory? Just you wait! I want all of you to die! At this moment, a tall man flew out of the spaceship, arrived before Han-Asia and said arrogantly, Woman! Do you know who you provoked just now? Immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. Considering that you have somewhat good looks, I can talk to Plant and let you become a slave. Hey? Who do you think you are? Han-Asia said with an amused look on her face. But at this time, on the ground, Lin Chen heard the Demers exclaim, It's Master Horn. Master Horn? Lin Chen asked in surprise. A Demer said, he is the bodyguard invited by Plant, and he is a famous expert in the universe. Run away. Although that woman is very powerful, she can't be Master Horn's match. 5 million power level, it's not wrong to say that he is an expert. But it's a pity that he encountered us. Lin Chen shook his head. At this moment, when Han-Asia heard Horn's words, a cold look flashed on Han-Asia's face. You want me to be a slave? You must be courting death. The next moment, Han-Asia's aura completely erupted out. Boom! She instantly transformed into Super Saiyan form. In Master Horn's hand, there was a device that looked like Scouter. When Han-Asia transformed, the device beeped. Horn lowered his head and his eyes immediately widened. This energy you? What's wrong? Han-Asia's face flashed with a smile, and then she slowly opened her fingers. It's too late to ask for mercy. Wait, wait. I'm just doing it for money. If you want to deal with Plant, go ahead. It's none of my business. After saying that, Horn immediately turned around to run away. But at this time, he heard a rumbling sound before the sky was filled with a white light. Han-Asia shot out an energy wave that covered the sky, exuding an extremely powerful force, and suddenly slammed into the guy named Horn. This guy with a power level of over 5 million, who is qualified to be called an expert anywhere, was annihilated by Han-Asia's attack, leaving behind nothing. Swish! Immediately after, Han-Asia waved her palm again, and an energy bomb shot towards the golden spaceship above her head, causing sounds of explosion and flames. The energy bomb pierced through the huge spaceship, causing it to explode in the air. Countless fragments dispersed in all directions like meteorites, which frightened everyone on the planet. Because who the golden spaceship belongs to, everyone on the planet was very clear about it. Except for Plant, no one would like such a flashy golden-colored ship. Now that the ship is destroyed, could it be that Plant is also? Thinking of this, many people put down what they were doing and ran towards Plant's newly built luxury palace on the land. Then, Demers saw countless spaceships which were under Plant begin to launch into the sky one after another, escaping the planet as if they were fleeing for their lives. Not long after, the Demers knew that the Plant who had acquired their planet had died on his spaceship. Knowing this news, the Demers could hardly contain their excitement. At this time, Lin Chen and his group, who had rescued the planet easily, had already embarked on their journey again with the money swept away from Plant. Han-Asia, it was enough to just deal with him. Why do you have to take all the other party's money? It's like we are robbers. In the spaceship, Lin Chen couldn't help but grumble. Han-Asia rolled her eyes at him. Your Majesty, those people actually wanted to sell me as a slave. This is my compensation for emotional damage. Tights, do you think I did something wrong? Of course not. This is what you should have. Right. The two women looked at each other and smiled. Lin Chen shrugged, and while watching the Dragon Ball's reaction on the radar, he recorded the star map found on planet Demer in his mind. Although they were delayed a little on the planet, they had a very good harvest, especially the detailed star map of Universe 6. Since Demers were being forced to leave their hometown, they gathered the star map of Universe 6 through various channels, just to find a suitable new home. Now that they don't have to leave their homeland, the star map is naturally useless and was gladly accepted by Lin Chen. After calculating silently in his heart, Lin Chen said, "Okay, I now know the direction of the first Super Dragon Ball in Universe 6. Ladies, let's prepare to teleport." Okay. When Lin Chen and the others were nearing the first Super Dragon Ball in Universe 6, on a planet called Planet Hao. Planet Hao, the famous holiday planet in Universe 6, is the family headquarters of the well-known universe real estate developer Plant. But on this day, the bad news of Plant's death spread to the planet. What? Father died? Plant's eldest son stood up with a whoosh. "Tell me everything you know." In front of him, one of Plant's subordinates who escaped from Planet Demer told everything that happened that day. Hearing that their father died tragically, and that his killer even killed Horn, the faces of Plant's children turned gloomy. They were all clear about Horn's strength. He is a well-known powerhouse in the entire universe. Plant spent a huge amount of money to hire him as his personal bodyguard, but who could have thought that he wouldn't even be able to block one move of his opponent? The strength of the other party is completely beyond their imagination. A few of Plant's children immediately wanted to put things to rest. Their father was already dead, so there was no need to anger a strong expert for a dead man. But Plant's eldest son did not intend to let go of his father's murderer just like this. In order to avenge his father, he had a deeper idea. "You idiots, if our father died and we don't retaliate at all, what will people from other companies in the universe think of us? Today if we did nothing, then in the future if these companies are not able to do better than us in the business, they will just send someone to deal with us. Because the people of the Plant family are a bunch of cowardly good-for-nothing who don't even dare to take revenge for the murder of their father." "But big brother, what are you going to do? The other party even killed Horn." Someone asked. "So what? Amir Horn isn't considered a real expert. So, I'm going to ask Hit to do it." Hit? Hearing this name, the people present gasped, and the temperature around them seemed to have dropped because of this name. A few days later, on a planet that was an unknown distance away from Planet Hao, a purple figure was standing on a tall building with a green button in his hand. He lightly pressed the button, and a holographic photo appeared in front of him. The next target is these three people? In the hologram picture, it was surprisingly Lin Chen, Han-Asia, and Tights. Chapter 123, Vados Creating Trouble in Universe 6 SS. Universe 6, God of Destruction's planet. A multicolored light ray descended from the sky and landed in the castle at the center of the sacred world. Universe SIX's God of Destruction Kampa appeared from the light ray with a large bag on his back, and hurriedly ran towards his bedroom. "Vados, yo go do your thing, I'm off to eat." "Okay, Kampa-sama." Vados shook her head and watched with a wry smile as the God of Destruction, whom she serves, left. After resting for a few days, Kampa had woken up again and went to the mortal world to stir up trouble. After plundering a lot of delicious food, he has returned to God of Destruction's planet just now. As Kampa's attendant, Vados naturally has to accompany him everywhere and has no time of her own. Now, after finally finished with Kampa's matter, Vados picked up the scepter again and watched the three humans from Universe 7 that had intrigued her so much earlier. "Hey!" Vados softly exclaimed. Because she saw the three humans in front of a planet-sized orange-red glass bead. Could it be the wishing bead made by the dragon god Zalama? It's the first time I've seen it. How did they find it? Could it be that they came to Universe 6 for the wishing beads? In the scene displayed by Vados' scepter, she saw Lin Chen floating in space as he lightly waved towards the Super Dragon Ball, and the Super Dragon Ball, which was larger than an average planet, disappeared. This seems to be some kind of space power. This human is really interesting. Not only can he use instant transmission, but he also has space power. Judging from his bloodline, he should be just a Saiyan. Strange. Should I tell Kampa-sama? If Kampa-sama knew that someone came to Universe 6 to steal the wishing beads, he would be very angry, right? A strange gleam flashed in her bright and beautiful eyes, and after a while, Vados finally gave up on this thought. Forget it, Zalama-sama's wishing beads were originally made to make wishes come true. If this kid has the ability to take them away, let him take them. However, if Kampa-sama learns about it, I'm afraid he will be angry. In that case, should I make it more difficult for him? Vados muttered in a voice that only she could hear. She thought for a while, pinched the scepter with her fingers, tapped the ground a few times, and then another scene appeared in the scepter. So Hit is already looking for him? Hee, Hit is the strongest assassin in Universe 6. I wonder how this kid will deal with him? Then, I'll leave it to you, hit. Vados once again tapped the scepter a few times again, and then, in a corner of the universe, Hit, who was rushing towards planet Demer in a spaceship, immediately received a communication. The communication was sent by a text, which reminded him that his target was no longer on planet Demer, but was in another area with detailed coordinates of it. Seeing the coordinates, Hit frowned and turned around the spaceship. This should be enough. Vados smiled faintly. As an angel, she isn't allowed to interfere with the mortal world and cannot take action against humans. Once she breaks the rules, even someone like an angel will disappear immediately. This is the law of the universe and cannot be violated. So even if she wants to deal with Lin Chen, she can't take action directly, but there is no problem in asking people from the mortal world to do it. Watching Hit gradually approach Lin Chen, Vados became more excited. At this time, Lin Chen and the others who found the first Super Dragon Ball in Universe 6 also began to search for the second Super Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball radar is reacting. After several teleportations, the Dragon Ball radar in Tite's hand finally caught the new Dragon Ball's reaction. After confirming the direction, Lin Chen opened the Hoi Poi capsule, led the two girls into the spaceship, and was about to set sail towards the Dragon Ball when he suddenly sensed a lot of familiar auras. Hey? This is Saiyan's aura? Yeah. There are a lot of them. Tite sensed it too. Only Hanasia, who couldn't sense aura from such a long distance, was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Saiyan? Saiyans of Universe 6? Wow! Lin Chen, can we go and take a look? Yes, Your Majesty, Saiyans from Universe 6, aren't you curious? Hanasia also said. Lin Chen pondered for a while. To be honest, he also really kind of wanted to see the Saiyans of Universe 6. He remembers that in Dragon Ball Super, Saiyans of Universe 6 showed a better potential than Saiyans of Universe 7. In Dragon Ball Super, there are many differences between Saiyans of Universe 6 and Saiyans of Universe 7. Although they are the same race in name, seeing the differences between the two races, they don't seem like a same race at all. For example, in terms of personality, Saiyans of Universe 6 are righteous by nature. Although there are also guys with explosive personalities, most of them are peace-loving righteous people. Unlike Universe 7, whose Saiyans were well known for their brutality, Universe 6 Saiyans are like another side of a mirror. To give another example, in terms of appearance, the Saiyans of Universe 6 are generally thinner and smaller than those of Universe 7, and for some reason, they don't have the Saiyans' most conspicuous symbol, the tail. Finally, in terms of ability, Saiyans of Universe 6, in terms of average strength, far exceeds Saiyans of Universe 7 by a large margin, at least in the original work. This can be seen in the original work when Cabba, who was only an elite team member, could actually fight back and forth against Vegeta while both being in the same normal state. At that time, Vegeta was already a seasoned warrior, but without transforming into Super Saiyan, he did not even have a big advantage over Cabba. If this were replaced by Lin Chen's current world, then Cabba's power level should at least be over 1,000,000. Moreover, from the fact that Cabba can easily transform into a Super Saiyan, their talent and even the S cells in their bodies is far greater than the Saiyans of Universe 7. With so many differences, it made Lin Chen really curious. So, Lin Chen finally said, "Okay, let's go and have a look first." After saying that, Lin Chen turned the spaceship and flew in the direction where they sensed Saiyan's aura. Before long, they saw a brown planet. This planet looks like Planet Vegeta. Is this Planet Vegeta of Universe 6? Hanasia asked. No. Lin Chen shook his head, this should be Planet Satella. Satella? Wasn't that Saiyan's original home planet? Hanasia said in surprise. Hey, Hana, what's with Satella? Isn't Saiyan's home planet Planet Vegeta? Tights wondered. Hanasia explained, no, Saiyan's home planet is not Planet Vegeta, it is Planet Satella. It's just that in our universe, Planet Satella was destroyed because of Saiyan's internal strife, and the remaining Saiyans occupied another race's planet and renamed that planet to Planet Vegeta. I didn't expect Planet Satella to still exist in Universe 6. Amazing! Chapter 124, The Legend of Demon Saiyan. Brother Lin Chen, shall we go down and have a look? Tights asked. Naturally. Lin Chen nodded and controlled the spaceship to descend on Planet Satella. Soon, they landed on the surface of the planet. When the three of them got out of the spaceship, Lin Chen and Han-Asia could immediately feel a special emotion in their heart. This is Saiyans' home planet? It's just like Planet Vegeta, Tights muttered. It should be said that Planet Vegeta was chosen by Saiyans due to its conditions being similar to Planet Satella. Lin Chen said. Just as the three of them were looking around. Shoo, 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 dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the sky and flew towards Lin Chen and the others. It's Saiyans of Planet Satella. Han-Asia said, so strong, these people's power level is almost the same as mine. The people who had arrived were indeed Planet Sadalla's Saiyans. Using the scouter to probe, they discovered that all these people's power level was over 1 million, and some of them even had more than 1.5 million, which is slightly stronger than Hanasias. It couldn't help but cause Hanasias' expression to turn tense. The Saiyans quickly landed on the ground, and although they were dispersed, they had faintly already surrounded Lin Chen and the others. Then, a burly man among them took the lead as he stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Why did you enter Saiyans' territory?" "Your Majesty." "It's okay, I'll deal with it." Lin Chen smiled as he stepped forward and greeted them, "Hello, we are travelers from outer space. We just found out that there are signs of life on this planet, so we came down to have a look." "Travelers?" The burly man glanced at them, "Why do I feel you guys look quite similar to Saiyans?" At this moment, another Saiyan suddenly walked up to the burly man and pointed towards Lin Chen and Han-Asia with a nervous expression. Lin Chen noticed that the direction of his finger seemed to be the tail coiled around their waists. "Tail? Why do you have tails?" "We're Saiyans, of course we have a tail." Han-Asia swayed her tail. But she didn't expect those Saiyans to suddenly cry out in alarm. "Tail? It's really tail." The woman said she is a Saiyan. "Saiyans with tails? They are deviants." The burly man then raised his right hand and shouted, "Saddle a defense force. Prepare for battle." In an instant, the surrounding Saiyans' aura erupted out and they looked as if they were going to fight. This confused Lin Chen and the others. "Excuse me sir, please don't misunderstand, we are not your enemies. We were just passing by." "Lies. You are deviants, you must have come to Planet Satella with bad intentions." A Saiyan next to him shouted. After he said that, the others looked ready to attack them. Seeing that they were about to move, Lin Chen knew that it was useless to just rely on talking. So, he raised his head and a soul-chilling cold light flashed in his black eyes, and a stormy aura suddenly swept out. Lin Chen's current power level in normal state was more than 7 million. Even without transforming into Super Saiyan, he is far above these people. Saiyans of Planet Satella don't have equipment like Universe 7 Scouter, but they seem to have mastered Ki Sense just like the Earthlings. Sensing the earth-shattering aura that erupted out from Lin Chen, they revealed a panicked look. They, who were planning to attack, couldn't help but stop. Seeing this, Lin Chen also restrained his aura and said, "To tell you the truth, I only used less than 1% of my full strength just now." "What? Impossible. How can such a terrifying power be only 1%? Could he be the legendary Demon Saiyan? Oh no, we can't possibly win against such an opponent." Noticing the fear on their faces, Lin Chen was confused and said, "But don't worry, I have no ill intentions." Their leader hurriedly shouted, You really have no ill intentions? If I had ill intentions, do you think you would still be alive?" Lin Chen asked rhetorically. Hearing this, the Saiyan swallowed and said, "I see, saddle a defense force, let's step down for now." "Captain Renzo? Everyone retreat, you should have felt the aura of this mister just now. All of you go and reassure everyone first, don't cause trouble, I will entertain this mister and his friends. This is an order." At these words, the others, though reluctant, obeyed the order and withdrew for the time being. After that, the Saiyan named Renzo planned to bring Lin Chen and the others to a place. But Lin Chen thought for a moment and still said, "Forget it, Mr. Renzo, it seems that your planet has a misunderstanding about Saiyans with tails like me. If I walk around randomly, you people would be very worried, right? Then how about going to our spaceship? I want to know about your planet Satella." "All right." Renzo nodded. Soon after, Lin Chen received Renzo in the spaceship's lounge. After some self-introduction, everyone learned that this Saiyan is Renzo, the captain of Planet Sadalla's defense force. "Here, drink this, it is called coffee on our side." "Your side?" Renzo was stunned for a moment before looking at the brown liquid in front of him. He took a sip and immediately looked surprised. By now, I don't think there is anything to hide. Mr. Renzo, to tell you the truth, we are not actually from this universe. Hanasia and I are Saiyans from another universe, and Tights is from a place called Earth from another universe. Earth? You don't seem to be lying since as far as I know, Earth in my world should have been destroyed. Renzo was stunned. Hey? Earth in this world has been destroyed? Tights asked in surprise. Renzo nodded, yes, I heard that the planet destroyed itself because of the war before it could develop into a civilization that could enter the universe, so there should be no Earthlings in this world. I really didn't expect. Tights looked dumbfounded. Lin Chen suddenly said, Mr. Renzo, I just heard someone call us demon Saiyans. What's going on? Do you also have Saiyans with a tail? I thought you don't have tails because of the differences in the universe. No, I heard that a long time ago, the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta also had tails, but later on, because of something, all the Saiyans abandoned their tails. What happened? Lin Chen asked curiously. It's because of a legend passed down on Planet Vegeta. Renzo laughed. You guys are lucky that you met me. As the captain of the Vegeta Defense Force, I have read some documents. If it was someone else, they would have forgotten those ancient legends long ago. Chapter 125, The Difference Between the Two Worlds and the Mystery of the Saiyans. Renzo started talking about the story he had seen in the documents. It is said that a long time ago, when all Saiyans still had tails, a demon suddenly appeared one day and broke the peace on the planet Vegeta. Demon? Lin Chen frowned. Yes, no one knows his real identity. Only in the oldest books of Vegeta, he is called Demon Saiyan. Renzo said solemnly. In the beginning, this Demon Saiyan looked like everyone else, and no one felt that there was anything wrong. But gradually, wherever he went, Saiyans, who loved peace, became violent, bloodthirsty and aggressive. In addition to that, a special technique gradually became prevalent among these changed Saiyans. It's a technique of concentrating energy. It looks just like an energy ball, but if this energy ball is thrown into the sky and it gets mixed with oxygen, the energy ball will turn into a bright ball of light, and every Saiyan who sees this ball of light will become a kind of terrifying monster. You mean a gorilla? Hanasia interrupted. Renzo was stunned for a moment, then he showed a hint of understanding. That's right, it's a gorilla, it seems you know about it too. Hanasia was puzzled, but turning into a gorilla, isn't that Saiyan's traditional unique skill? As long as a Saiyan sees the full moon, they will. Planet Vegeta has no moon. Tights said suddenly. Hey? Hanasia was taken aback. Renzo nodded and said, yes, Planet Vegeta has no moon. At that time, Saiyans still hadn't entered the universe, so we never knew that Saiyans had this ability. When this technique began to spread, Saiyans everywhere transformed into gorillas. According to records, after a Saiyan transforms into a gorilla, they would become more brutal, and at the same time, they would also feel abnormal pleasure. After many people became addicted to this, the originally peaceful planet Vegeta had then turned into hell. Cities were destroyed, and Saiyan's world began to fall into chaos, but just at that time, a savior appeared. The savior discovered that the Saiyans' transformation power came from their tail, so he took the initiative to pull out his own tail, and then told the secret to others. Since then, Saiyans, who did not want to associate with evil, cut off their tail and allowed the chaos to be controlled. Only by that time, a considerable number of Saiyans had been enticed by the demon Saiyan and become depraved and evil. They refused to cut off their tails, and instead gathered around the demon Saiyan and provoked a war with the Saiyans who wanted peace. After a hard-fought war, our savior finally gathered all the peace-loving Saiyan, destroyed the demon Saiyan and his subordinates, and restored the peace of planet Vegeta. After the war, in order to avoid the return of the demon Saiyan, our savior used his divine power to seal the tail of Saiyans. Since then, no Saiyans could grow tails, and likewise, planet Vegeta no longer had to worry about the threat of monsters, and everything returned to peace. This is the story I read in the ancient documents. After saying that, Renzo picked up the cup of coffee, took a big sip and let out a long breath. Ha! This thing is so delicious, it seems to have a refreshing effect. Can I have another cup? Of course. Tights smiled and took his cup before pouring him another cup. At this time, Lin Chen had fallen silent. Because of Renzo's story, he remembered a legend. A legend about the origins of Saiyan. In fact, there is also a legend about the civil strife among Saiyans during ancient times on planet Vegeta in Universe 7. However, unlike Universe 6, where the civil strife was successfully suppressed, in Universe 7, the civil strife among Saiyans caused them to lose their home planet Satella and were finally forced to emigrate to planet Vegeta, which was called Planet Plant at that time. This is a well-known story known by Saiyans, including Han Asia. Then, behind this story, there is also a secret that only Lin Chen knows among the Saiyans of Universe 7. In the civil strife in Universe 7, one of the sides in the Saiyans' civil strife at that time was a force led by an ancient Saiyan named Yamashi. Yamashi was a kind and righteous Saiyan. During the civil strife, he and another 5 good and righteous Saiyan companions once fought against other cruel Saiyans. In the end, Yamashi used the power of the other 5 people to transform into Super Saiyan God. However, due to being heavily outnumbered and physically unable to bear the burden of Super Saiyan God, Yamashi and his companions were eventually killed by the cruel Saiyans. Now, combined with what he just heard from Renzo, Lin Chen suddenly has a bold guess about the origins of Saiyan in his Universe 7. It is very likely that the Saiyans of Universe 6 and Universe 7 were originally of the same race. However, in the civil unrest that followed, the Saiyans of the 2 universes went to different endings. In Universe 6, the righteous Saiyan won, leading Saiyan to the light. While in Universe 7, it is clear that the righteous side led by Yamashi lost the war, and the evil Saiyans led by the demon Saiyan won the war, which led to the destruction of Saiyan's hometown planet Satella. I see, that's why I thought it was a little weird at first. Lin Chen pondered in his heart. In fact, after Lin Chen became the king of Saiyans, he has been thinking about a question. To transform into a Super Saiyan, you need to rely on S cells, and S cells need to be generated in a peaceful environment. So why are Saiyans on planet Vegeta, by nature, warlike and evil? It is totally illogical that to transform into the most powerful form of a race, they need to be in an environment that is totally contrary to the nature of their race. But now that he knows the point of divergence between the 2 worlds Saiyans, Lin Chen understands a little. In fact, the situation of Super Saiyan is not illogical at all. Because Saiyans have a peace-loving nature, just like Saiyans in Universe 6. But in that civil strife of Saiyans of Universe 7, the Saiyan force representing Evil won, which caused the whole race to degenerate, thus the nature of the kind-hearted Saiyans twisted into evil. Super Saiyan, who could easily emerge, has become a legend because of this. The powerful Saiyan race kept degenerating because of this, and finally became the lackey of others. The source of all this is the demon Saiyan, who caused the Saiyans to degenerate. However, there was something that was puzzling Lin Chen. In Universe 6, the demon Saiyan should have been wiped out by the righteous side at the end. While in Universe 7, the demon Saiyan was the victor. That being the case, where is Universe 7's demon Saiyan? How did he disappear amidst history? Did a god make a move? Or is there another secret? Chapter 126, Choices reappears and Planet Satella's choices. Demon Saiyan. What kind of existence is that Saiyan who can be called by this name? Lin Chen was really curious about this. Noting down this matter for the time being, Lin Chen then changed to a lighter topic. By the way, aren't there Super Saiyan on planet Satella? Super Saiyan? What's that? Renzo was taken aback. You don't know about Super Saiyan? No way. Sadalla's Saiyan's average strength is much higher than ours, so why don't you know about Super Saiyan? Hanasia was stunned. Then, she was about to open her mouth to explain to Renzo, but Lin Chen kicked her leg. Your Majesty, you. Lin Chen didn't explain. The reason why he stopped Hanasia just now was because at this moment, a prompt which hasn't appeared in a long time suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding! It is detected that host has gotten in touch with Planet Sadalla's Saiyans, triggering the strongest choices. Choice 1, conceal the information about Super Saiyan and let nature take its course. Reward, 1 time point and power level plus 500,000. Choice 2, reveal the information about Super Saiyan, which will contribute to the strength explosion of Planet Sadalla's Saiyans. Reward, 3 tubes of 100% S-cell reagent. Choice 3, reveal the information about Super Saiyan God, which will greatly contribute to the strength explosion of Planet Satella Saiyans. Reward, 5 Hearts of Justice. The best choices. Just a small chat triggered the tasks. Lin Chen didn't expect it, so he stopped Hanasia immediately, and then quickly analyzed the choices. These tasks were related to providing information to Sadala's Saiyans. As he has learned just now, Saiyans of Sadala clearly don't seem to know about Super Saiyan. Maybe they knew, but it is very likely that as time passed, they gradually forgot about Super Saiyan. This is also well explained, because Sadala's Saiyans are peaceful in nature and rarely go through extreme emotions, while Super Saiyan transformation requires not only S cells, but also extreme emotions, such as anger, as a channel. As Trunks and Goten are hybrids, the conditions for transformation may not be the same for them in the future, so I won't mention them here. In short, because of Planet Sadala's Saiyans' personality, they rarely have extreme emotions, so although they have the advantage of being extremely talented, they don't know how to transform into Super Saiyan. Therefore, if Lin Chen tells them the secret, the strength of Planet Sadala may go through an unprecedented explosion. However, this is not advantageous for Lin Chen, and instead may harm them. Because don't forget that in the future, God of Destruction Kampa of Universe 6 will propose to hold a tournament with Universe 7. Lin Chen is from Universe 7. Improving Universe 6 Saiyans' strength, isn't that digging a hole for himself? However, the reward this time is quite tempting. 3 tubes of 100% S cells can give 3 more Super Saiyans to Planet Vegeta at once. As for Heart of Justice, he has an intuition that it should be related to Super Saiyan God. System, what is the use of Heart of Justice? Ding! Replying back to host, Heart of Justice can bestow anyone with a righteous heart, which can be used by Saiyans to provide energy of justice and create a source for Super Saiyan God. However, a friendly reminder to the host, if Heart of Justice is used to become a righteous Saiyan, they then cannot transform into Super Saiyan God by themselves. After pondering for a while, Lin Chen finally made the decision. System, I'll choose 3. Ding, confirming host's selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. According to what he had seen in original work, there are altogether 2 ways to become Super Saiyan God. One is the artificial type, that is, 6 Saiyans with righteous heart are gathered together and one among them transforms into Super Saiyan God, and the other is the breakthrough type in which an individual with powerful strength comprehends the divine realm and transform into Super Saiyan God. The latter is far in the future, but the former, as long as he gets this reward, it can soon be realized. At that time, Lin Chen might be able to successfully break through again and transform into Super Saiyan God. Compared with such a reward, the possible consequences of increasing Planet Sadala's strength is somewhat trivial. Mr. Renzo, thank you for the information you just provided. In return, I can tell you a rumor circulating in our world. After a pause, Lin Chen said, actually, in our world, there is a special kind of Saiyan transformation called Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? Renzo was dazed, unable to understand. It was also the first time that Hanasia had heard of it, and she was just as confused. She knows about Super Saiyan as both Lin Chen and her were Super Saiyan, but she has never heard of Super Saiyan God. Even they are hearing Lin Chen mention it for the first time. At this time, Lin Chen was already speaking, explaining about Super Saiyan God. Both Renzo and Hanasia were astonished after hearing him out. They didn't expect that Saiyan could still enhance their strength through other transformations. Mr. Renzo, unfortunately, in our world, it seems that evil Saiyans won in the end, so there are very few Saiyans with a righteous heart on our side, but you are different. I believe a new Super Saiyan God can emerge on Planet Sadala. I believe you. Renzo said solemnly, Mr. Lynx, in fact, we do have a similar legend here. According to the legend, the savior at that time defeated the demon Saiyan with the help of 5 righteous companions. According to what you said just now, then the savior should have transformed into Super Saiyan God? I didn't expect that this is not a legend, but the truth. This information is very important to our Planet Sadala. If we can really transform into Super Saiyan God, the strength of Planet Sadala will have a qualitative leap in the future. Renzo stood up excitedly and gripped Lin Chen's hands tightly. Lin Chen smiled and heard the sound of the system ringing in his ears. Ding, congratulations host for completing the task. Receiving reward, 5 hearts of justice. You're welcome. I don't know if this rumor is true or not, because in our place, it is difficult to find 6 Saiyans with a righteous heart, so I can't guarantee anything. It's okay, I'll still find someone to try it. Renzo said and hurriedly wanted to go out to find someone to try it. Lin Chen sent him out of the spaceship. However, at this moment, they felt a chilling aura suddenly appear nearby. Chapter 127, Choices for Fighting Hit. Who? Renzo yelled. He knew very well that this aura was definitely not a Saiyans. Since every entry and exit of a person who is not a Saiyan of planet Satella is checked by the Satella Defense Force, and Renzo can't remember an aura similar to this from among those people. This aura was cold, gloomy, and full of murderous intent. So much so that Renzo unconsciously erupted his aura and entered a fighting state. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a voice. "You people who killed Plant, I'm here to kill you." Immediately, everyone turned around and they saw an alien with grey body and purple skin standing in front of them. Hit? Seeing that person, Lin Chen was shocked. The person in front of him is surprisingly the number 1 assassin of Universe 6, Hit. Assassin Hit of Universe 6, known as kill only from the front and kill with 1 hit, is the number 1 assassin of Universe 6. He has a time skip skill, which is unmatched in the world. Every time he carries out an assassination mission, he will do it openly and kill the target from the front, and no one can escape from his hands. He didn't expect such a dangerous person to appear in front of him, moreover he has come to kill him? It looks like you know me? Then there is no need to talk nonsense. Plant's family hired me to kill you, Saiyan over there, don't get in my way. Hit? You are the universe number 1 assassin, Hit? Damn it. Mr. Lynx, hurry up and leave, let me deal with it. Renzo stood in front of Hit and wanted to buy time for Lin Chen. But at this moment, Hit's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in a completely different place as if time had suddenly stopped. Renzo didn't even have time to react before Hit's fist hit him in the stomach and sent him flying, barely breathing. So strong. Renzo held his stomach, his eyes almost bursting out from his sockets. What happened just now? He didn't even see when Hit moved. He wanted to get up, but because the attack just now was too strong, he could barely move. Mr. Renzo, don't get up. He is here for us, let me deal with him. Lin Chen stood up and stared at Hit. Renzo braced himself on the ground with all his energy and shouted, "MR. Lynx, don't. You aren't his opponent." The terror of Hit, the number 1 assassin in the universe, is absolutely beyond question. Since Hit began his career, the number of people who could successfully survive against him is 0. Although Lin Chen had erupted out with a terrifying aura before, Renzo still didn't think he would be Hit's match. Fight or flee. Before Lin Chen could make up his mind, he heard the system's voice. Ding! It is detected that host is facing the powerful enemy Hit. Triggering the strongest choices. Choice 1, immediately run away and don't come into contact with Hit for a week. Reward, time freeze skill. Choice 2, fight against Hit and hold on for at least 10 minutes. Reward, time insight talent, a prerequisite for learning time-based skills. Choice 3, defeat Hit. Rewards, time skip skill and tides of time. Triggering choices again? Since he was pressed for time, Lin Chen didn't ponder over each one of them this time, instead he directly asked the system. System, what does time insight talent mean? Ding! Replying back to the host, to learn time-based skills, you need to comprehend the laws of time. Without this talent, host cannot learn time skip even with his beginner martial arts talent. I see. If he didn't have this talent, time skip would be the same as North Kai's spirit bomb. Even if Hit used it hundreds of times in front of him, he wouldn't be able to learn it, right? Thinking of this, Lin Chen selected his choice. System, I choose to. Ding! Confirming host's choice. The countdown will start the moment host attacks. Choice 1 was immediately eliminated by Lin Chen. Because in front of Hit's time skip skill, unless he abandons Tights and Han Asia, it is absolutely impossible for him to escape, even if he uses instant transmission. Because Hit's unique time skip skill can freeze time. The theory of Hit's time skip skill is said to freeze time for 0.1 seconds, and during that time, Hit can come and go freely in the frozen space, while others are in a static state. Although this 0.1 second does not seem long, for an expert like Hit, it is long enough to kill anyone he wants to kill. Therefore, if Lin Chen chooses one, even if he can escape, he will lose Tights and Han Asia forever, which is impossible for him to accept. As for choice 3, with Lin Chen's current strength, it is completely impossible for him to defeat Hit. Hit can fight against Super Saiyan Blue with his real strength. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, an electronic sound rang out. Tights was holding a scouter as she looked at Hit and said, Lin Chen, this guy has only 500,000 power levels. It's no big deal. No, Tights, you're wrong, that guy definitely can't have such low strength. I'm afraid he can suppress his aura. Hanasia corrected. She guessed right. As an assassin, how could Hit not know how to suppress his aura? Scouter can only detect the surface power level. To know the true strength of Hit, Lin Chen will have to use systems powers. System, what is Hit's power level? Ding! After a beep, Lin Chen saw Hit's true strength. Hit, power level 390 million. This power level, he is the most powerful opponent that Lin Chen has ever seen in his life besides himself. However, Lin Chen knew that this number should not be Hit's true power level. Because Lin Chen clearly remembers that Hit also has a unique skill called Full Power. It is said to be a unique skill, but in fact, it should be said to be a characteristic of Hit. In the original work, it is said that because Hit never met an opponent which required him to use all his strength, he did not do any training for a long time. But because Hit is over 1000 years old, he has accumulated a lot of potential even though he has not trained for a long time. This is like a game character in an RPG. It has accumulated enough experience points to upgrade to level 100, but it hasn't upgraded yet. But once there is a need, the other party can directly convert these experience points into levels, thereby rapidly improving their strength. Judging from the original work, Hit's true strength should at least be close to Super Saiyan God. It is far from something that the current Lin Chen can deal with. However, although I can't defeat Hit, holding out for 10 minutes. Holding out for 10 minutes against the one-hit kill Hit? Lin Chen muttered in a low voice, and suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up. Then let me try it. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen began to condense his aura. Chapter 128, Surprised and Powerful Lin Chen. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky turned overcast and thunder and lightning pierced through the clouds. After a green wave ripple flashed by, amidst the thunder and lightning, Lin Chen's body suddenly changed drastically. Seeing his body suddenly expand, Hit was dumbfounded. This is... What's going on? Renzo, who was still lying on the ground, was also dumbfounded. He never knew that Saiyans could transform like this. Could this be the Super Saiyan God that Lin Chen mentioned before? Hit, it's not going to be so easy to kill me. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Chen rushed towards Hit at an incredible speed. He was so fast that he appeared in front of Hit almost in the blink of an eye. However, as Lin Chen's fist was about to hit him, Hit, whose hands were in his pockets, punched Lin Chen's stomach first. The powerful force sent Lin Chen flying upside down. Crack! Lin Chen's feet dragged across the ground for nearly 1,000 meters before he stopped. What's going on? Tights was stunned. How did that guy hit Lin Chen? Hanasia, did you see his movements? No. I didn't see anything. Not only they didn't see it, Lin Chen himself didn't catch Hit's movements before he was sent flying. Is this the time skip skill? It's really amazing. In terms of power level, Lin Chen's strength, who has transformed into legendary Super Saiyan, should be almost the same as the current Hit, so there is no reason why he couldn't see Hit's movements. The only explanation is time skip. The moment Lin Chen attacked just now, Hit performed the time skip skill, thus attacking Lin Chen one step earlier. Touching his chest, Lin Chen's body fused with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline actually felt a little bit of pain. Assassin Hit, your technique really aims at the vitals. Hit was slightly surprised to see that his punch did not kill Lin Chen. You're quite good, I haven't seen anyone who can take my punch in a long time. You're not bad too, few people can send me flying. Lin Chen said with a laugh. Hit's expression didn't change, but his figure seemed to have teleported as he suddenly crossed the distance between him and Lin Chen before waving his fist at Lin Chen again. It's just that Hit was still 2 or 3 meters away from Lin Chen, and it doesn't look like this punch would be able to reach him. But that's just what everyone thinks. Because at the same time as Hit threw a punch, another punch mark appeared on Lin Chen's chest. PFF. Lin Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood and was again sent flying backwards. After adjusting his posture with difficulty, Lin Chen was able to stand firmly again. Invisible energy bullet? I couldn't even sense the aura? It's really worthy of being an assassin's technique. Lin Chen had just stabilized his body when Hit attacked again, but this time, the invisible attack was suddenly blocked in midair. Boom! Hit stopped in surprise and retracted his fist, and looked at the shield around Lin Chen. Shield? But it's useless. Hit bent his legs and clenched his fists at the same time, and like a machine gun, he kept hitting Lin Chen with his fists. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen's shield immediately lit up with flashes, but strangely, all the flashes were only from the same point on the shield. Oh no! Lin Chen frowned, but before he could react, his shield was shattered by hit. The next moment, Lin Chen was sent flying again. Fortunately, this time, Lin Chen didn't fly far before he stopped in mid-air. It's just that there was blood oozing out from the corners of his mouth. The fight between the two stunned Hanasia and the others who were watching. Hanasia and Tights were surprised that someone in this world could suppress Lin Chen in a fight, which they had never seen before. While Renzo was surprised that Lin Chen could hold against hit for so long. He had heard that no one who was targeted by hit could last a single move against hit in the past. What's going on with this guy? Looking at Lin Chen in the sky, Hit's expression turned solemn. He was sure that he did not hold back at all, and several of his attacks hit Lin Chen's vitals, but why is he still alive? Tights. At this moment, Lin Chen's voice suddenly sounded in Tights' mind. Lin Chen? Tights, I'm talking to you using telepathy, listen and do what I say now. In the distance, Lin Chen stared at Hit while using Camus magic to tell Tights something. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Tights nodded, and then turned around and ran towards the spaceship. Tights, what happened? Hanasia turned around and asked, but then there was another loud explosion behind them. Hit's fists bombarded Lin Chen heavily again. During the previous few ruthless punches, Lin Chen was easily sent flying by Hit, but this time, he forcibly used his muscles to resist them and held on. When he saw Lin Chen glaring at him, Hit suddenly felt that something was wrong. But at this moment, Lin Chen had already grabbed Hit's hands with one hand, and then grinned. Now your time skip skill will be useless. What? You know about the time skip skill? Hit's calm face finally revealed a hint of surprise. Time skip. Pausing the time, Hit wanted to take the next opportunity to free himself from Lin Chen's hands, but found that the opponent's strength far surpassed his. The huge hand was like an iron pincer, tightly holding Hit's hand, making him unable to retreat. Then, 0.1 second passed. Who the hell are you? I'm Saiyan Lynx. Bang. Immediately after that, Lin Chen's huge hand pressed down on Hit's head and smashed it heavily towards the ground. Bang. The ground beneath the two of them immediately cracked and Hit's entire upper body was almost completely pushed into the ground. He won. Hanasia cried out excitedly, and just then, Tights came back. Tights, what were you doing? You missed Link's counterattack. That guy Hit should be on the verge of death. Impossible. Lin Chen asked me to put away the spaceship and that he would bring us an escape at any time. What? Hanasia turned around in surprise, only to find that their spaceship had indeed been put away by Tights into the Hoi Poi capsule. At this moment, she saw Hit, who was originally buried in the ground, suddenly jump out of the ground with a boom. After a few flips in the air, he landed on the ground and except for some sand on his body, there were actually no injuries to be seen. You're quite good. It's been a long time since someone has troubled me so. Then, it'll get serious. Hit loosened up his neck and clenched his fists. Immediately, in Lin Chen's eyes, his power level broke through just like that. Hit, power level, 450 million. Chapter 129, Breaking Time Skip Skill Through Brute Force. Power level, 450 million. You know, after Lin Chen transforms into legendary Super Saiyan, his power level is only about 390 million. But Hit just did a stretch and a gap appeared between the two people's power levels. Sure enough, this guy is just like what Lin Chen remembered. He has infinite potential hidden in his body. After this potential is fully unleashed, only someone at Super Saiyan God level can fight against him. I can't let him raise his power level to that level. Thinking of this, Lin Chen decided to seal his legendary Super Saiyan 2 for this battle. Otherwise, once Hit continues to improve his strength, Lin Chen will have no chance of succeeding. System, how much time do I have left to complete Choice 2? 6 minutes left till the countdown. TCH, there is still so much time left? I'm coming. As soon as Hit finished speaking, he rushed towards Lin Chen at a faster speed than before. This time, Hit didn't use time skip right away, but directly used his newly grown strength to fight Lin Chen head-on. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them turned into two beams of light and began to move through the nearby mountain. The two beams of light, one green and one purple, collided continuously, then separated immediately, and then collided again. They fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground. The berserk aura continuously erupted out from between the two figures, crushing everything around them into powder. At this time, many Saiyans had already sensed the auras and had rushed over to check. Upon seeing this, Renzo rushed over to stop them. What a joke! If they get close, with the aura of the two people who were fighting, they will either die or be injured. How can they be allowed to come over? After all kinds of earth-shattering loud sounds, the close-range hand-to-hand fight finally decided the winner. With a loud sound, Lin Chen shot out and got buried in the ground. Before he could stand up, Hit sent a flying kick from the sky, burying Lin Chen deep into the ground. He suffered almost the same as Hit before. Boom! Lin Chen jumped out from the other side of the ground, panting heavily. So strong! Whether it is speed or strength, it is much stronger than before. As expected of a character who only appeared in the later stages. It is currently still too difficult for him to fight Hit. Lin Chen glanced at the time and confirmed that he still needed to hold on for 3 minutes. But with the strength that Hit showed just now, if he fought normally during these 3 minutes, he might die suddenly. No matter how strong a body legendary Super Saiyan has, there is a limit. Broly in the burning battles once got severely injured by Goku, who punched him with a strength exceeding his own. Now that Hit's power level has surpassed his own, if he uses time skip to deliver a few more killer punches like before, Lin Chen doesn't think he can hold on for too long. So, Lin Chen thought of changing his strategy. Hey! Hit! Why didn't you use your time skip skill just now? Don't worry, I didn't use it immediately because you would have died then. Hit said coldly. Is that so? Lin Chen curled his lips and said with a smile, I'm not so sure. I've already seen through your time skip skill. Next time you use it, I'll be able to break it. Is that so? Hit's eyes narrowed. Stop bluffing, no one can break my time skip skill. Then try it. Boom. Hit took the initiative to attack as he rushed towards Lin Chen. Time skip. Just when the distance between the two was rapidly closing, Hit used time skip. He was about to close the distance with Lin Chen, but he suddenly discovered that Lin Chen opposite him was holding a sparkling green energy ball in each palm and was about to smash them on the ground. On the ground? Seeing this, Hit suddenly realized. He hurriedly stopped and stared at the ground, about to step back. But at this time, the time of time skip skill just reached the end. Rumble. The next moment, the energy ball in Lin Chen's hands smashed onto the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The powerful energy directly engulfed everything within a radius of several kilometers of Lin Chen. Amidst the light, Hit was sent flying upside down in a sorry state, and fell heavily to the ground, his face covered in cold sweat. You actually... Hit stared in amazement at the green light ball that was gradually dissipating in front of him. Amidst the light ball, Lin Chen stood in place with a relaxed expression on his face. How is it? Didn't I break it just now? Can this be considered as breaking it? Hit looked displeased. When was his time skip skill ever counteracted like this? No matter what the method is, as long as it can break the time skip skill. Lin Chen said with a grin. In terms of talent in martial arts, he may not be as good as the future Goku, and predict what Hit will do after using the time skip skill based on experience alone. However, Lin Chen came up with another method, which is to use a short-range wide-area energy attack to break Hit's time skip skill. Anyway, he knows that no matter what Hit chooses, Hit will always appear near him after using time skip skill, so he simply attacked the whole area around him, so that no matter what Hit chooses, he will be hit, unless he actively dodges it just like now. Then, I'll counterattack. Read the latest stories and novelbin.com. Yellow-green flames erupted out from Lin Chen's body and with a wave of his hand, the flames shot towards Hit like a rain of bullets. Hit dodged left and right, while constantly using time skip to approach Lin Chen. Come! Time skip! Hit used the time skip skill, and then he saw as Lin Chen again used both of his palms to smash 2 energy balls on the ground. This time, Hit didn't approach immediately, but waited for the time skip skill to end, and when the 2 energy balls exploded and dissipated, he performed the time skip skill again and quickly attacked Lin Chen. Bang! Bang! Hit punched Lin Chen in the chest, creating a sunken palm print on his body. Lin Chen arched back, but he held on, turned over his hand and slapped, sending Hit flying backwards. The two separated again. It was just one round, but they were still not able to determine the victor and loser once again. But overall, Lin Chen's face was slightly bloodstained, while Hit looked relaxed. It was clear that he had the upper hand. "Hey, what did you say your name was?" Hit asked. "Lynx, I'm a Saiyan from another universe." "Another universe?" Hit smiled, "You are the first one who can fight me for so long. If you were not my target, I would be happy to swap pointers with you, but unfortunately, you will die here today." "That's not for sure." "No, it's certain." Hit pulled his hands out of his pockets, and suddenly roared, and the aura on his body erupted out again. How? The aura emitted by Hit caused Hanasia's eyes to widen. Because she shockingly discovered that Hit's ki had improved again. Hit, power level, 500 million. Facing the valiant Lin Chen, Hit once again chose to raise his strength. "Okay then, prepare to say goodbye." Hit clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a trace of coldness. Chapter 130, Stealing Time Skip Skill. Ding! Just as Hit's voice fell, Lin Chen also heard the system's notification tone in his mind. "Congratulations host for completing the task. Reward, Time Insight Talent. Beginner Martial Arts Talent Evolution." Following the system prompt, Lin Chen suddenly felt something new in his mind. According to the system's explanation from before, Lin Chen can now rely on beginner martial arts talent to comprehend those time-related skills. At the same time, Lin Chen has also completed his task, which means he can leave immediately. However, Lin Chen clenched his fists. "It's a rare opportunity to secretly learn time skip skill from Hit, how can I leave just like this? Hit, it's too early to think of killing me based on your current level." Ha! The next moment, Lin Chen's hands slashed to the sides, and his aura erupted out, turning into yellow-green ki flames. Amidst the ki flames, lightning kept flashing around Lin Chen. Legendary Super Saiyan 2. Lin Chen is actually using this move? Hanasia said nervously. "Hana? Why does Lin Chen's appearance seem to have changed?" Tights asked in surprise. "This is Super Saiyan 2, which is already Lin Chen's strongest transformation. It's the first time I've seen him use it in actual combat. This Hit is really terrifying. I've never seen such an expert before. But it seems that Lin Chen is more powerful. Don't worry, Lin Chen will definitely win." Buzz, buzz. As Lin Chen's aura continued to expand, the atmosphere of planet Satella began to tremble. Sensing the terrifying aura, the Saiyans on the planet were terrified, feeling as if the world was ending. Renzo, who was present near the scene, also stared wide-eyed. He finally realized that Lin Chen was actually hiding such terrifying strength. If he used this strength to deal with them just now, I am afraid that the Satella defense force would have been wiped out in an instant. Hit frowned as he didn't expect Lin Chen to have hidden his strength. However, Hit rushed over without any hesitation. Lin Chen also rushed over without hesitation, with lightning flickering around his body. When their fists were about to collide, Hit launched the time skip skill. Lin Chen suddenly paused. Hit looked calm, and was about to change his position, so as to avoid Lin Chen's attack while attacking his vitals at the same time. Suddenly, Lin Chen, who was supposed to be immobilized, began to move ahead of time. "Sorry, it looks like your time skip skill was broken by me again." Under Hit's surprised eyes, Lin Chen turned his fist into a palm and easily slapped him flying. Oh! Time skip skill stopped immediately when Hit was sent flying. Hey! Hit has been attacked? The scene where Hit wanted to attack, but was easily slapped away by Lin Chen fell into everyone's eyes. But they didn't know how shocked Hit was feeling at the moment. Different from Lin Chen's previous method of breaking it with brute force, this time, his time skip skill was really cracked. The duration of the time skip skill against Lin Chen just now wasn't 0.1 seconds. At this time, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth curled up and he disappeared. He was so fast that Hit didn't notice at all. His heart skipped a beat, and he activated the time skip skill again without thinking, only to be find to his shock that Lin Chen had appeared behind him. Before Hit had time to react, Lin Chen moved again by using time skip skill and smashed Hit's body. Boom! Hit hit the ground like a meteor, and created a crater on planet Satella. 0.05 seconds. Hit got up in a sorry state. He finally understood that his time skip skill could only be used against Lin Chen for 0.05 seconds. What? What happened to my time skip skill? It was his first time encountering such a thing. Ding! Congratulations host for successfully triggering the beginner martial arts talent, comprehending the skill, time skip. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Chen smiled, don't you know? In fact, your time skip skill can only be effective against opponents whose energy is similar to or lower than your own. Once the strength gap between the two sides is too large, time skip skill can't restrain the opponent. Transforming into legendary Super Saiyan 2 form caused Lin Chen's current power level to reach nearly 800 million, far surpassing Hit. It was this strength disparity that made it impossible for Hit to restrain Lin Chen. So it's like this Hit was extremely shocked. In fact, since he created time skip skill, Hit has never encountered an opponent with energy higher than himself, so he never knew that his time skip skill had such a flaw. Although he was surprised that his unique skill had such a big weakness, Hit quickly regained his senses. It doesn't matter if he has weaknesses, as long as he knows what his weaknesses are, he will be able to make up for it and improve it one day. But this guy? Hit stared at Lin Chen and said, Lynx, you are really an interesting opponent. Thank you for telling me the weakness of time skip skill, but if you want to use this to make me stop, don't even dream about it. Hit suddenly crossed his hands and his aura rose again. 600 million. 700 million. 800 million. 900 million. Hit's power level rapidly increased again, and finally stopped when it reached 1 billion. This calmness and composure, as well as not knowing where his potential ends, caused Lin Chen to break out into cold sweat. But immediately his lips curled into a smile, no, Hit, you misunderstood. I told you this just to repay you for your favor. Repay a favor? Nonsense, let's see if you can break my time skip skill this time. Swish! Hit rushed towards Lin Chen, but just before he was about to use time skip, Lin Chen suddenly spread his 5 fingers and shouted, time skip. Hit's time skip skill was already mastered by Lin Chen. What? Before Hit could react, his time stopped. Although this pause lasted less than 0.01 second, when Hit came back to his senses, Lin Chen had already teleported to Han Asia and Tite's side in the distance. Time skip. Time skip. Lin Chen and Hit used the time skip skill again almost at the same time. The effect of using time skip skill at the same time was that both of them paused together. However, Hit with a power level of 1 billion freed himself from the time skip far faster than Lin Chen, but with less than 0.01 seconds left, he was too late to get close to Lin Chen. When he used all his strength to chase after Lin Chen in the distance, Lin Chen finally freed himself from the time skip skill, and then he used instant transmission and disappeared in front of Hit's eyes. Chapter 131, Z Prologue. What technique is this? Hit stopped in his tracks and looked around, but he didn't find any trace of Lin Chen at all, and even their aura couldn't be sensed. This is simply unbelievable. On planet Satella, Lin Chen's aura was like the sun in the dark night, it is impossible not to be able to sense it, but Hit has indeed lost Lin Chen's traces. Not only Hit, but the Saiyans on planet Satella also suddenly discovered that the enormous pressure that was originally surrounding their entire planet disappeared without a trace. When everyone was feeling a rush of relief, many wondered what happened. When the people on planet Satella were in confusion, on the faraway god of destruction's planet, Angel Vados of Universe 6 covered her small mouth in surprise. It's really hard to believe that he was able to escape from Hit. Hit, the number 1 assassin in the universe, could also sometimes fail. It's really interesting. However, how did that kid learn the time skip skill? Hit's time skip skill is already close to the level of gods? Vados narrowed her eyes. She watched Lin Chen in the crystal ball above the scepter, who had already escaped to another planet through instant transmission and resumed the journey to find the Dragon Balls and said in a low voice, interesting kid, but I can't just let you escape this crisis just like that. Then, Vados tapped the scepter lightly a few times. A message was then sent to Hit, who was still looking for Lin Chen's whereabouts on planet Satella. When he saw the content in the message, Hit was taken aback for a moment before he flew back towards his spaceship. The cat and mouse game between Lin Chen and Hit was far from over. 1 year later, Earth time, age 761. Universe 7. 2 Saiyans' new spherical spaceships quickly passed through the atmosphere and descended towards a military spaceport in the capital city of Planet Vegeta. Quick, look! Vegeta and Raditz are back. Hurry up and welcome them. Before the spaceships landed, there was already a loud commotion in the spaceport. Many people quickly ran out and rushed towards the planned landing site of the spaceships, preparing to welcome the returning Saiyan, Vegeta and Raditz. Since the first Saiyan tournament, Vegeta and Raditz have become celebrities among the Saiyans. Saiyans always admire the strong, and even though their personalities have become much more calmer than before, this point still has not changed. Therefore, Raditz, who advanced to top 32, and Vegeta, who became the champion, have become idols of many people since then. The two spaceships precisely landed on the landing site. After the hatch opened, Vegeta and Raditz walked out. Salute! Don't know who shouted this, but the Saiyans at the scene immediately saluted the two of them. However, to their surprise, Vegeta and Raditz didn't seem to notice them after they disembarked. Instead, they were arguing about something. Raditz, it's all your fault. If you kept an eye on them, those poachers wouldn't have escaped. Lord Vegeta, the mission requirement was to ensure the safety of those animals first. I didn't have the time to stop the spaceship. If you trained your speed more, you would have been able to make it in time. Under everyone's dumbfounded eyes, Vegeta left the spaceport while scolding Raditz. It turns out that the two received a mission to protect rare animals on a primitive planet this time. The mission requirement was to rescue a group of endangered animals from universe poachers. Although that gang of poachers is a well-known gang in the universe, and had escaped from the Galactic Patrol several times, it was very easy for Vegeta and Raditz to deal with them. But because of the mission requirement, they had to prioritize protecting the animals on the spaceship, which caused Vegeta and Raditz to be a little restrained. Although they successfully rescued the animals, it allowed the poachers to escape from them. Therefore, although they completed the mission, Vegeta was very upset. As an elite among Saiyans, he didn't complete the mission perfectly, which is a great humiliation to him. Seeing that Vegeta was unhappy, Raditz thought for a while and said, "Vegeta, why don't we find another person to join our team? Look, others usually have a 5-member team, and we only have 2 people. Even if you and I are powerful, we can't manage everything by ourselves at times." Hearing Raditz's words, Vegeta stopped in his tracks, turned around and said, "Looking for someone? That's a good idea. Who do you think is suitable? How about Tarbal? He's your brother after all," Raditz suggested. "That trash? Humph. Doesn't taking him mean we're just bringing along a burden?" Vegeta refused without hesitation. "Then what about Metal Saibaman? I heard that recently there is a new model of Metal Saibaman which has a power level in several hundred thousands," Raditz said again. "Humph. Making me carry out missions with that kind of puppet, Raditz, do you want to die?" Vegeta glared at him ferociously, and then said, "Raditz, I'll leave the matter of finding helpers to you, you can slowly think about it. I'll go back first to rest." After saying that, Vegeta stormed away angrily, leaving behind Raditz to stand there dumbfoundedly. After thinking hard for a long time, Raditz couldn't think of a suitable candidate who could satisfy Vegeta. At this moment, he found that he had arrived at the door of his house. Opening the door, Raditz found that his father and mother were not here. He thought the two of them had gone out, but at this moment, the holographic message system in the room lit up. The hologram of Bardock appeared in front of Raditz. "Hey, Raditz, your mother and I have gone to Earth. As before, if you have any problems, you can solve them by yourself." "Did they go to Earth again?" Raditz looked at the date of the message, and found that it was from a month ago. Then, those two should be already on their way back by now. Raditz knew that every year, his parents would always go to a planet called Earth at the border of the Milky Way galaxy for a few days. His brother Kakarot, who he has never met, lives on that planet. Raditz suddenly stared. "Kakarot? That's right. For a helper, he might just be the right one." Thinking of this, Raditz immediately contacted Vegeta with the communicator. Hearing Raditz's words, Vegeta couldn't help become a little interested. "Oh? You actually have a younger brother outside? But didn't His Majesty Lynx issue an order a long time ago, to have all Saiyan families bring their exiled children back to Planet Vegeta? Even Tarbal was brought back by my father. Why wasn't Kakarot? I heard from my father that it was His Majesty Lynx's order to have Kakarot go to Earth." Chapter 132, The Shadow of Frost Demons and Making a Comeback. "Oh? Why?" Vegeta was curious. "I'm not too sure about that," Raditz said. "However, I vaguely remember hearing my father and mother say when I was a child that King Lynx said that Kakarot will be the future of us Saiyans." "Saiyans' future?" Vegeta looked disdainful. I remember your brother's power level was less than 10 when he was born, right? Why would King Lynx say such a thing? It's true, Vegeta, their words left a deep impression on me, so there is no mistake. Seeing Raditz so sure, Vegeta pondered for a while and then his voice came from the communicator. Okay, since that's the case, Raditz, let's go to Earth. You want to rope in Kakarot? No. Vegeta sneered, I'm going to see what kind of person he is to be praised like this by King Lynx. Not long after, the two who had just returned to Planet Vegeta boarded their spaceships again and flew towards Earth. However, just when the spaceship of the two left the galaxy where Planet Vegeta was located, a disc-shaped spaceship suddenly appeared from the edge of the dark galaxy. In the spaceship, several aliens in battle armor were observing the two spaceships with all their equipment. A Saiyan spaceship has been detected to be leaving. Check the hull number of the spaceship. It is the spaceship of Vegeta and Raditz. Those two? Didn't they just complete their mission? Why are they going out again? Can you determine their destination? They seem to be going towards the Milky Way galaxy, which is at the edge of the universe. Oh, that's right, Bardock's spaceship also went in that direction before. I remember they went to a planet called Earth. Earth? Is that the place where Bardock goes every year? What the hell is there? I don't know. Report this matter to His Majesty. His Majesty said that no matter how small the matter is, as long as it is related to Saiyans, it must be passed on to him. Soon, a communication signal crossed the Milky Way and was sent to a planet far away in the East Area. East Area, the headquarters of the army established by Cooler. Spherical spaceships were continuously coming and going outside the atmosphere. The vast sky was covered by spaceships of all sizes, making it extremely busy. Ever since Cooler had to flee in embarrassment during the battle with Lin Chen a few years ago, the Cooler Force ceased all their activities and disappeared from the outside world. However, just when everyone thought that Cooler Force might gradually decline like the disintegrated Frieza Force, King Cooler, who had not appeared in front of everyone for a long time, showed himself again. Cooler Force, which had been silent for a long time, also became active again. Although Cooler Force has not yet started their expedition outside, they have been recruiting soldiers and building spaceships these days. In addition to this, Cooler also recruited some troops from the former Frieza Force. Because of Frieza's death, Frieza Force that originally ruled the North area has disintegrated, and part of it was brought under Cooler's command. In the central area of Cooler's headquarters, an alien hurriedly arrived at Cooler's palace with a piece of information. On a high platform more than 10 meters high, Cooler was sitting quietly in his egg-shaped hovercraft, leisurely looking at the big screen behind him. On the screen could be seen a wonderful icy and white planet whose surface was completely metallic. Cooler was holding a goblet filled with dark red liquid in his hand, with a cold and evil smile on his face. At this time, the alien from the communication center ran over hurriedly. Before the alien could get close, the trio from Cooler's armored squadron blocked his way. "What's up?" Salza asked. "My lord, it's a message from the secret forces monitoring Planet Vegeta. They observed that the Saiyan named Vegeta may have gone to a place called Earth." "Vegeta?" Salza was taken aback. "It's the Saiyan who is said to be the most likely to become Super Saiyan among the younger generation, the son of the former King Vegeta." Cooler's voice suddenly sounded from behind Salza. Hearing this, the armored squadron and the alien immediately knelt on the ground. Cooler, who was watching the screen, slowly floated over and asked, "What is the information? I want to know all the details." "Yes." The alien began to slowly narrate the information sent by the scouting force. It turns out that since the battle on planet Ifrit, Cooler's army may have reduced overall, but in fact, Cooler has secretly dispatched a secret force to monitor Saiyans' every move near Planet Vegeta. This force has been monitoring Planet Vegeta for several years. In addition to observing from a distance, sometimes they will disguise themselves as members of the Trading Alliance and go to Planet Vegeta for close observation. Over the past few years, Cooler has also learned many secrets of Planet Vegeta, including that Planet Vegeta now has 3 Super Saiyans, and that the Saiyan martial arts tournament was held on Planet Vegeta. All these news were sent to Cooler. The reason Cooler did it was to prepare for his revenge against Saiyans one day. And now, it seems it is time to start the revenge battle. Salza, I remember it was mentioned in the last few intelligence reports that Lynx hasn't appeared on Planet Vegeta for a long time, right? Cooler asked. "Yes, my lord." Salza bowed his head. "Since 1 year ago, there has been no news of Lynx, the king of Saiyans. I heard that the surveillance forces have entered Planet Vegeta several times to check, but there are no traces of him. In addition, Queen Hanasia has also been confirmed to have left with Lynx. Oh ho 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 then, there is only one Super Saiyan on Planet Vegeta right now? Cooler narrowed his eyes, the biting coldness looked as if it wanted to freeze Salza and others' souls. My lord, this may not be the case. The alien lowered his head and reported, according to current intelligence, Super Saiyan Bardock has also left Planet Vegeta. After observation, the surveillance force suspects that he may also have gone to Earth. Earth? Earth again? What's so special about that planet? Salza? My lord, please wait a moment. Salza pressed the scouter a few times and glanced at the data on it. My lord, according to information, Earth is a low-level planet at the edge of the North area, and it has no worth at all. Then why are these Saiyans running to Earth one by one? Cooler asked. This Salza couldn't answer. With his hands behind his back, Cooler floated out of the hovercraft and landed on the ground. There was a gleam in his blood-red pupils. Salza, assemble the army. We are going to Earth. Chapter 133, Saiyans arrives. Earth? Your Majesty, are you finally going to dispatch the troops? But why aren't we going to Planet Vegeta? Earth is at least a year away from us. There is no need to hurry about Planet Vegeta. Let's go to Earth first to see what is there, which has attracted those Saiyans so much. If we are lucky enough to meet Vegeta, let's kill him first. Those Saiyans humiliated me so much, this king will slowly torture them. I'm going to kill those Saiyan elites one by one first, and when I finally fight the decisive battle with Lynx, I think his expression at that time will be very beautiful. Cooler said with a gloomy expression, and his words were full of renewed self-confidence, as if he thinks nothing of the Super Saiyan. Salza began to tremble with excitement. It's finally here. Your Majesty, what about Big Get Star? Are you going to use it? Leave it for now, and use its power when we attack Planet Vegeta. Yes. The reorganized Cooler force, after several years, finally started to move again. In just a few days, tens of thousands of aliens were recruited. Most of these aliens have a power level of several thousand, but there are also quite a few with a power level of more than 10,000, while the power level of the three elites of the Cooler Armored Squadron has exceeded 200,000. In these few years, the dormant Cooler force has not been idle. After observing Saiyans training mode through the secret army, Cooler recommended it and spread it, which caused the Cooler force's strength to also go through a qualitative leap. Now, under the personal leadership of Cooler, this army embarked on a journey in a spaceship and flew towards Earth. The disc-shaped spaceships gathered together, and when they flew out of the planet, they collectively spread out to their positions. And under the cover of this position, these spaceships gradually vanished, disappearing from space. Your Majesty Cooler, the entire army has entered stealth mode. Okay, set out. The target is Earth. Not long afterwards, Earth. There was a scene of peace here. Since the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army and the death of the great Demon King Piccolo, Earth has welcomed a rare period of peace. Apart from the occasional robbery here and there were no major crimes occurring in the world. This caused Goku and the others, who had returned from North Kai's planet, to feel that they had no opportunity to exercise their abilities. Therefore, every once in a while, everyone agreed to hold a gathering at Turtle Hermit's place, to connect with each other and swap pointers in martial arts at the same time. In a dry canyon, Krillin and Yamcha were fighting fiercely. They both were exuding a strange blood-red aura, like two balls of red flames, continuously colliding. The fierce fighting caused their surroundings to shake, making sand fly and stones to hurtle through the air. Boom! Amidst a loud noise, the two figures crossed each other and then landed on the ground, each of them creating a deep mark on the solid rocks. Phew! Yamcha, you have gotten stronger than before. This shouldn't be the highest multiplier of Kaioken that your body could bear, right? Krillin asked Yamcha opposite him while wiping away his sweat. Yamcha propped his hands on his knees and said with a wry smile, "Yeah, but aren't you the same? I was lagging behind you on North Kai's planet, and if I don't work hard, I really will not be able to keep up." Hee hee. We've all gotten stronger, but I wonder how it is with Goku and the others. That guy has his father to help guide him, so he must have gotten even stronger now, right? Back then at North Kai's planet, we were far behind him. I wonder if we still have hope to catch up with him. Also Tien Shinyan and the others must have gotten stronger too. Don't forget about Piccolo. That guy hasn't shown up ever since he returned to Earth. He didn't even attend the gathering. Maybe he has been training day and night. Yeah, we really can't relax at all, Krillin sighed. Since going to North Kai's planet, the strength of their group has gone through a qualitative leap. Different from the original work, Krillin and others in this world trained on North Kai's planet for nearly a year, which is far longer than their time in the original work. Therefore, the improvement of their strength is much higher than that in the original work. Kaioken, North Kai's special skill, has been mastered by everyone. However, although they have become much stronger than before, Krillin and the others still dare not slack off. Because let alone Lin Chen, even in Lookout, there is a monster they couldn't defeat at all. Master Yamcha, the time is up. At this time, Puer flew over from the side and reminded the two of them. Hearing this, Yamcha said, "Let's go, Krillin, let's go to Kame House. Let's go." Mount Baozu, Goku's home. Shishi carefully put clothes on Gohan and then said to Goku, "Go early and return early, don't delay Gohan's homework." "Shishi, didn't you agree to let Gohan train?" Goku asked in surprise. "Training is training, but he must do homework. As for whether Gohan wants to be a martial artist or a scholar in the future, it is up to him to decide. Isn't that right, Gohan?" Gohan, who was only 4 years old, nodded obediently. Because Bardock reunited with Goku, Shishi and Goku were living a much more comfortable life in this world. Outside Earth, gold and diamonds are not rare. When Goku got married, Bardock gave Shishi a lot of gold and gems as a wedding gift under Tite's advice. In addition, Lin Chen also gave a lot of money when they got married, so Goku's family was living a much more comfortable life without any worry about money. Therefore, in this world, Shishi was much less pushy, and little Gohan was allowed to learn a little bit of martial arts. "Shishi, aren't you going to Kame House with us?" Goku helped little Gohan sit on the flying Nimbus and asked. "No, today I'm going to a nearby city to choose a kindergarten for Gohan. Our home is in such a remote location. I want Gohan to make more friends in the kindergarten." "Oh, Gohan, you can go to kindergarten soon. Are you happy?" "Hey?" Son Gohan didn't understand his father's words and just gave him a blank look. Goku laughed, and then flew the flying Nimbus through the sky and flew towards Kame House. At the same time, in a certain corner of Earth, 2 huge fireballs fell from the sky and then they flew past a farm. A farmer saw the 2 meteors pass above his head before falling a few kilometers away. He put down the work in his hand in surprise and drove his car to chase after them. On the grassland a few kilometers away, 2 huge craters with a diameter of more than 10 meters had appeared on the ground. The 2 craters were about 5 or 6 meters deep, and white spacecraft half buried by sand and stones were embedded in the center. Crack! The 2 spacecraft trembled and their hatch slowly opened. Then, Vegeta and Raditz walked out of it. "This is Earth?" Vegeta frowned. Chapter 134, Brothers and Arch Rivals. "It doesn't look anything special?" Raditz jumped out of the crater and saw the farmer driving over. Through the scouter on his left eye, he could clearly see the opponent's strength. A trash with just 5 power level. "I really don't understand why father sent Kakarot here? Who are you?" The farmer tremblingly raised the shotgun, anxiously pointing it at the mysterious man flying in the sky. At this moment, Vegeta also flew out, which caused the farmer's eyes to widen even more. Vegeta coldly glanced at the farmer and then asked, "Raditz, have you suppressed your aura? I don't want to alert them. Your father often comes to Earth, so it's hard to guarantee that he didn't leave a communicator to Kakarot. If Bardock knows we have come here, he might tell us to leave immediately. I have already suppressed it." "But Vegeta, do people on Earth really know key sense?" "Of course, this is what Queen Hanasia told me personally. His Majesty Link's key sense is said to have come from Earth." Oh, Raditz nodded. At this time, bang! Under Vegeta and Raditz's imposing aura, the farmer finally couldn't bear it and pulled the trigger due to nervousness. But there was only a flash of cold light before Raditz easily caught the bullet. "You dare to attack me? Stupid Earthling!" Raditz was about to shoot back the bullet, but Vegeta held down his hand. "Don't act rashly, His Majesty Lynx said that we Saiyans can't just arbitrarily slaughter weak races, only cowards bully the weak." Raditz sneered, "Vegeta, you really listen to His Majesty ah? Fine, but I can teach him a lesson, right?" After saying that, Raditz flicked his fingers and the bullet shot back towards the farmer's car. Boom! The bullet penetrated the fuel tank of the car, blowing it up. Under the flames of the explosion, Vegeta and Raditz slowly flew away into the distance. Since His Majesty said that Kakarot will be the Saiyans' hope, then he should be the strongest person on this planet. Raditz, use the scouter to lock onto his aura. Okay, Vegeta, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The scouter is showing that the most powerful person on this planet has only around 20,000 power level. This person should be Kakarot, right? Raditz said disdainfully. But Vegeta was not as disdainful as Raditz. Idiot! Why do you think that he can't suppress his aura? It's been said that people on Earth can control their ki. Is that so? Sorry, Raditz said timidly. Vegeta simply turned on his scouter, tapped it and said, there is someone with powerful power level in the north not far from here, and that is the second most powerful person on this planet. Let's go and meet him first. After saying that, Vegeta and Raditz immediately rose into the sky, and with a whoosh flew towards the target of the energy reaction. When Vegeta and Raditz thought they had hidden their traces as they began to track down Goku's whereabouts. On lookout! Their each and every move was clearly seen by Kami. Saiyan? Broly, do you know these two Saiyans? Beside old Kami, wearing the Kami outfit, Broly, whose aura looked quite peaceful, was looking towards the mortal world and said, Kami, their names are Vegeta and Raditz, one is the son of the former king of Saiyans, and the other is Uncle Bardock's son and also Goku's big brother. Although it has been many years since he left Planet Vegeta, Broly memories of these two guys who used to harass him were still fresh in his mind. However, Kami was greatly relieved when he heard that one of them was Goku's older brother. So it's Goku's older brother? Then it should be fine. Perhaps. Broly looked at the two people in the mortal world and said without any expression. At this time, in the mortal world, Piccolo in a white cloak was standing on a tall mountain with his head held high in meditation like an old monk. Suddenly, Piccolo opened his eyes and looked at the sky with a sharp look. This aura Goku? Piccolo muttered to himself in confusion. No, didn't he go to Kame House? Just when Piccolo was puzzling over it, two figures suddenly appeared above him and stared at him condescendingly. It's not Goku? Wait, they are. Seeing the tail behind them, Piccolo's eyes widened. Saiyan? Hey? Vegeta, it's actually a name Kian. This Earth is really interesting, why does it also have a name Kian? Raditz said with a look of disdain. Vegeta crossed his hands and ordered, Raditz, go and ask him if he knows Kakarot. This guy should be a top expert on this planet, and he will definitely know Kakarot. Okay. Raditz landed on the mountain, arrogantly looked down and said, Hey! Name Kian, tell me where Kakarot is. Kakarot? You mean Goku? Piccolo asked. You really know him? Tell me where he is? Piccolo glanced at Raditz, then back at Vegeta. Piccolo could feel a much more powerful pressure from that short man than Raditz. He had only experienced pressure like this from two people before, one is Lin Chen, and the other is Broly on lookout. After thinking for a moment, Piccolo said, Goku is having a gathering with his friends. They should be on an island in the south. South? Raditz pressed the scouter, and sure enough, there were several powerful auras gathered in the south. Vegeta, he's right. Let's go. Let's go and have a look. Vegeta flew towards the south without saying another word. Name Kian, you are lucky. If we were Saiyans from the past, we would have killed you long ago. Raditz glanced at Piccolo with a sneer, threw these words to him and left. Saiyans, what a terrifying bunch of people. Plus. Once the two of them left, the pressure on Piccolo's body was suddenly relieved. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and also took to the sky, trailing Vegeta and Raditz from far away who were flying towards Kame House. These two Saiyans' origin is unknown, and their target is Goku. Piccolo was not willing to miss such an interesting event. Because the target was found, Vegeta was eager to meet Goku and no longer concealed his aura as he rushed forward with all his strength. At this time, Goku and his group had just gathered at Kame House, and they who hadn't seen each other in a long time were warmly greeting each other and asking about their life. Especially Goku's son Gohan, became their focus, making Bulma and Launch exclaim cute. But at this moment, two powerful auras caused the smiles on Goku and the others' faces to instantly disappear. What powerful auras? Who is coming? Goku said solemnly. It can't be Piccolo, right? Yamcha said while trembling. The two auras actually caused him to tremble unconsciously. At this moment, Krillin suddenly shouted, "They are here!" In the sky, two figures quickly neared before they swooped down and landed on the small island where Kame House was located. Raditz and Vegeta crossed their arms and fiercely looked at Goku, who had run out of the house. "Hey, Vegeta, Kakarot is indeed here. Yet, he looks exactly like Mr. Bardock." Raditz and Goku, Vegeta and Goku. So this pair of brothers and pair of arch-rivals, finally met. Chapter 135, Vegeta Games. "Who are you people?" Goku asked in surprise. Raditz's expression sank. "Hey? Kakarot, you don't even know me? Kakarot?" Goku was taken aback, his eyes fell on the tails coiled around their waists, and he exclaimed, "Are you people Saiyans?" "Of course, not only that, Kakarot, I'm still your big brother, Raditz." "Raditz? Did I have a big brother? Why didn't father tell me?" Goku asked in wonder. "Hey, Raditz, is something wrong with him?" Vegeta asked in confusion. Raditz nodded, "Kakarot, you should have seen me when you were a child, why don't you remember? I was hit on the head when I was a child. I still have the scar." Goku patted his head. "So it's like this, forget it. Anyway, you should already know your identity by now, right? I know that father and mother have come to Earth a lot." Raditz said. "Yeah, of course I know." Goku replied. At this moment, Krillin walked over with a smile, "Oh, so it's Goku's big brother, then everyone is friends." "Hello, my name is Krillin, and I'm Goku's friend." Krillin smiled and put out his hand for a handshake. But at this moment, Vegeta's tail suddenly slapped Krillin's face. The unlucky Krillin crashed into Kame House, and then there was no sound. "Krillin!" Goku shouted and hurriedly said to Launch beside him, "Launch, can you please go and check how Krillin is doing?" After Launch ran into the house, Goku turned around and glared at Vegeta, "Hey, why did you do that just now?" "Humph! I'm a proud Saiyan, how can I be friends with Earthlings?" Vegeta said with disdain. But at this moment, a figure rushed over and slapped Vegeta on the face. Vegeta was stunned, looking at the woman who had rushed over in astonishment. "What are you looking at? What do you mean you can't be friends with Earthlings? Are Saiyans that great? My older sister is also married to your king." Bulma glared at Vegeta and said. "You woman!" Vegeta immediately felt a burst of humiliation. When Bulma rushed over just now, he saw that she was just a woman with a power level of less than 100, so he directly regarded her as an ant. He didn't expect that she would dare to take the opportunity to slap him. A strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but suddenly, Vegeta remembered something. "What do you mean? Who is your sister?" "My sister is Tights. Your king's wife," Bulma said with hands on her hips. Vegeta's face froze, he didn't expect that the woman in front of him would be the younger sister of Lin Chen's wife Tights. Vegeta knew Tights. Although she was only a woman with a power level of 10,000, her identity caused Vegeta to dare not be disrespectful to her. Vegeta, who was about to murder her, had no choice but to suppress his anger. He could only glare at her, and sent her flying with his aura. "Aunt Bulma!" Son Gohan ran to Bulma's side and helped her up. Vegeta snorted coldly, turned to Goku and said, "Kakarot! We came here to invite you to join our team. Raditz and I are in need of a helper. If you are sufficiently strong, I can consider letting you join." "I'm not interested," Goku said without hesitation. "What?" Raditz narrowed his eyes. "I said I'm not interested. I'm a Saiyan who has grown up on Earth, and I only fight to protect Earth. I have no interest in your missions at all. You should go back from wherever you came from. Don't waste time on me." Raditz's expression gradually became gloomy. It was him who gave the idea to Vegeta to look for Kakarot on Earth to join them. Now that Goku is refusing, wouldn't it make him lose face in front of Vegeta? "Kakarot! I'm your big brother, you dare not listen to me?" "Yes. You." Just when Raditz was about to scold him harshly, Vegeta suddenly said, "Enough Raditz, since Kakarot doesn't agree, forget it." "What? But Vegeta, we came all the way here from so far away, how can we just let it be?" Raditz asked in surprise. "Of course we won't just let it be." Vegeta smiled and looked at Son Gohan beside Bulma. "I saw it just now, Raditz, that must be Kakarot's child, right?" "Hey! What do you want to do?" Goku stood in front of Bulma and Son Gohan. What do I want to do? Goku, I heard about you on Planet Vegeta, and I heard that His Majesty Lynx has always called you the future of Saiyans. So I want to play a game with you. I will take away your child. If you want to save him, come and fight with us. I want to see what qualifications you have to be called Saiyans future by His Majesty Lynx. As soon as his words fell, Vegeta's figure suddenly became blurred, and he gave Goku a ruthless kick. Bang! Although Goku reacted in time and reached out to block it, he was sent flying into the sea by Vegeta's kick. Stop him! Krillin and Yamcha yelled, trying to stop Vegeta, but at this moment, another figure suddenly appeared behind them. Bang! Bang! One person, one palm, and Krillin and Yamcha fell to the ground at the same time. Vegeta walked up to Son Gohan and was about to take him away when Bulma suddenly blocked him. You can't do this! Aren't you afraid that you will get in trouble with Lin Chen? Lin Chen? Oh, you mean His Majesty Lynx? Don't worry, I won't hurt Kakarot's child, this is just a game, after all. Moreover, His Majesty Lynx is not here now. After saying that, Vegeta was about to reach out to grab Son Gohan, but suddenly saw Bulma trying to slap him again. Bang! This time, Vegeta caught her in time. Woman! There is a limit to my patience. Don't think that just because you are Miss Tight's sister, you can humiliate me again and again. I'm going to beat you up. What's the point of bullying a child? Yawaha! Put me down! Bulma suddenly yelled. It turned out that Vegeta gritted his teeth and ruthlessly captured both Bulma and Son Gohan. Son Gohan began to cry loudly, while Bulma yelled and screamed, but she couldn't break free. Tell Goku, I will find a place where no one will disturb us. If he wants to get his son back, he will come and fight with us. If he feels that he is not our match by himself, he can also find some helpers. Anyway, in my eyes, you are all just trash. Throwing a few words to Turtle Hermit and the others, Vegeta immediately flew up and swiftly left Kame House with Raditz. Gohan! Bulma! Turtle Hermit and others could only watch as the two Saiyans disappeared into the sky with Bulma and Son Gohan. Chapter 136, Z Warriors Assemble. On Earth, when a conflict had suddenly broken out, in the distant Universe 7. Lin Chen stood in front of an enormous Super Dragon Ball as he waved his hand and took it into the system space. This is the third Super Dragon Ball. After returning to the spaceship, Lin Chen happily told Tights and Han Asia. We've already found 6 Super Dragon Balls. Now we just need the last one. Great! Both Tights and Han Asia were also very excited. They have been in Universe 6 for too long. While avoiding Hit's pursuit, they had been searching for the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, and soon it will all come to an end. At this moment, an alarm suddenly rang out in the spaceship. Tights' face froze, he rushed to the console to take a look and exclaimed, Lin Chen, it's Hit's spaceship. This guy, why is he here again? Lin Chen frowned. For so many days, he had been able to shake off Hit using instant transmission, but every time Hit would soon catch up, forcing Lin Chen to keep moving without stop. Several times, when they were replenishing their supplies, they were even caught up, forcing Lin Chen to have no choice but to fight Hit again. Unfortunately, Lin Chen found that every time he fights, Hit's strength would have increased again, and now Hit's strength may have even surpassed Majin Buu's level, and would soon near the power level that he has in the original works Dragon Ball Super. Although after every fight with Hit, Lin Chen's own strength would also improve. But in front of Hit, even Lin Chen, who has grasped time skip skill and can transform into legendary Super Saiyan 2, couldn't last long at all. Fortunately, Lin Chen has instant transmission, which allows him to keep avoiding danger. However, after hiding for so long, Lin Chen was convinced that behind Hit, there must be some higher level existence helping him, otherwise, how could Hit lock onto his position so accurately every time? Just bear it for now, wait until we find the 7th Dragon Ball, well then immediately leave this place. While speaking, Lin Chen hugged the two of them, stepped out of the spaceship, and after putting away the spaceship, he used instant transmission again and left the place. Not long after Lin Chen and the others disappeared, Hit's spaceship arrived at the place where Lin Chen and the others had just disappeared. He silently glanced at the empty space around him, and then lowered his head to look at his communicator. Sure enough, after a while, he saw a new set of numbers appear on the communicator. And indeed, they were Lin Chen and others' coordinates. Hit didn't hesitate. After resetting the navigation, he piloted the spaceship again and flew towards the new coordinates. The cat and mouse game continues. Came House, Goku, and the others who slowly came back, had already heard Turtle Hermit explaining what happened. Those bastards! They captured Gohan and Bulma. No, I must rescue them. Gritting his teeth, Goku immediately wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Krillin. Wait Goku, there are 2 of them, I will go with you. I'll go too. Yamcha shouted, Krillin, I'm not belittling you, but that other Saiyan is not simple. Even if the 2 of us were not careless just now, I'm afraid we might still not have been able to defeat him easily. I don't think it's still safe with just the 3 of you. Turtle Hermit said solemnly, although I don't know how strong you have become, the 2 Saiyans just now definitely didn't reveal their full strength. I can feel that they are probably the same as you. They can restrain their aura. What? They are both already so powerful even after restraining their aura? Yamcha swallowed, and suddenly became a little scared. Don't worry. We can help too. At this moment, they suddenly heard a voice. Everyone was taken aback, and they turned around to look, only to see that Tien Shinyan and Chietsu had appeared on Turtle Island at some point. Tien Shinyan. Chietsu. Everyone was delighted. We sensed 2 astonishing auras flying towards Turtle Hermit's place, and we followed them, but we didn't expect this to happen. Goku, those 2 Saiyans' strength is unfathomable, we will help you too. Thank you, Tien Shinyan. Don't just thank us, there is another person who seems to want to help. Tien Shinyan smiled in the direction of Kame House, and shortly afterwards, everyone saw Piccolo coming out from behind the house. Piccolo! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Piccolo, why are you here? Goku asked. I followed those 2 guys, Piccolo said. Goku said, then you heard everything just now? Piccolo nodded, that's right. These 2 Saiyans are too arrogant, Goku, I'll go with you too. Goku smiled, Piccolo, why are you helping us? Don't be mistaken, Goku, I'm not here to help you, but to temper myself. Those 2 Saiyans are the best experts I've seen after Lin Chen and Broly. I'm going to use them to test my current strength. Piccolo bared his sharp teeth, his entire body emitting an evil aura. But Goku laughed because he noticed that Piccolo wasn't being truthful. Okay, then let's go there, they didn't hide their aura, it's easy to find them. Goku summoned Flying Nimbus over and planned to chase after them. But at this time, Krillin suddenly said, by the way, Goku, can you guys wait a while before looking for those 2 Saiyans? What's the matter Krillin? I think, just in case, I will go to Korin Tower and get some senzu beans. You guys had better wait for me. Senzu beans? Do we need them? Goku hesitated, but Piccolo said, let him get them. Those 2 Saiyans are not easy to deal with, it may turn into a protracted fight. Fine, Krillin, hurry up, well go first and wait near those 2. Okay. After saying that, Krillin flew towards Korin Tower first. After him, Goku and the others also headed in the other direction, flying away together. When Turtle Island became quiet again, the turtle said, Turtle Hermit, do you think they can succeed? I don't know. Turtle Hermit shook his head, but the most powerful fighters on Earth have gathered together, so they should be able to defeat those 2 Saiyans. No. I want to see this battle with my own eyes. Turtle, do you remember where I put my airplane capsule? Soon afterwards, Korin Tower. Krillin easily obtained the senzu beans from Korin. Because of Lin Chen's reminder, Korin has expanded the cultivation of senzu beans, and at the same time forbade Yajirobe's squandering, so there are a lot of senzu beans in reserve. Oh, I didn't expect those Saiyans to cause trouble. Why isn't Lin Chen controlling them? I don't know either. Mr. Lin Chen hasn't appeared for a long time. I heard that he seems to have gone far away. After getting 10 senzu beans, Krillin didn't rush back immediately. He looked up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought, and then flew towards Lookout. After a while, Krillin arrived on Lookout and landed in front of a young black-haired young man. Chapter 137, Not Willing to Fight. Broly. Krillin called out the name of the black-haired youth. But he didn't move and still maintained his original position. With legs crossed, he sat quietly on the edge of Lookout, his cold eyes looking at the mortal world like an unmoving statue. But Broly didn't ignore Krillin and said, Krillin, you should hurry back since you have obtained the senzu beans. Krillin touched his smooth head and said with a smile, I want to ask you about those two people. I remember you are also a Saiyan, right? Broly said in an indifferent tone. Vegeta and Raditz, the two of them are quite outstanding among Saiyans' younger generation. But if you use everything you have learned, you should have a chance to defeat them. Krillin frowned. Broly, can you help us deal with them together? If it's you, you should be able to deal with them easily, right? Please forgive me for refusing, but I will not fight. Why? Broly, you are clearly so strong. Sorry, I don't like fighting. Broly apologized and closed his eyes, not responding anymore. Krillin looked helpless. Having trained on Lookout, he was aware of Broly's strength, which gives him a bottomless feeling. The only one who gave him this kind of feeling was that Saiyan named Lin Chen before. So he thought, if Broly could make a move, he would be able to easily deal with Vegeta and Raditz. But to his surprise, Broly refused. Although he sensed before on Lookout that Broly didn't like fighting, he didn't expect that even when Goku's child had been captured, he was unwilling to help. Okay, then I'm leaving, please say hello to Mr. Kami and Mr. Popo for me. After saying that, Krillin flew down to the mortal world. And just after he left, Kami and Popo arrived by Broly's side. Broly, are you really not going to help Goku and others? Kami asked. If you make a move, those two Saiyans should be subdued easily. Kami, you know why I am, Broly said. Is it the evil thoughts in your heart? But Broly, if you want to control your evil thoughts, you must take the initiative to fight against it. It is useless to run away. Kami said. I'm sorry Kami, the risk is too great. I have a feeling that if I let my evil thoughts get the upper hand, the world will be in danger. Seeing that Broly still refused, Kami had no choice but to stop trying to persuade him, and instead stood near the edge of Lookout, observing the mortal world. Fortunately, although the enemy this time is stronger than ever, he can also sense that those two Saiyans are not utterly evil. Even if Broly doesn't help, the situation won't get out of hand. Under the blue sky, in a desolate wilderness, Vegeta and Raditz landed with Bulma and Son Gohan. As soon as he landed, he threw Bulma and Son Gohan, who was crying loudly, on the ground with disgust on his face and said coldly, "Woman, control this kid's mouth, if he continued to cry like this, I will kill him." You bastard, what's the point of bullying a child? Although Bulma said this, she immediately hugged Gohan. Under her safe embrace, Son Gohan finally stopped crying. TCH. The proud Saiyan's blood is flowing in his body, but he is actually a crybaby. Vegeta spat, his face full of disdain. Raditz, this is the next generation of your family. Ah Vegeta, there's something wrong with this kid. Raditz didn't refute, instead he looked at Gohan with a strange expression on his face. What's wrong? Look at this kid's power level. Hearing this, Vegeta turned to look at Gohan, the detector beeped and a series of data appeared on the lens. What? Power level 7100? This brat? Vegeta was surprised. Although Saiyans' average power level on Planet Vegeta has now far surpassed that of the past, this is all acquired through hard work. But at such a young age like Gohan, most Saiyans' power level is only 1 or 200 at best. Power level surpassing 7000 is almost the strength of an excellent talented fighter. But at this moment, the two saw that Gohan's power level dropped again, and finally stopped at 200 points. It's only 200, what's going on? Raditz was shocked. Maybe the scouter is malfunctioning. I heard that the scouter was made on the Earth. It's normal for things on this trash planet to be unreliable. Vegeta said. Originally, Bulma couldn't have cared what he said. But the scouter mentioned by the two happened to be improved and manufactured by Bulma herself. As the inventor and manufacturer, Bulma immediately jumped up. Hey! You shorty! What's unreliable? The scouter I made is absolutely reliable, and there is no way it can make a mistake. What? You made this? That's right. Surprised? Bulma said proudly, the scouter you Saiyans use is something that brother Lin Chen entrusted me to make before. Seeing the surprised faces of Vegeta and Raditz, Bulma continued, how is it? Now you know that my relationship with brother Lin Chen is not simple. I advise you to let us go back as soon as possible, otherwise when brother Lin Chen comes back, I will definitely go to him and complain about you to him. Hey, Vegeta, if what this woman said is true, how about we? Raditz was really scared when he heard this. Vegeta was also a little flustered, but with his personality, there is no way he would bow his head to a woman. Fortunately, at this moment, Vegeta's scouter suddenly beeped with a new reaction. Looking at the data on it, Vegeta smiled and said, "Hey, Raditz, it looks like Kakarot and others are here. They are really impatient, I clearly gave them enough time to prepare." Vegeta sneered contemptuously, then raised his hand and threw an energy ball towards the nearby ground. Boom! With a loud noise, a large hole at least several meters deep suddenly appeared on the ground. "Go down!" Vegeta waved his hand and blew both Bulma and Gohan down into the big hole. Falling into the hole, Bulma hugged Gohan and cursed, "You shorty, you think you can imprison me like this?" Then, she was about to use flight technique and leave with Gohan, but she saw a weird-looking alien whose body was exuding a metallic luster suddenly appear above her. It looked at Bulma with a smirk on its face, which scared back the courage that she gathered just now. Seeing the metal Saibaman restrain Bulma, Vegeta ignored the woman and turned to look in the direction where Goku and others' signal appeared just now. At this time, Goku and others' energy signal had disappeared, and he couldn't even sense their aura. "Vegeta, what's going on with them? They must have concealed their aura. And I wondered why they were in such a hurry. It seems that they plan to rest for a while before the battle starts." "That's fine. Raditz, do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry." "There's some." Raditz said and took out a hoi poi capsule from his pocket. He conjured up a stack of roast meat, and then the two of them immediately sat down on the ground and started eating. Chapter 138, The Game Begins. Time passed quietly, and after Goku and the others got close to Vegeta and the others, they hid and watched from a distance. Seeing that Bulma and Gohan were just confined in a hole and weren't harmed, they simply waited quietly for Krillin's return. Finally, Krillin arrived. Like Goku and the others, Krillin hid his aura when he neared and then found Goku and others with Tiaozu's superpower. "Goku, here are the senzu beans." "Thank you Krillin, but what took you so long?" "I actually went to look out to ask for Broly's help, but unfortunately he refused." "You went looking for him?" Goku was surprised before saying in delight, "Fortunately, Broly didn't agree, otherwise we wouldn't have a chance to fight." "Goku, you look at the situation and you are still thinking about this." Krillin smiled helplessly. Just at this moment, behind everyone, a voice suddenly sounded, "Hey! Did you just say Broly? Saiyan Broly? What?" Goku and the others abruptly turned around and realized that Vegeta and Raditz who were far away just now had suddenly appeared behind them at some point. "So fast!" Yamcha exclaimed in shock. "TCH, what's so surprising? Our power level is far above yours, of course you can't keep up with our speed." Raditz explained, and then continued to ask, "You haven't answered my question just now. The Broly you are talking about, is it Saiyan Broly?" "Yeah, you guys know each other?" Krillin replied. Hearing this, Raditz immediately looked towards Vegeta. The latter sneered, "I didn't expect that Broly was on Earth? Interesting. That guy left Planet Vegeta a long time ago. I didn't expect him to come to Earth. After so many years, I wonder how much progress he has made. Broly is very strong, you aren't his match." Goku shouted. Vegeta sneered contemptuously, "Not his match? Raditz, how many metal Saibamans do we have? Take them all out and let them broaden their horizons." "Good idea, let these ignorant earthlings know that the strength of us Saiyans is far beyond their imagination." Raditz laughed, and then he took out a small thing. "Hoi poi capsule?" Seeing what Raditz was holding, Krillin and the others were startled. The next moment, the hoi poi capsule exploded, and 6 similar-looking metal Saibamans emerged from it. Seeing these alien-looking robot monsters, Krillin and the others were all taken aback. "What are these things? They look disgusting. Maybe they have taken out their subordinates, but why can't I sense any ki from them?" "Hey! Vegeta, why did you bring these guys out? Aren't you going to fight me? Come now!" Goku inquired. Vegeta crossed his hands in front of him and said with a smile, "Kakarot, I wanted to challenge you, but I've changed my mind. Compared with you, there seems to be an opponent who is more worthy of challenging. As for you, I will let these metal Saibaman deal with you. Go, Saibaman, finish them off." After receiving the order, the 6 metal Saibaman immediately rushed over. At this time, Krillin stood in front of everyone and shouted, "Get out of the way, I can deal with these ugly monsters alone." Scattering bullets. Krillin suddenly shot out an energy sphere with both hands towards the metal Saibamans, but just before the energy spheres were about to hit them, Krillin suddenly raised his hand, and the energy spheres flew straight into the sky. Metal Cybermen, Vegeta and Raditz raised their heads attracted by this strange technique. Then, they saw the energy spheres fly up into the sky and they split into several spheres before falling down on the Metal Cybermen's heads. Interesting. Vegeta curled his lips and smiled. Hee, how is it? This is a new technique I developed myself. Krillin laughed proudly. Yamcha suddenly said with a dissatisfied look on his face, Krillin, why didn't you leave one for me? However, when the two of them were talking, Piccolo and others on the side were staring at the scene of the explosion with keen, sparkling eyes. Suddenly, Piccolo yelled, Idiot! Be careful! Those monsters are not dead! What? 6 metal Cybermans suddenly emerged from the smoke and one of them sent Krillin flying with a punch first, and the remaining 5 targeted Goku and the others respectively. The opponent's sudden burst of power level caught everyone off guard. What's going on? These guys clearly have no ki, why are they so strong? First was Yamcha, followed by Tetsuo and Tien Shinyan, all of whom were sent flying by Metal Cybermen. Only Goku and Piccolo survived the first move. Just as everyone was surprised, Raditz laughed wildly, ha ha ha, these are Metal Cybermen manufactured by Planet Vegeta. You should be careful, because each of them has a power level of 100,000. 100,000? Goku and Piccolo were shocked, because they knew very well that on Earth, no one's power level exceeded 100,000. Even the strongest Goku's power level, at the gathering, measured by Bulma with the Scouter was only a little over 80,000. Is there really such a big difference in our strength? Damn it! I'm Piccolo, the Demon King who is going to conquer this world. How can I lose to a little lackey? A fight broke out at the scene. Vegeta and Raditz looked at Goku and others struggling badly against Metal Cybermen, and the disdain on their faces became even stronger. Just some Metal Cyberman is making them struggle like this. Raditz, it looks like you must have heard it wrong. How could that Kakarot be the Saiyans' future? On the contrary, his son is more interesting. I'm sorry Vegeta, I just heard them say that you're right, this Kakarot on Planet Vegeta will at most be at the level of a mid-class warrior. Vegeta lowered his hands, turned around and said, it's boring, Raditz. I'll go first, just tell the Metal Cybermen to leave them with their last breath. Vegeta, where are you going? Of course I'm going to look for Broly. That guy has been hiding here for so long, I wonder how strong he is now? Compared to Kakarot, he should be able to give me more fun. Just as Vegeta finished speaking, suddenly both of them felt 6 auras erupt out at the same time. When they turned around, they saw that the 6 Metal Cybermans had already been smashed to pieces. And the Earth Warriors who they were looking down upon before, were exuding red aura from all over their bodies, glaring at them with a stern look on their face. Chapter 139, The Power of Kaioken. Beep, beep, beep. When he saw the numbers on the Scouter, Vegeta, who was about to leave, couldn't help but turn around. 180,000, 140,000. Others also have surpassed 100,000? Raditz? Vegeta, the numbers are the same on my one too. Kakarot's power level has reached 180,000? Were they hiding their aura? Impossible. Even if they hid their aura, it's impossible to hide it by that much. Did they use some kind of technique? Vegeta guessed while looking at the red aura around Goku and the others. And just when his voice fell, the red aura around Goku and the others dissipated, and their power level dropped by several times in an instant. As expected, they really have a technique that can instantly increase their power level by several times. There was a cold look on Vegeta's stern face, and for the first time he began to look these Earth Warriors in the face whom he had looked down upon before. At this moment, after Goku and others stopped Kaioken, both Yamcha and Tetsuo immediately fell to the ground. Yamcha, Tetsuo. Goku yelled, what happened to them? Oh no! They may have just used a multiplier of Kaioken which was beyond their limits. Krillin guessed. In order to deal with those Metal Cybermen just now, everyone present used Kaioken. It's just because everyone's strength is different, in order to defeat those Metal Cybermen, everyone's use of Kaioken was different. Such as Goku and Piccolo, they only had to use 2x Kaioken and they could easily deal with their opponents. But Krillin and the others had to at least use 4x Kaioken to catch up with the strength of the Metal Cybermen. Among them, Yamcha and Tetsuo, who had the weakest power level, directly used 5x Kaioken, which was beyond their bonus limit. Kaioken, although it can increase a person's power level by several times for a short period of time, it will also put a huge burden on the body, i.e. HP debuff, so to raise the upper limit of the Kaioken multiplier that your body can bear, you will need a lot of time and energy to improve your ability. As far as Earth's Z fighters are concerned, Yamcha and the others have currently reached the limit of at most 4x, so Yamcha and Tiaozu's behavior just now is almost walking on the verge of death. Although they defeated their opponents, their bodies began to collapse. Fortunately, Krillin brought a special medicine in advance. Krillin, Tien Xinyan, Senzu Bean. Goku quickly threw Senzu Beans to the two, which saved their lives. Thank you Goku. Fortunately, you went to get the Senzu Beans, Krillin. After eating Senzu Bean, Yamcha and Tiaozu suddenly became lively again. And this scene once again shocked both Vegeta and Raditz. Was that Senzu Bean just now? They are also available on Earth? Vegeta, His Majesty Lynx might have obtained Senzu Beans from Earth. When Planet Vegeta lacked rapid healing machines, there was a time when people who were seriously injured during training would be given Senzu Bean as a means of healing. So both Vegeta and Raditz were not strangers to Senzu Beans. Later, due to the popularity of medical machines, Senzu Beans on Planet Vegeta gradually became rare. They didn't think they would see them again on Earth. But even though they were surprised, whether it is Goku and others' unique skill of increasing strength or Senzu Bean's ability to quickly heal injuries, they only surprised Vegeta and Raditz a little. In their eyes, these things cannot change the end result. It is just that Goku and others with these means were enough to make Vegeta interested in challenging them. Kakarot, I must admit that you guys are really interesting. The fight just now has made my hands itchy. Vegeta, let me go first. If they can't even beat me, they have no right to make you take action. Raditz said eagerly. He is also a Saiyan, and the thing that Saiyans love the most is fighting, so Kakarot and the others' performance just now also aroused Raditz's interest. Taking large strides forward, Raditz sneered at Goku and the others, Kakarot, since you are my younger brother, I'll let you understand by defeating you. Those metal Saibamens are just used as Saiyans' sparring partners. Mine and Vegeta's power level far exceeds theirs. My current power level is 400,000, while Vegeta's power level has already surpassed 700,000. In front of us, you guys have no chance of winning at all. Saying that, Raditz immediately exploded out with all of his aura. The power that erupted out like a volcanic eruption caused Goku and the others to feel an overwhelming disparity. Such a frightening monster. Although unwilling to admit it, Krillin and the others already understood that they were no match for this opponent in front of them, even if they used Kaioken to the limit. And the only ones who can deal with him are Goku and Piccolo. Goku knew this too, so he stepped forward. Krillin, Tien Xinyan of everyone, I'll deal with him. Goku, let me deal with this guy. Piccolo blocked Goku and said solemnly, according to what he said just now, that short guy is the strongest. Although I don't want to say it, I'm afraid only you can deal with that guy. Piccolo? Frowning, Goku stepped back, giving him his place. I understand, then be careful. Humph. I don't need your concern. Piccolo flexed his arms a few times and stepped forward. Haha, Namekian, do you want to challenge me by yourself? Seeing that the other party only sent a Namekian after knowing their strength, Raditz was startled at first before he burst into loud laughter. They are looking down on him too much. I have told them my strength, do they still think that a mere Namekian can deal with me? Since you are looking for death, then I will not be polite. Raditz got angry and took the initiative to attack. Piccolo crossed his arms and suddenly roared, Kaioken. 4x. Beep, beep. Raditz's detector beeped rapidly, and the data displayed on it suddenly changed. What, 280,000? Noticing the number, Raditz was slightly shocked. The other's power level has gotten even higher than before? But, it doesn't matter. 280,000, it's not enough to defeat me. With a sneer, Raditz and Piccolo started a close combat. The fight between the two of them was extremely fierce from the very beginning. Just the punches and kicks from both sides produced rumbling explosions, and the shock waves were like tides, one wave after another spreading out. Chapter 140, Piccolo vs Raditz. Good fight. I'm having a conflicting feeling. Piccolo has become so strong. I clearly easily defeated him in the last martial arts tournament. Seeing Piccolo fighting back and forth with Raditz, Krillin, and others couldn't help being happy for him. It's a pity that they couldn't remain happy for long. After a few rounds, Piccolo gradually began to fall into disadvantage. Seeing this, Krillin was a little surprised. Why is Piccolo still using 4x Kaioken? With his strength, he should be able to use 5x Kaioken, right? His opponent is too strong, there is no use in just using 4x Kaioken. No, Piccolo can't use 5x Kaioken. Goku said suddenly. Why? Krillin and the others were surprised, but at the same time in disbelief. At the beginning, the group started to learn Kaioken almost at the same time. Although everyone's strength progressed differently, now even the weakest Tiaozu's body can bear 4x Kaioken, and if he tries his best, he can even use 5x Kaioken. Then why can't Piccolo? I don't know, it seems to be because of his body structure. I also heard about it from North Kai. At this time, the situation was getting worse and worse. Piccolo, who was able to fight back and forth with Raditz before, gradually began to fall into disadvantage. Blue veins were standing out on Piccolo's body, and after every action, he would pant heavily. He clearly hadn't suffered any serious injury, but he looked like he was about to die. Damn it! Piccolo cursed gloomily, his eyes full of helplessness. His mind drifted back to the time when he was still on Kai's planet more than a year ago. Piccolo, although you have learned Kaioken, I need to remind you that a Namekian's body is very different from ours and Goku's body. Although your body can regenerate, it is precisely because of this regeneration ability that you Namekians are actually not suitable for practicing my Kaioken. Why? Shouldn't the regeneration ability be perfectly compatible with Kaioken's consumption? Idiot! Don't you know yourself? Namekian's regeneration ability consumes your stamina. And Kaioken will also consume stamina. And if both superimpose on each other, the burden on Namekian using Kaioken is more than double that of ordinary people. So Piccolo, your Kaioken can only be used up to 4x times. Even if your strength greatly increases in the future, you can only use it up to 4x. This is not a problem of strength, but Namekian's body. 4x Kaioken is the limit. Do you hear me? Damn it! Raditz's attack arrived again. Piccolo cursed gloomily and hurriedly dodged it. At the same time, deep resentment emerged from his heart. Even people like Yamcha and Chietsu can use 5x Kaioken, why can he, the great demon king Piccolo, only use 4x? If he can use 5x Kaioken, this trash. Haha, Namekian, your movements seem to have slowed down? Is your body unable to hold on? Raditz looked relaxed as he said while attacking, he could feel that the victory was already in his grasp. As Vegeta's companion, Raditz has always played the role of underdog in the past, and no matter how hard he tries, he is always overshadowed by Vegeta. With a rare opportunity for him to play the role of a strong expert, Raditz's suppressed emotions completely exploded. Laughing wildly, he unleashed a storm of violent attacks on Piccolo's body. Under these attacks, Piccolo's body was almost at his limit. Not to mention 5x Kaioken, he was almost unable to sustain 4x Kaioken. Seeing that his time was about to run out, Piccolo made a desperate move and concentrated all his energy on his hands, overlapping them on his head to gather energy. Masenko. The radiance resembled the sun for a moment, exuding resplendent and bright light, and then like an arrow, it struck its target directly. Rumble. Everyone's eyes were enveloped with white light, and when the light disappeared, Raditz had been swallowed by the smoke and dust which was shrouding the entire sky, and the terrain of the surrounding wilderness had changed. However, after the smoke and dust disappeared, Raditz walked out with a dejected look. Vegeta, these people can actually condense energy to increase their power level. The move just now was exactly the same as your Galit gun. Raditz wiped his face and said. The attack just now has caused some cracks to appear on the battle armor. Ridiculous, his move is far inferior to my Galit gun. If it were my Galit gun, you would have been long dead. Raditz, hurry up and finish him. Why are you still taking so much time even against someone with such a low power level? It seems I'll have to train you more. Being scolded by Vegeta in front of so many people, Raditz turned red in embarrassment and turned towards Piccolo and said fiercely, Namekian, prepare to end the battle. Compared with Raditz, Piccolo's aura had begun to decline rapidly, and he could no longer even maintain Kaioken. Soon his body became weak and he fell to the ground. It's over. Raditz shouted, and in the blink of an eye he was at Piccolo's side, his fist smashing towards Piccolo's face. Oh no! Piccolo's expression changed, but his body had no time to react. But even after a while, Piccolo found that he didn't feel any pain. He opened his eyes in confusion, and found that Raditz' fist had stopped just a few centimeters away from him. Goku was standing by his side, blocking Raditz' fist. What's going on? Raditz looked at Goku, who was exuding a red aura in astonishment. He tried to exert his strength angrily, but realized that he couldn't break free from Goku's grasp. Looking at the scouter again, Raditz froze for a moment. Because at this time, scouter was showing that Goku's power level was 450,000. Kakarot. You? Goku threw Raditz back with a flick of his hand, and he then took out a senzu bean and gave it to Piccolo to swallow. After eating the senzu bean, Piccolo's body finally returned to normal. He pushed Goku away and roared, "Goku, I don't need you to save me. Piccolo, North Kai told me about you. Namekian's body is not suitable for Kaioken." Goku said. Piccolo frowned, "That damn fatty. I don't need to use Kaioken to deal with him, I have other ways to take care of him. Get out of the way, I'm going to kill that Saiyan." Haha, this Namekian actually said he is going to kill me? Raditz turned to Vegeta and smiled. But Vegeta ignored him, instead staring at Goku with a gleam in his eyes. He hadn't planned to end them himself, but seeing Goku reveal his strength, Vegeta suddenly became interested in fighting. "Raditz, I'll leave that Namekian and the others to you while I'll deal with Kakarot." "Okay." Raditz licked his lips. Although he really wanted to fight Goku, since Vegeta had spoken, and the strength revealed by Goku, he was not sure that he could defeat Goku. Chapter 141, Vegeta vs Goku. Piccolo stared at the two Saiyans, the Namekian's excellent hearing allowing him to clearly hear their words. "Goku, that shorty looks like he's about to attack you." "Alright, I'll deal with him." "Krillin. Tien Shinyan, help Piccolo hold back my big brother," Goku said, rubbing his fists eagerly. Piccolo snorted, "Goku, I am the Demon King Piccolo. I don't need anyone to help me." Saying that, he transformed into a beam of light and again charged towards Raditz, having already regained his strength thanks to senzu bean. "Krillin!" Goku shouted. "Got it, everyone, let's go. We need to let those Saiyans know that there's not just Goku and Piccolo on Earth." Krillin, Tietsu, Tien Shinyan and Yamcha suddenly accelerated, turning into beams of light and chasing after Piccolo. Soon, the four of them plus Piccolo began to fight Raditz. Goku looked at Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta suddenly rushed over and stood on a small mountain near Goku, crossing his arms and arrogantly looking at him. "Kakarot, I heard Raditz say that when you were born, your power level was only 2, you were a low-class warrior among low-class warriors. But King Lynx treated you as the future of the Saiyans and specially sent you to Earth. Now I understand, you are indeed very special. But, a low-class warrior is still a low-class warrior. Compared to me, a super genius, you are still far behind," Vegeta said. Goku laughed and replied, "Talent is just talent, as long as we work hard, even fools can surpass geniuses." "Haha. That's ridiculous, let me show you the difference between geniuses and fools," Vegeta said. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the sound of air breaking, Goku immediately used 5x Kaioken. His limbs transformed into countless afterimages, attacking like bullets. Vegeta blocked Goku's attack with ease while occasionally punching out, causing Goku to break out in cold sweat. Bang! Easily dodging Goku's full force kick, Vegeta continuously backflipped to increase the distance. In the last jump, he used the force of the backflip to suddenly pull Goku in close and heavily elbowed him, causing him to lose balance. Vegeta got the first point. Finally controlling his body with great difficulty, Goku looked towards Vegeta and discovered that he had disappeared. Suddenly, Goku sensed Vegeta's aura and immediately lowered his head, narrowly dodging the attack from behind and then counterattacked. Da 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 da. The two continued to attack each other at close range, from the ground to midair, and then rising higher into the sky. Compared to Goku, who was going all out, Vegeta still looked relaxed. "What's the matter, Kakarot? You don't have just this much, right? Is this all you can do as the future of the Saiyans?" Bang! After exchanging blows, Goku was finally knocked down and just before he landed, he adjusted his body and landed on his feet. Boom! The ground beneath Goku's feet suddenly sank and in just a moment, the surrounding land sank 30 to 40 meters. Discharging Vegeta's power into the ground, Goku raised his head with a serious expression. He's so strong. The power of 5x Kaioken is no longer effective when he hasn't even used his full strength. Bang! Vegeta lightly landed on the ground, crossed his arms and looked at Goku with a cold smile. Just then, a huge aura appeared in the distance. The two turned their heads and saw Piccolo, who was fighting Raditz, suddenly transform into a giant. Name Qian's giant transformation? Seeing Piccolo transform into a giant, Vegeta just sneered, seemingly disdainful. Vegeta, come help me, this name Qian's power level has suddenly increased to 700,000. Hearing the voice in the communicator, Vegeta snorted coldly and yelled, calm down, Raditz. Don't be scared by the numbers on the scouter. So what if his power level has reached 700,000? It's only twice your strength. And that giant body is full of weak points. You've fought Saiyans who transformed into Great Ape before, just treat him like one of them. I understand. A moment later, Piccolo and Raditz were once again fighting, and although Piccolo's power level has soared tenfold, even higher compared to Kaioken's increase, it's just as Vegeta said. The weakness of Name Qian's giant transformation is quite obvious. Aside from the attack speed, the eyes and head that have greatly enlarged have become excellent targets. So even though Piccolo has temporarily surpassed Raditz in strength, the fight was still a draw. If it weren't for Krillin and others assisting from the side, Raditz might have really knocked out Piccolo. Let's continue. Watching as Raditz stabilized the situation, Vegeta looked towards Goku again. It seems that you guys have ways to temporarily increase your power level. Goku, don't tell me that was your limit just now. You should still be able to improve, right? Hehe, alright. Then you just watch. Suddenly, a brighter red aura appeared around Goku. In Vegeta's eyes, Goku's power level was rapidly rising. 100, 000, 180,000, 280,000, 500,000, 540,000, 720,000. Kaioken, 8x. What? Vegeta's heart suddenly raced as a dangerous premonition flooded his mind. Ha! Goku suddenly raised his hand, and an invisible force sent Vegeta flying. At the same time, Goku went all out and jumped into the air, then he suddenly accelerated in midair and punched Vegeta. Kaka! Vegeta was hit with several punches in a row. He gritted his teeth and tried to counterattack, but he found that his body had become sluggish due to the pain. Before he could even retaliate, Goku swept a kick at him. Bang! Vegeta was sent flying into the sky again. Kamehameha! Goku brought his palms together, condensed a large ball of energy in his hands before sending it straight into the clouds. Vegeta, who was in midair, saw a dazzling light below his feet and his eyes turned red, and he also released his unique skill. Galit Gun! Two blue and red energy waves collided in the air, and suddenly, the wind raged and sand whirled. The fierce winds continued to sweep across the wasteland, and even distant cities felt the air trembling violently, with many people thinking that an earthquake had occurred. Two forces of energy were at a stalemate in midair, converging into a huge energy ball, causing the temperature at the scene to suddenly rise significantly. How is this possible? My Galit Gun can't defeat you? Seeing that the two sides were evenly matched, Vegeta was furious, releasing all of his power without holding anything back. With all his energy supporting it, the Galit Gun gradually suppressed the Kamehameha and even pushed it back towards Goku. Chapter 142, Furious Vegeta. Not good. Oh no. Goku, he. The fight between Vegeta and Goku naturally attracted everyone's attention in the distance. Everyone was shocked to see Goku's Kamehameha being pushed back. But at this moment, Kaioken, 10x. Goku roared, and suddenly used the highest multiple of Kaioken that his body could bear. Under the amplification of 10x Kaioken, his power level soared like a rocket, rising sharply. The skyrocketing energy also gave Kamehameha a boost, completely pushing back Galit Gun. He pushed it back. Crack! The majestic and ferocious energy suddenly shot up to the sky, completely engulfing Vegeta, and then flew off into the vast space like a shooting star. The light rays dissipated, and Vegeta had vanished without a trace. Vegeta! Raditz was taken aback, not expecting Vegeta to lose to his younger brother. How is this possible? He looked around but couldn't find any trace of Vegeta, and exclaimed in confusion. Goku! Great! We won. On the other hand, Krillin and the others flew over with joy on their faces. Piccolo, who had originally transformed into a giant, also slowly returned to his original form and flew over to Goku's side with the others. Goku, you're too strong. You can even use 10x Kaioken. You're really something. Yamcha laughed and patted Goku's shoulder, causing him to yelp in pain. Yamcha, be gentle. Sorry. It's fine. Goku clenched his fist and then looked up at the sky, his voice trembling, but you'd better leave quickly. That guy won't give up so easily. What? Hearing this, everyone looked up and discovered that Vegeta's aura was still present high in the sky. And from the aura, it didn't seem that his ki had weakened much from before. Is this guy a monster? Raditz, who was far away, heard their conversation and quickly used the scouter to check. Sure enough, he detected Vegeta's aura high up in the sky. Scared me to death, so Vegeta is not dead? A moment later, under the eyes of everyone, a disheveled Vegeta slowly descended from the sky, his expression distorted in pain. Damn Kakarot, you injured me. I swear I will make you regret it so much that you will wish you were dead. Vegeta snarled gloomily, his gaze towards Goku already covered with killing intent. Seeing him in this state, Raditz couldn't help but take a step back. Oh no, Vegeta is really angry. Having been with Vegeta for so long, Raditz knew very well how terrifying Vegeta could be when he was angry. If Vegeta had originally just wanted to spar with Goku and check out his abilities, then the Vegeta now probably had a genuine desire to kill. For Raditz, this was not a good thing. After all, the fact that Goku was sent to Earth was personally instructed by King Lynx. If Vegeta went crazy and really killed Goku, what would they do when Lynx came back? Just when Raditz didn't know how to pacify Vegeta, a stern voice suddenly sounded from his communicator. Vegeta, Raditz. This is Bardock. Are you on Earth? Hurry up and answer me. Father, father. Raditz was startled on hearing the voice in the communicator. Then he realized that Vegeta's communicator seemed to have been destroyed in the previous battle. So, Raditz immediately called out to Vegeta, Vegeta. My father is calling us. Vegeta, who was in the midst of anger, calmed down instantly when he heard Raditz mention Bardock. What's the matter? Raditz pressed a few buttons on the scouter and said, Father, it's Raditz. Is there something you need? Raditz? Are you two on Earth? Earth? Where is that? Raditz tried to cover it up, but Bardock directly pointed it out, don't lie. Our spaceship detected your two signals before. I've already confirmed it with Planet Vegeta. What are you doing on Earth? Raditz frowned and could only admit, Father, Vegeta and I came to Earth to try and recruit Kakarot into our squad. Kakarot? You idiot. Don't think I don't know, you probably just want to fight Kakarot, right? Stop immediately. I'll be arriving on Earth soon. We'll discuss everything when I get there. Kakarot? You idiot. Don't think I don't know, you probably want to compete with Kakarot, right? Stop me now. I'm going to Earth soon. We'll talk about everything when I come. But. This is an order. Bardock roared through the communicator, causing Raditz to take off the scouter in fear. He looked at Vegeta awkwardly and said, Vegeta, my father is arriving on Earth soon. He's ordered us to stop immediately. What? Compared to Vegeta's surprise, Krillin and the others looked happy. Hey, Goku, your big brother seemed to have mentioned your father just now? He's not coming, is he? Goku's father is coming? Good. No matter how powerful these two Saiyans are, they shouldn't be as strong as Goku's father, right? Great. Vegeta supported his shoulder with one hand and stared gloomily at Goku. He didn't expect Bardock to discover them so quickly. Although he didn't dare defy Bardock's orders, how could Vegeta accept getting defeated like this? Thinking of this, he gnashed his teeth in anger. But after a while, Vegeta suddenly calmed down and a strange smile appeared on his face. Raditz, how long until Mr. Bardock arrives on Earth? I don't know, but he should be here soon? Humph, if he was really close, he wouldn't have called first. I estimate that we have at least some time in that case, before Mr. Bardock arrives, I'll let Kakarot see our Saiyan's strongest move. What? Vegeta, don't tell me you're going to. Hearing this, Raditz quickly guessed Vegeta's intention. Hearing the two of them, Goku and others' expressions changed. Saiyan's strongest move, what does that mean? Guys, hurry up and leave. That guy doesn't seem to have given up yet. How come? Hurry up and go. Under Goku's urging, Krillin and the others, knowing their strength was not enough, had no choice but to retreat, however Piccolo insisted on staying. Goku, I want to stay and see what this guy's move is. Okay. Goku chuckled and took up a stance with him, preparing to deal with it. Vegeta. Don't be impulsive, if you use that move, you won't be able to control your power at all. If you kill Kakarot, my father. Shut up. I am Vegeta. A genius Saiyan and the champion of Planet Vegeta's martial arts tournament. I will not be defeated by a low-class warrior like Kakarot. I will show him my true strength. Chapter 143, Fighting the Giant Ape. True strength? Hearing Vegeta's confident words, Goku's eyes narrowed and a thought crossed his mind. Are you going to transform into Great Ape? You guessed it. That's right, Kakarot. I've noticed that your tail is missing. To abandon a Saiyan's tail, that's your biggest mistake. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, and several blue veins bulged out on his forehead. Soon a bright artificial moon appeared above his other palm. Without wasting a moment, Vegeta immediately pushed the artificial moon into the sky with great force. With a whoosh, a dazzling light shone down from above. What is that? Krillin and others exclaimed in surprise. Raditz screamed in fear, Kakarot, hurry and run. Otherwise you will all die here. What? Piccolo and the others were shocked and didn't understand how Raditz had suddenly become a good person. But not long after, they understood the meaning of Raditz's words. Roar. A beast-like roar suddenly resounded, and Vegeta's cold face suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, he had become a giant ape over 10 meters tall. At the same time, Vegeta, who was already very powerful, also instantly emitted a terrifying and despairing aura. Haha! Kakarot, my power level is now almost 7 million. Do you feel despair now? Haha! A deafening sound came from above. Looking at the monster that was even larger than him after he transformed into a giant, Piccolo's face turned pale and he shouted at Goku beside him, Goku, what is this technique? It's Saiyan's Great Ape transformation. When Saiyans see the full moon, they can transform into Great Ape. I didn't expect Vegeta to artificially create a full moon. Goku gritted his teeth and looked at the giant monster in front of him with a bitter smile. The astonishing aura emanating from the other side did indeed give him a sense of despair. But why don't you transform too? I don't have a tail. Saiyan's Great Ape transformation requires a tail. But when I was on lookout, I thought it was too much trouble to risk turning into Great Ape every month, so I asked Kami to seal my tail. You idiot! It's a good thing that he can't transform into Great Ape, or we would all have died here. Goku turned around and saw Raditz flying towards them. Kakarot, why aren't you running away yet? Hurry and leave this place, or we'll all die here. Raditz shouted at them. Hearing this, Krillin and the others also came back to their senses. Yeah Goku, let's leave quickly. That monster is too terrifying, even if you can use 10x Kaioken, it won't do any good. No. I won't run away. Suddenly, a giant palm stirred the air and fiercely slapped down towards Goku and the others. Hurry and get out of the way. Everyone shouted and dodged in all directions. Although they dodged the attack of the giant palm, they still became unsteady because of the air waves stirred by Vegeta. Damn it! Kamehameha, 10x Kaioken. After creating some distance, Goku put his hands together and suddenly used Kamehameha under 10x Kaioken again. The blue energy wave suddenly rose into the sky and flew towards the Great Ape in the distance. Vegeta, who was about to follow up on his attack, was hit by the energy wave and suddenly stopped as if he had been swept by a huge water column. But soon, Vegeta transformed into Great Ape, pushed Kamehameha away and approached Goku step by step. Kamehameha. Tri-beam. Special beam cannon. However, at this time, several light beams rushed over. Krillin and others used their ultimate moves to attack the Great Ape together. Seeing that these people chose not to run away and instead attacked Vegeta, Raditz cursed, "These fools, you're seeking death." With that, Raditz fled into the distance by himself, not wanting to be involved with Vegeta. As expected, even though the combined power of everyone was gathered, everyone's energy wave was scattered by a sudden roar of the Great Ape and turned into energy particles. On the contrary, the enraged Vegeta opened his mouth and howled, and a high-energy shock wave spewed out of his mouth, sweeping through under the feet of everyone. Ah! Although they were not hit directly, Goku and the others were still blown off balance by the sudden mushroom cloud and fell to the ground, unable to move. Vo can't win, he's too terrifying. He's too strong, he's not someone we can handle. No. Goku suddenly stood up and said to Piccolo, Piccolo, can you help me stall him for a moment? Just a few seconds is fine. Piccolo gritted his teeth and stood up. Goku, what are you going to do? I know Great Ape's weakness, if I can cut off its tail, it will turn back to normal. Goku said. Really? Piccolo couldn't believe it, was the weakness of such a huge monster really that obvious? It's true. That Lin Chen once used this move to turn Goku back to human form. Yamcha shouted from the ground. At this point he finally remembered seeing Lin Chen subdue the great ape transformed Goku with his own eyes. Alright. But I can't guarantee how long I can hold out, the opponent is just too terrifying. After saying that, Piccolo suddenly shouted loudly and once again transformed into a giant. Come on, you stupid gorilla! Piccolo yelled and charged forward, trying to tightly hold Vegeta. However, the result of the two huge monsters colliding was that Piccolo was easily grabbed by Vegeta's arms. Stupid name Kian, do you think that a Saiyan's great ape transformation is as clumsy as your own transformation? Not to mention the power level disparity between the two, Vegeta's great ape transformation was completely different from Piccolo's. Vegeta did not lose speed when he transformed and on the contrary, his movements became even more agile. Vegeta gently applied force with his palms, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Piccolo's hands, causing Piccolo to let out a painful roar. However, at that moment, the roar suddenly stopped, and Piccolo coldly sneered at Vegeta before suddenly cutting off his arms. Holding Piccolo's severed hands, Vegeta was stunned, and it wasn't until Piccolo's hands regenerated that he realized something was wrong. Solar flare! Piccolo placed his hands on his forehead and shouted loudly, and a dazzling light shone forth like the sun, making it impossible for Vegeta to see anything for a moment. Ah! Tien Shinyan, Piccolo actually used your move! Tietsu shouted from afar. No one had expected the proud great demon king Piccolo to steal a human's move. Ah! My eyes! Vegeta cried out in pain while holding his eyes. Goku, now's the time! Without needing Piccolo's reminder, Goku's figure quickly appeared behind the great ape, and he raised his right hand. Krillin, I'll borrow your move. Destructo Disc. BZZT. The circular blade of energy pierced through Vegeta's tail, instantly severing the giant's tail. Vegeta, who had not yet opened his eyes, felt a burst of pain, and his strength began to drain continuously. His body also shrank and soon returned to its human form. Chapter 144, Injured Warriors and No Winner or Loser. Damn you, Kakarot! You and all these guys have really angered me. I'm going to kill all of you. I'm going to destroy Earth too. Even after turning Vegeta back into a human with great difficulty, Goku and the others discovered to their despair that Vegeta's aura has not weakened much. His massive aura still gives them a sense of unreachability. Accompanied by Vegeta's roar, his aura began to spread outwards like a whirlwind and streams of ki began to surge and rotate around Vegeta as the center. Is that guy a monster? His strength hasn't weakened at all. Cursing furiously, Piccolo, who had returned to his original form, could only say helplessly to Goku, Goku, I can't go on anymore, it's up to you now. I'm also almost at my limit, the burden on my body from using 10x Kaioken is too big. Goku also smiled bitterly. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately turned to Krillin in the distance and said, Krillin, bring the Senzu Bean quickly. Oh! Just as Krillin was about to come over, an invisible force suddenly hit him, smashing him into a small mountain. Krillin! Don't try to give Kakarot a Senzu Bean, you Earthlings should all die. Kakarot, I'll start with you. Just as Vegeta was about to attack, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Vegeta, enough! In the sky, a blurry figure appeared. Who is it? Vegeta raised his head vigilantly, while Goku and the others also looked up. Then, the people below saw a man with golden erect hair and a golden aura descending from the sky. And the other person's appearance was exactly the same as Goku. Dad, Dad! Raditz and Goku shouted at the same time. Bardock? Vegeta clenched his teeth. Piccolo glanced at Krillin and others, and pointed to Bardock, saying, Is that man Goku's father? I remember his hair wasn't black, why is it gold now? I don't know either. Krillin scratched his head. His aura is so terrifying, even that big monkey just now can't compare to him at all. Vegeta, although Kakarot grew up on Earth, he is anyhow a Saiyan. King Lynx said that murder between Saiyans is forbidden, those who defy this rule will only meet death. You just wanted to kill Kakarot, what do you think I should do? Vegeta hurriedly stepped back, his face tense. However, at this moment, Goku suddenly said, Father, we were just sparring, no one besides those metal men died. Kakarot, are you asking for mercy for Vegeta? Bardock looked at his son in slight surprise. Just now, he clearly felt that Vegeta had murderous intentions in his heart. Even though Vegeta's tail had been cut off, with his current strength, he could kill everyone present if he wants. So if Bardock came a little late just now, he would have been greeted with dead bodies on the scene. Sighing, Goku calmly said, Father, I actually lost this match. I've received guidance from big brother Lin Chen and have gone to North Kai's place to train, and even let brother Lin Chen unlock my potential. But even so, Vegeta is still quite stronger than me. If it wasn't for my companions today, we would have lost to Vegeta earlier. To be honest, I completely lost this time. But I believe that as long as I am given some more time, I will be able to defeat him someday. So, please let him go this time for that day. Bardock gazed at his son and lightly shook his head, to let go of someone who wants to kill you for this reason? Kakarot, you don't look like a Saiyan at all. However, perhaps it is because of this kind of personality that King Lynx looks upon you so highly? Vegeta, I'll let you go for now. But don't leave yet, we'll go back to Planet Vegeta together and wait for King Lynx to return. Then we'll decide how to deal with you. Do you have any objections? Vegeta looked at Goku guiltily and lowered his head, saying, No. Raditz? In the distance, Raditz also stood up straight and said, I have no objections either. Seeing that the two had no objections, Bardock, like a commander, ordered everyone to clean up the scene and took Bulma and Gohan, who were still trapped in the hole, back to West City. It wasn't until everyone had left that a plane arrived late. Turtle Hermit jumped out of the plane and looked around, where is everyone? Where is everyone? Is it all over? Did they all finish fighting? On the second day after Vegeta's fight with Goku and others, Bardock, who knew what had happened, wanted to give some pointers to his son. From this fight between Goku and Vegeta, Bardock realized Lin Chen's intentions. Although Goku's power level is currently not even 100,000, he is able to compete with Vegeta, whose power level is over 600,000 in normal state. This kind of potential is extremely rare even on Planet Vegeta. If given time, it is unknown how much Goku's strength could change in an astonishing way. Therefore, Bardock wanted to take this opportunity to train Goku and at the same time also give pointers to his grandson Gohan. According to Raditz, this kid's power level changes with his emotions, and Bardock has never heard of such a special ability before. However, at this moment, Bardock suddenly received a communication from his wife, Jin. Jin, who had returned to Planet Vegeta, sent a message saying that the Galactic Patrol had just sent a message that Cold Force, which had been dormant for a long time, had suddenly made a big move recently. Cold was the father of the former Emperor of Universe Frieza, and his resurgence must be dealt with carefully by Planet Vegeta, especially since Bardock is the only Super Saiyan on Planet Vegeta at the moment. Therefore, Bardock had no choice but to quickly rush back to Planet Vegeta. But, when Bardock wanted to bring Vegeta and Raditz back with him, Vegeta refused. You want to stay on Earth? Bardock looked at Vegeta suspiciously, what do you want to do? Uncle Bardock, don't worry, I just want to train on Earth, Vegeta said. Train? Yes. Vegeta clenched his fist, I am going to defeat Kakarot. If I hadn't turned into a great ape last time, I would have lost in the end. I can't accept it. Kakarot grew up on Earth, I want to see what's special here that has made him so strong. I want to understand and master the method by which Kakarot got stronger, and then surpass him by far. The second strongest person on Planet Vegeta in the future must be me, Vegeta, and not Kakarot. Chapter 145, The Missing Seventh Super Dragon Ball, and Vados appears. Seeing Vegeta's determined attitude, Bardock hesitated for a moment, and didn't insist on taking him away. As for Raditz, he didn't have any opinion. Whether it is to stay on Earth or return to Planet Vegeta, he was willing. Since that was the case, Bardock gave him the task of monitoring Vegeta. If Vegeta had any ulterior motives, he had to notify him immediately. After confirming the arrangements for Vegeta and Raditz, Bardock had one more private meeting with Goku before leaving. On the one hand, it was to bid him farewell, and on the other hand, it was also to convey something. Kakarot, I recommend that you let someone else guide Gohan. Why is that? You are too kind. If it was an Earthling, maybe this wouldn't be a problem, but for Gohan, your kindness will hinder his training. Although Gohan is only 4 years old, his potential is amazing. I remember King Link's mentioning that the hybrid of a Saiyan and an Earthling is likely to create a super warrior, and Gohan may be just that. Bardock explained, that's why it's best for you to give Gohan to a stricter mentor, who can give him proper guidance, rather than being under your protection and crying all day. But won't Shishi get angry about this? Goku scratched his head. I'll talk to Shishi. You can leave it to me. Bardock said. Although Shishi has always been tough on Goku, she couldn't be obstinate in front of Bardock. Especially after Bardock promised to arrange a well-off future for Gohan, Shishi finally agreed to let him go out of the house to train for half a year. After thinking about it, Goku, in the end, handed Gohan over to Piccolo just as before. Among the people he knew, only Piccolo was definitely not kind to Gohan. After everything was arranged, Bardock returned to Planet Vegeta to deal with this sudden incident. Meanwhile, Universe 6. Lin Chen was puzzled at the moment. Since obtaining the 6th Dragon Ball, Lin Chen and others have been searching for half a month in Universe 6. However, strangely, the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball have not been discovered. As a result, Lin Chen began to doubt whether his Dragon Ball radar is broken. However, after confirming several times using instant transmission to investigate every corner of Universe 6, Lin Chen had no choice but to admit that the 7th Dragon Ball did not seem to be in Universe 6. Not in Universe 6? Is it in Universe 7? Tights said in wonder. But we have already searched all of Universe 7, right? There were only 3 there. Hanasia said. Lin Chen had a helpless expression on his face as he crossed his hands in front of his chest, thinking hard. He remembered that in the original work, the last Super Dragon Ball seemed to be in the neutral space between Universe 6 and Universe 7. Is the Dragon Ball also there in this world? But where is that neutral space? How do we get there? This is what was frustrating Lin Chen. At this time, the alarm on the spaceship sounded again, and the 3, who were used to it, immediately knew that hit was coming. This guy, how come he's so stubborn? It's been so long and he hasn't given up yet? Hanasia said, holding her head. Lin Chen stood up. At this point, he had no choice. If he stayed in Universe 6, he would continue to be pursued by Hit. It was better to return to Universe 7 and then go to Zuno to confirm the location of the remaining Dragon Ball. Thinking of this, Lin Chen made up his mind. He asked the 2 women to get ready, and then he brought them outside the spaceship, retracted the spaceship and used instant transmission to teleport to Universe 7. But strangely, not long after Lin Chen and others disappeared from the spot, time seemed to stop, and everything, including Stardust, stopped, and then everything seemed to play backwards, rapidly returning to a few minutes ago. Lin Chen and others, who were supposed to have gone to Universe 7, reappeared in Universe 6 and returned to the spaceship. At this time, time started to flow normally again, and the alarm on the spaceship sounded. Why is this guy so stubborn? How long has it been and he still hasn't given up? Hanasia said, holding her head. Lin Chen stood up and was about to speak when suddenly, his gaze froze. What is this? Lin Chen suddenly realized that the flow of time around him had become abnormal. Ever since he gained the time insight talent, Lin Chen has become more sensitive to time. And he has just discovered that the flow of time around him has become abnormal. It seemed as if someone was manipulating time. How is this possible? Even Hit's time skip skill could only manipulate the time in a small area. But, what Lin Chen saw just now was that the entire space around him, as well as the time in the outside universe, has become abnormal. Lin Chen, what happened? Seeing Lin Chen suddenly stop talking and look around, Tights couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen frowned and pulled Tights and the others to him, then teleported outside. He opened his energy shield, protecting himself and others, and then looked around cautiously. Lin Chen, what happened? Is it Hit? It's not Hit, it's someone even more powerful. The only person in Universe 6 who was likely to be able to manipulate time and make it flow backwards, as far as Lin Chen knew, was one person. Miss Vados, please show yourself. I know you made time flow backwards just now. Vados? Who is that? Just then, a burst of intense colorful light shone in front of the three of them. As the light faded, a silver-haired girl in a green divine robe was standing in the void. It was Vados, the angel of Universe 6. Wow, you actually discovered me, kid, you really are amazing. Vados was holding a scepter as she faintly smiled at Lin Chen. What's even more surprising is that you know me. I've heard the legend of angels before, I know about Miss Vados and Mr. Whis. Whis? So you're from Universe 7. The mystery in Vados' heart was finally solved. Yes. Lin Chen nodded and asked, Miss Vados, can you tell me now why you've been trying to stop me from returning to Universe 7? Is it because of the Super Dragon Balls? Hehe, don't worry, I won't obstruct you from taking the Super Dragon Balls of Universe 6. I'm just very curious about you and wanted to meet you in person before you leave. Vados smiled. Hearing her words, Lin Chen's tense heart relaxed a bit. What he was most afraid of was Vados stopping them from taking the Super Dragon Balls of Universe 6. In front of an angel, Lin Chen currently is completely helpless. Chapter 146, The Whereabouts of the 7th Super Dragon Ball. Thank you for your care. Lin Chen quickly thanked her, I am a Saiyan from Universe 7, looking for the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill my wish. I already know that. I have been observing you, Vados chuckled, also about Hit, I have actually been pointing him in your direction as well. Lin Chen revealed an expression as if he expected it. He had guessed that someone must have been giving directions to Hit in order to always be able to track him, but he never expected it to be Vados. No wonder they had always been discovered by Hit no matter where they went. Thanks to you, I have saved a lot of time. So this time, as a reward, I'll tell you a small piece of information. Vados said with a faint smile, I know you have lost track of the location of the 7th Dragon Ball, but as far as I know, it is neither in Universe 6 nor Universe 7. It's not in Universe 6 and Universe 7 both? Could it really be in neutral space? Lin Chen muttered upon hearing this. Neutral space? No, there is no such thing as neutral space in this world. The space between universes is a completely empty world, Vados shook her finger. Lin Chen was confused because in the original work, the 7th Dragon Ball was indeed hidden in neutral space and was used as the venue for Compa and Beerus martial arts tournament. Now, according to Vados, it seems that this neutral space does not exist at all. Where could the 7th Dragon Ball be hidden then? Miss Vados, please give me your guidance. Vados said with a faint smile, according to my investigation, after the Super Dragon Balls fulfill a wish, they scatter back to Universe 6 and Universe 7. As for the 7th Dragon Ball, it should have been swallowed by a black hole while flying towards Universe 7 and subsequently end up in another world. Black hole? Lin Chen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Vados explained, sometimes, in the universe, an astonishing amount of energy can be produced due to certain celestial phenomena. Some of this energy is so enormous that it can tear space and time apart. These torn cracks, like black holes, will swallow up all objects that pass through them. The black hole I mentioned is one of them. What? Then isn't the last Super Dragon Ball already destroyed? Lin Chen grabbed his head in frustration. With one less Dragon Ball, the 7 Super Dragon Balls would never become a set again. Wasn't all his hard work over the past year in vain then? However, at this moment, Lin Chen suddenly heard Vados say, it couldn't have been destroyed, the creations of Dragon God Zalama are not so easily destroyed. The Dragon Ball should still be in some corner of the universe, only it is likely not in Universe 6 or Universe 7 anymore. Another universe? Could it be one of the other 10 universes? That's going to be a problem. No, it's much more troublesome than falling into one of the other 10 universes. The final Dragon Ball is likely to have fallen into a different space-time. Vados explained. A different space-time parallel universe? Lin Chen's mind immediately thought of the world with another Broly that he had visited before. Oh, you even know about that? I'm getting more and more curious about you. Vados pressed up against Lin Chen's face, examining him up and down. Yes, a parallel universe. The other side of a black hole is sometimes connected to another world. The final Dragon Ball should have wandered into that world, but I don't know which world it is. You'll have to find that out by yourself. At this time, Vados' scepter flashed a few times. She glanced at it and then smiled at Lin Chen, all right, I've said everything I needed to. You can go now, or else hit will be here soon. Thank you, Miss Vados. Lin Chen bowed to Vados and then took out a hoi poi capsule and gave it to her. Miss Vados, if you don't mind, please accept this as a gift from me for you and Kampa-sama. Inside the hoi poi capsule was Lin Chen's last trump card, which he had prepared just in case. Now that he was going back, they would be of no use to him, so he might as well give them to Vados and leave a good impression on her and Kampa. What is this? Vados looked at the capsule curiously. It's a hoi poi capsule, something we use in our universe to store things. Inside is some of our universe's food. I heard that Kampa-sama likes to eat delicious food, so I hope he'll like these. Vados' eyes showed a hint of surprise. You even know about that? How curious. Well, I'll accept these on behalf of Kampa-sama then. Thank you. We'll be taking our leave now. With a flash of light, Lin Chen used instant transmission and disappeared from space with Tights and Han Asia. A few seconds later, the three of them appeared in some corner of Universe 7. At this time, Tights pulled on Lin Chen's arm and asked, Lin Chen, who was that woman just now? She seemed really strong. Lin Chen looked at her and smiled, do you remember me talking about angels and the god of destruction? The woman just now was the angel of Universe 6, Vados, the strongest person in Universe 6. She's an angel? Tights and Han Asia were both surprised, they hadn't expected a real angel to look like that. Right, Lin Chen, what does the angel of our Universe 7 look like? Our universe angel is Vados' younger brother and he's called Whis. He's also a formidable guy. Oh. I didn't expect you to also know my name. Vados was right, you really are an interesting little guy. Just then, a faint laughter suddenly sounded next to the three of them. Whoosh! Along with the laugh, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Whis? Upon seeing the appearance of the figure, Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. It really is just after seeing off his sister, he was greeted by her brother. Although he had known that he would certainly meet Whis in the future, Lin Chen hadn't expected it to be so soon. But seeing that Whis was alone, Lin Chen guessed that the god of destruction, Beerus, was probably still sleeping. Compared to Lin Chen, upon seeing Whis, Han Asia and Tights both looked nervous. Hoo, little ladies, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Holding his scepter, Whis walked a couple of steps forward and arrived beside Lin Chen. I just heard from my sister that there is an interesting person in our universe, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that what she said was true, it's really interesting. A Saiyan who has mastered the instant transmission, a skill only gods can learn, and also comprehended the power of time and space. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have had a hard time believing it. Whis said lightly, his face showing a hint of delight. In the end, he said to Lin Chen, your name is Lin Chen, right? Are you interested in becoming God of Destruction's successor? Chapter 147, The Path to Become God and Triggering Special Choices. Whis spoke in a light and airy tone, giving people a feeling of levity. However, what he said caused Lin Chen and the others' eyes to widen in shock. God of Destruction's successor? Han Asia and Tights both still do not know what the God of Destruction means, but Lin Chen knew that a God of Destruction is almost the most powerful deity in the universe. Although the current God of Destruction Beerus is still in good shape and doesn't seem to be approaching retirement, being God of Destruction's successor means that one has already set foot in the realm of the gods and has unlimited potential for the future. Almost at the same time, Lin Chen received a prompt for the strongest choices in his ear. Ding! Detecting an invitation from Whis, triggering special strongest choices. Choice 1, accept Whis' invitation and become God of Destruction's successor. Reward, beginner God of Destruction's power. Choice 2, refuse Whis' invitation and become the God of Destruction of time and future. Reward, beginner God of Destruction of time's power. Choice 3, refuse Whis' invitation and take the path to become a god on one's own, becoming Saiyan God. Reward, Divine Realms Experience Card. Once the choice has been confirmed, the reward will be issued immediately. But if there is any violation, the host will be immediately erased. Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Darn! Special strongest choices? This was the first time he had encountered such choices. But looking at these three choices, Lin Chen quickly understood why these choices were labeled as special. Because these choices involved Lin Chen's future path. 3 choices, almost 3 paths to becoming a god. 1 path of God of Destruction, simple and easy to understand. One path of the God of Destruction of Time. Although Lin Chen had never heard of God of Destruction of Time, he knew that in the Dragon Ball world, there is a Supreme Kai of Time. From the name, this God of Destruction of Time should correspond to the Supreme Kai of Time, and could be considered a special kind of God of Destruction. Then there was the final path, becoming a god on one's own. This was somewhat special. Lin Chen asked in his mind while facing Whis, system, is the Saiyan God in Choice 3 Super Saiyan God? Ding! No. Becoming a Saiyan God means that the host will become a deity that governs all Saiyans in the multiverse and enter the realm of the gods as a Saiyan. A Super Saiyan God is only a Saiyan with godly power, and cannot be compared to the status and power of a Saiyan God. Lin Chen asked again, what about the reward for Choice 3? The other choices all directly give godly power. Why is the Choice 3 just an experience card? Is it just to let me temporarily experience the transformation into a Super Saiyan God? Divine Realm Experience card allows the host to experience the divine laws of all deities in the multiverse for one day. Experiencing the divine laws will greatly benefit the host in entering the realm of the gods through their own ability in the future. Having accepted so many tasks, Lin Chen had long understood that the consistent style of the tasks system was that the higher the difficulty of the tasks, the better the reward. In these tasks, the first two choices were about becoming a god with the help of others, but only the third choice allowed Lin Chen to rely on his own strength to step into the realm of the gods, so the final Divine Realm Experience card must be worth more than the beginner's godly power rewards of the first two choices. Thinking of this, Lin Chen made his final choice. Whether it was the God of Destruction or God of Destruction of Time, in the end, it was just following in the footsteps of others, but what Lin Chen wanted was to follow his own path, a path that no one had taken before. So, system, I choose 3. Ding! Confirming the host's choice, the Divine Realm Experience card has been rewarded. Be careful, host, this reward will stir a lot of activity and will attract the attention of deities at least at the level of Supreme Kai or higher if used carelessly. Confirming the reward, Lin Chen said, Mr. Whis, thank you for your invitation, but isn't this invitation a little too early? I have only lived for more than 20 years and my strength is still too far from God of Destruction Sama. Hearing this, Whis smiled, I never thought that someone would refuse an invitation to become a god. Mr. Whis, you misunderstood. Lin Chen was afraid that Whis would be angry and tried to explain. However, Whis raised his hand and said, Mr. Lin Chen, there's no need to be nervous. I can understand your thoughts. In fact, it doesn't matter. You're right, inviting you now is a bit early, but I think that with your ability to comprehend the power of time on your own, your future achievements will definitely reach the level of God of Destruction. At that time, inviting you will not be too late. However, if you want to reach the level of a god earlier, you can come to me for help. I can give you some pointers. Saying that, Whis gave Lin Chen a button. He was familiar with this thing. In the original work, Whis gave something similar to Bulma, allowing her to contact him anytime. Alright, interesting little guy, I have already given you a method to contact me. If you want to come to me for training in the future, just use this to contact me. After saying that, Whis' figure transformed into a stream of light and disappeared in front of the 3 people. After Whis left, Lin Chen, Han-Asia, and Tights looked at each other. Both women couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Lin Chen. You're amazing, didn't that person just invite you to be a god? Your Majesty, if you become a god in the future, will I not be able to see you anymore? You guys. Lin Chen smiled and said, didn't you hear me refuse just now? It's too early to talk about these things now. Besides, even if I really become a god, I wouldn't be willing to leave you guys. Hearing this, the 2 women were greatly moved and hugged Lin Chen. Then, they returned to Planet Vegeta and appeared directly in the Saiyan headquarters on the planet. When a Saiyan saw the 3 people suddenly appear in front of them, he was surprised and exclaimed, Ah! It's King Lynx. His Majesty is back. It's really His Majesty. Great! Quickly notify Bardock and King Vegeta. Excitement rang out in Lin Chen's ear, and as he saw these familiar Saiyans, his mood immediately improved a lot. He chuckled and said, what are you guys busy with? You look like you have something big going on? Your Majesty. At this time, Bardock, King Vegeta, and Paragus, who had received the news, also rushed over excitedly. Lin Chen had been away for more than a year this time. Although it was not that long compared to the past, in the current tense situation, Lin Chen's return is of great significance to them. Letting Hanasia and Tights return to the palace first, Lin Chen then went to the conference room with the others and asked about the situation on Planet Vegeta during the time he was away. Chapter 148, Locking on the Target and the Location of the 7th Super Dragon Ball. Your Majesty, everything has been calm on Planet Vegeta these days, but the Galactic Patrol has been sending us alerts that the remaining 2 Frost Demon forces seem to be on the move. King Vegeta reported. Frost Demons? Lin Chen was in daze for a moment. When he heard the term Frost Demon, he thought of Frieza first, but wasn't that guy already killed by him? It's Frieza's father, King Cold, and his older brother, Cooler, Bardock explained. Not long ago, Galactic Patrol notified us that King Cold's force has been often recruiting lately, as if they are planning something big. King Vegeta added, in addition to that, there's Cooler. His force escaped to the east area many years ago, but Galactic Patrol recently found that spaceships from Cooler's force have trespassed into the north area. Galactic Patrol suspect they might be trying to make a comeback. That's it? Lin Chen said indifferently. Hey? King Vegeta and the others all looked stunned. Your Majesty, King Cold and Cooler are not weaker than Frieza. They've been quiet for so long out of fear of you, but now they're making a move. Clearly, they're up to something, King Vegeta said. That's right, Your Majesty. We must be careful. Lin Chen picked his ears with a nonchalant expression. To be honest, even if King Cold and Cooler were to come out in full force, they would be nothing more than a minor annoyance to the current Lin Chen. Compared to Hit from Universe 6, they were far too weak. Unless Frieza were to return from Hell and master his golden form, Lin Chen doesn't really care about what those frost demons might do. Bardock, you're a Super Saiyan now. Even the Frieza of old isn't a match for you, so have some confidence, said Lin Chen. Yes, Your Majesty, Bardock lowered his head. Lin Chen stood up, ready to leave. Seeing this, Bardock said, Your Majesty, there's one more thing. It's about Vegeta and Raditz. Bardock glanced at King Vegeta, hesitating slightly. Vegeta and Raditz? What happened to them? Paragus, perhaps you should explain, Bardock motioned to Paragus standing on the side. This matter involves his and King Vegeta's son, and Bardock wanted to avoid any suspicion. Paragus cleared his throat and narrated the story of how Vegeta and Raditz went to Earth and fought with Goku and the other Z fighters. Upon hearing what happened, Lin Chen couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What? Although the character changed from Raditz alone to both Raditz and Vegeta, wasn't this the same story as Raditz's first visit to Earth in the original work? Even their reason for going to Earth to find Goku was similar. Lin Chen couldn't believe that even with the progress made on Planet Vegeta, the story still continued on. He couldn't help but regret missing out on such a good show. Where are Vegeta and Raditz now? Lin Chen asked. They're on Earth, Bardock said. Vegeta wanted to learn Earth's unique skills, so he stayed on Earth temporarily. I was worried about what he might do, so I had Raditz stay there to keep an eye on him. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, in that case, let them stay there. I have a feeling that Vegeta and Kakarot will become good rivals. With both of them on Earth, they can compete with each other and grow. Leave them be. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bardock and King Vegeta both let out a sigh of relief. After the previous incident, the two of them were most afraid that Lin Chen would blame them, fearing that he would be angry with Vegeta for causing trouble. Lin Chen was especially curious about what Vegeta would do on Earth after going there much earlier. After that day, he took a few days of rest on Planet Vegeta before making a special trip to Earth to see Vegeta. To his surprise, Vegeta was living at Bulma's home at the time, claiming that her high multiplier gravity chamber was the only one suitable for a Saiyan to use on Earth, the 100X gravity chamber that Lin Chen had used for training before. While Raditz was living at Goku's home. Because Raditz presented a 3000-carat gem he obtained while on a mission, Chi-Chi didn't object to the arrival of the big brother who ate without paying, but rather welcomed him warmly. Lin Chen had originally planned to offer his own house for them to stay in, but upon seeing this, he abandoned the idea. At the same time, he was also surprised at how quickly the two had assimilated into life on Earth. Perhaps the peaceful atmosphere on Earth had a deadly appeal to Saiyans. After confirming that the two of them wouldn't cause any trouble on Earth, Lin Chen went to Planet Zuno. His goal was very clear, to find out where the last Super Dragon Ball was. Upon seeing Lin Chen after a long time, Zuno couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why did you come without an appointment again? What do you think this place is? Beta Bake, Lin Chen laughed. What's that? Hey? There is something I actually don't know about? Zuno was confused, holding a tree of might's fruit in his hand. He was suddenly delighted and began munching on the fruit. After finishing it, he clapped his hands and said with regret, "Too bad, I have eaten too many tree of might's fruits. Next time, bring me a different offering." "So, what's your question this time?" Lin Chen said, "Please tell me where is the one-star Super Dragon Ball?" Zuno closed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment before starting to recite like he was reading from a scripture, "One-star Super Dragon Ball is not in our universe." After the Super Shenron was summoned last time, one-star Dragon Ball was surprisingly sucked into a black hole when the Dragon Balls scattered and flew away after granting the wish, and finally landed in parallel world number 228. World 228? Lin Chen raised his head and asked, "What world is that?" Zuno opened his eyes and shook his head, "I don't know either. World numbering is given by the Supreme Kai of Time Sama to each world, as for the specific situation of that world, I don't have a way to see it." After bidding farewell to Zuno, Lin Chen returned to Planet Vegeta, frowning. Although Zuno had indeed divined the location of the Super Dragon Ball for him, this answer was too unreliable. World 228, how can he know what world this is? Could he only go and ask the Supreme Kai of Time? After thinking about it, Lin Chen decided to first put his hope in the system. "System, can I travel to world 228? Ding! Replying to the host, "You can travel to world 228. Seeing that this world numbering could actually be used in the system, Lin Chen was overjoyed. He still has 2 time points, which is enough to use for this travel to another world. As long as he can go to world 228, the final Super Dragon Ball will no longer be a problem. Chapter 149 Super Saiyan God. Since he was going to look for Super Dragon Balls in other time and space, Lin Chen was naturally an old-fashioned rule, and he was going to arrange everything first. Although he already has 2 time and space points this time, he will not be disturbed by human beings like last time, and the time will not be misaligned, but in order to prevent accidents, he still has to arrange everything. "Lin Chen, are you going to another world? It's so interesting." "I'm going to." The first to know the news was naturally Lin Chen's 2 wives. Taiza's face was full of interest, and Hanahia was also eager to try. Only this time, Lin Chen said, "I'm sorry, my ability can only let me go to the parallel world alone, I can't take you." "What?" Taisai's expression darkened. Hanasia also looked regretful, "Your Majesty, then you should be careful, retreat immediately if you are in danger." "Okay." Lin Chen nodded, and after explaining a few things to the 2 of them, he brought in Bardock and the others and told them. Knowing that Lin Chen was going to go out again at this time, everyone was a little puzzled. "Your Majesty, can't you wait a little longer? 2 frozen demons have been on the move recently. We only have 2 Super Saiyans now, so I'm afraid our strength will be a little weak." Bardock worried. "That's right." King Vegeta also said, "Your Majesty, the strength of Bardock and Princess Hannah should not be able to quickly defeat each other. If 2 frozen demons act at the same time, our high-end combat power will probably be somewhat manned. Insufficient. It's okay, I have my own way." Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. Then, from the system space, 5 objects emitting a warm red light, like candy, were taken out. These 5 objects are the 5 hearts of justice that Lin Chen got when he chose the mission last time. "Have you heard of Super Saiyan God?" "Super Saiyan God?" Bardock, King Vegeta and the others were stunned for a while, unable to figure out one by one. They know the Super Saiyans, but the Super Saiyan Gods, even the former Saiyan royal family like King Vegeta, have never heard of them. Seeing their confused faces, Lin Chen smiled and told the legend of the Super Saiyan God. Bardock and the others were stunned after hearing it. It turned out that in addition to Super Saiyans and giant apes, Saiyans can actually enhance their strength through other transformations. "But Your Majesty," Bardock frowned and said, "you said that becoming a Super Saiyan God requires a heart of justice. But let me be blunt, on the entire planet Vegeta, people with a heart of justice, I'm afraid you can't make up 6. King Vegeta and the others all nodded together. Don't look at the Saiyans have given up doing evil now, but not doing evil does not mean that these people have a righteous heart. At least these years have not been long enough for people to reform themselves. It's like Vegeta, in order to achieve his goal, will kidnap the son of Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, as a threat. It is impossible for a person with a righteous heart to do this. This problem is more troublesome. Don't worry. Lin Chen had thought of this issue for a long time, so he came up with the 5 hearts of justice. I have 5 special props here. As long as they eat them, even a wicked person can generate the power of heart needed to create the Super Saiyan God. Lin Chen introduced the effect of the heart of justice. Hearing that, Bardock and the others were also overjoyed, so they wanted to take over the heart of justice and eat it. Lin Chen hurriedly stopped them and said, "Don't move for now. After you eat the heart of justice, you will never have the chance to become the Super Saiyan God. Your Majesty, I killed countless people in my early years, and it is impossible for me to be a partner of justice in this life." King Vegeta smiled and ate one. Bardock and the others also did not feel that they might become partners of justice, and ate them one after another. Originally, Han Asia also wanted to eat, but was stopped by Lin Chen. Unlike Bardock and the others, Han Asia's job before she met Lin Chen was to take care of Saiyan children and rarely go out to kill. She may also have a heart of justice in the future. Therefore, Lin Chen found 2 more old subordinates of King Vegeta and asked them to eat the heart of justice, and the 5 Saiyans with the heart of justice gathered together. The next thing to do is to inject the power of the hearts of these 5 people into the body of the 6th Saiyan with the heart of justice. It just so happened that Lin Chen knew that on Planet Vegeta, there was a Saiyan who was 100% sure that he had a righteous heart. After a while, the Saiyan was brought over. Seeing him, King Vegeta suddenly looked embarrassed. "Your Majesty, the Saiyan you were talking about turned out to be him." "That's right." Lin Chen nodded and looked at Tabor with a confused expression. Unlike Vegeta, Tabor is pure in nature, and he must have a righteous heart. King Vegeta swallowed. He never imagined that the youngest son, whom he had always looked down on in the past, would be the most suitable candidate to become a god. Lin Chen glanced at Tabor, but didn't let them start right away. Because the current strength of Tabor is too weak. In terms of age, Tabor is only a few years younger than Vegeta, but his combat power is vastly different. Even now, his combat power is still less than 10,000. With this combat power, no matter how much the Super Saiyan God improves, it is probably useless. So, Lin Chen first used the potential exploitation technique on Tabor, and then gave him a spirit tree fruit. This barely raised his combat power to 50,000. "Please make atonement for your Majesty, this child's aptitude is too stupid, and a waste of your Majesty's good intentions." King Vegeta panicked for a while. "It's okay, let's train slowly later." Next, under the guidance of Lin Chen, 5 Saiyans, including Bardock, came out and began to inject power into Tabor. How to inject the power of the heart? At first, no one understood, even Lin Chen only knew about it. He asked the 6 of them to hold hands and work together. This lasted for more than 10 minutes, and suddenly there was a thunderbolt in the sky, followed by golden lightning. 5 people, including Tabor, were suddenly enveloped by a golden light. Success! Seeing this familiar scene, Lin Chen shouted, and then looked at Tabor expectantly. As the golden light lit up, Tabor's body floated involuntarily, and a mysterious and divine breath rushed toward his face, and then a light blue halo seemed to burn. Finally, in this halo, Tabor's appearance changed. The originally black hair and pupil color turned red, and the aura on his body suddenly disappeared, as if he was a human without fighting power. However, in this way, he made the people at the scene feel like they wanted to worship. This feeling is as if mortals have seen God. Chapter 150, Lin Chen vs Super Saiyan God. Success! Lin Chen couldn't contain his excitement upon seeing the red-haired Tarbal. But unlike Lin Chen, the people around looked at Tarbal in confusion. Because, besides the special aura emanating from Tarbal that made them feel slight dread, they couldn't see Tarbal's current strength at all. Using aura to perceive, they couldn't detect Tarbal's aura at all, as if he doesn't exist. Someone turned on the scouter and looked at him, and the result was even more exaggerated, showing a power level of 0. What is going on? This is the divine state. Mortals cannot perceive the aura of a god, only gods can perceive the aura of a god, and scouter is the same. Lin Chen explained while activating the system. System, what is Tarbal's current power level? Lin Chen's system's detection function is different from the scouter. Ordinary instruments can no longer detect Tarbal's strength, but Lin Chen's system can. Ding! After a prompt, Lin Chen saw Tarbal's attributes. Tarbal, power level, 25 million. A 500-fold increase in power level. In addition to the power level increase, Super Saiyan God also has many other divine powers. Because Tarbal's life level was elevated as he reached the divine realm with a mortal body, he naturally gained some magical powers. After a while, Tarbal looked at himself with surprise. Your Majesty Lynx, I feel so strong. The others heard this and felt skeptical, because they couldn't feel Tarbal's strength. Lin Chen stepped forward and directly said, Tarbal, let me test your strength. Kaioken. Lin Chen instantly used Kaioken and, without saying another word, attacked Tarbal. Wait. Although Tarbal has entered the divine realm, he is still an inexperienced child. Seeing Lin Chen coming to attack, he closed his eyes and pushed his hands forward. Lin Chen, who was rushing forward, immediately stopped in midair because a sudden force had stopped his movement. Then, this force sent Lin Chen flying out while breaking through the palace. Seeing Lin Chen get sent flying, everyone's eyes widened. Unlike Tarbal, the other people could clearly see Lin Chen's strength after using the scouter just now. 16 million. Although he did not transform into a Super Saiyan, Lin Chen's revealed strength was almost equivalent to Frieza's power back then. But even with this strength, he was sent flying by Tarbal's palm? Goodness! Tarbal's original power level was only 50,000. With his strength, even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would not be able to send Lin Chen flying, right? Is the Super Saiyan God transformation really that strong? Tarbal! What are you still standing there for? Quickly chase out and fight His Majesty! King Vegeta suddenly shouted. Tarbal hesitated. But at this moment, Lin Chen, who was sent flying outside, suddenly appeared in front of Tarbal and unhesitatingly punched him, sending him flying out. Lin Chen then used instant transmission again and chased after him. The others saw this and followed suit to watch. When they arrived outside, they saw golden flashes constantly appearing outside. Besides Bardock and Hansia, no one could clearly see the movements of Lin Chen and Tarbal. This made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. Although he was unwilling to fight at first, under the pressure of Lin Chen's punches, Tarbal finally began to fight back. The two men exchanged blows at times, and at other times they flew rapidly, with blurry after-images covering the entire sky. In order to test out the full power of a Super Saiyan God, Lin Chen deliberately kept his power level at the same level as Tarbal. The two men fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. The intense battle made all the Saiyans on the planet come out to watch. Isn't that His Majesty Lynx? Who is the other person? I don't know, the red-haired Saiyan? Do Saiyans have red hair? I feel like that Saiyan looks a bit like Vegeta's younger brother Tarbal. Hey? Tarbal? Impossible. His power level is not even 10,000. Tarbal knew a lot of people on Planet Vegeta, but no one dared to admit the red-haired Saiyan as Tarbal when they saw the fight above their heads. After a moment, Lin Chen and Tarbal both stopped fighting because Tarbal suddenly exited from the Super Saiyan state. After the two of them landed, Bardock and others crowded around them. Tarbal, how did you feel just now? King Vegeta asked. I can't put it into words, I just felt like I became so strong. Not only that, you can even fight His Majesty Lynx. King Vegeta proudly patted Tarbal's body and suddenly looked at him with joy. Hey, your power level it has exceeded 100,000? Everyone was startled when they heard this. Tarbal's power level just crossed 50,000 before he transformed, and now it has doubled after a fight? Lin Chen explained, this should be because a part of the power of Super Saiyan God remains in Tarbal's body. I just calculated and the power level increase of Super Saiyan God is 500 times. Tarbal's power level just now was 25 million, and if he transforms now, he can have 50 million. It's a pity that this transformation seems to have a time limit and cannot last long. 50 million? Everyone's eyes bulged out. It's not bad even if it cannot last long. He can even fight His Majesty. King Vegeta said with satisfaction. Although it was the combined power of everyone, Tarbal this time obtained the power of the Super Saiyan God. His future prospects will be limitless. Thinking about how outstanding both of his sons are, he couldn't stop smiling. Hanasia went to Lin Chen's side and asked, Your Majesty, if it were you, do you know how much stronger you would become with a 500 times increase? Why don't you try it too? Lin Chen immediately became interested. At present, although he has not yet fully reached the limit of legendary Super Saiyan 2, he is also not far from the limit. If he could transform into a Super Saiyan God, it could also be a way to break through the limit. Thinking about this, Lin Chen let Bardock and the others start the ceremony again on himself. Following the same steps as before with Tarbal, it was not long before dazzling light appeared on the bodies of the 5 people present except for Lin Chen. But this time, the light only flickered for a few moments before disappearing. Lin Chen's body did not show any change.